This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orebo, obviously Agbo, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV
best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone. Mapon waya fe ni dai mageya. Uza no gbera mana gwaka ohi. Ya suwo wa ya se gbodo ame ke ya fere. Ya se gbe ki na ke we ki ke ya mayunu kan ya. Be na ya ki we na ya de. Na ya gwaka utana ni wa. Oye. Ihe na ihe ka so bo la wo na ja ti en ni ma won ni eyin ne ma no ri ara ke ya fe ore so na ma gwa kana ihe ma e ma wo wa e ma wo do so ba ja ti en ni ma e tere ni ga ihe ma agwa ka uta na teme pastor tomo e do no pe wa be ne ge kai wadani ma se wabi tota wabi educate ofun egbo sa oba go waro oba atokpe ise ota Victor Bizugbe
owe avebun egbo won so fa magiri ebo hu do ni wala ho wa ge fe bore ihe ma gbe igban ebo ki elegbewi oba atokpe
ise anyone me so obo se ngi nu ye o no ye ejo ba yo kai o do ya fe na be o ka bo ye do ya fe so abalogun e to ni we pe wa no daima o sa no de ba wa ya fe o ba to pe ise emi ma gwa kana o ihe e ma ta ihe bo ihe ye bo ye gbo e wa no ri ye bi ha si e ma hon mari unda be kana imi na ya ma de ihe ero ati yẹn náà ma ati ìyẹn ayìyẹn dọ̀lẹ̀ nìyí ẹ̀dín àti yẹn yọ ẹ̀dín àti ẹ̀bọ̀ yọ ìyẹn ẹ̀ màgbọ́n kára ni wọn ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ pastor. dọ́mù ìyẹn ọ̀ àmà nà yáyé mi àmà náà yé ma wẹ ẹ̀wù wùgàdì wẹ́nẹ̀. Iye ibi lomani o ama kebi na riye mi odo no mu igo o mu yo hu ori ama yo we ke na pa o ki ari no kan we o ga fi obe yo a iye ro ne iye ni magi mu ye bu ogo o so ga lo ri ye adugbe bo sunu nu do wo fi obe yo a iye ni hi we ze ye la dupo o fi obe de na owo e ori ono hi abugbo nda oriyo ọmụ ihe se ọma mayari eri mugbo mama no ye sokma ye to bi eri ye yiba yo etie no oriyo ya nunani ofodegbe no ebe erabiri eyage bo mugbo ni oriye yari abukpon oriye yiwa oyari ekezi wega ware ugbera babode
uri opia uri elagbo ugbawe de no manya uvinya de no manya ufiwo de no manya gbodele ojun za wolo wo pa iye le lo wani owo na ma tie bo otiuki unu lo wani aya khani ye emu vie eri o mi ejime ebo le lo wani kiane iye le lo wani kiane bo iye oloroma ewu oyiye ugawu bukekere oyiye eni opa nro no mama use ni elele be no mana we se ni iye ole owe ikan ipawo agbowo kan ora mi kiana wa owe are oba atokpe ise
ni wa ya wa da ni ye ma igwa kan do so pa je kan ma ina te ihe ma na ho ma gbe wa ni na ihe eni na ma we se ihe de likia ẹ̀yìn olùta ẹ̀ òwú lè ní ẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn àwọn lè ní ẹ̀ ọgbọ́n másùnà lè ní ẹ̀ másẹ̀kẹ́ mi wọ́n lè ní ẹ̀ èmi ni ó rú rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n ọdún másẹ̀kẹ́ mi ìyẹn ọ̀ọ́sẹ̀ ń dá ìwé ìlẹ̀ mà èmi ní ma àárẹ̀ tí yẹn yìí sọ́ba ìjà tí yẹn yẹ wò ọmọ náà dùn èmi rèé nínú ọtí àbá ìyẹn ẹnu ọ̀nyá ẹ̀ àti ẹ̀yọ wẹ gẹ̀rìnà wà rùn ẹ̀ ògùn ọ̀rìn tí ẹ̀yọ èso ọ̀rìn tí ẹ̀yọ òṣàlógbọ́ ibẹ̀ sí ọtí ẹyọ èmi ní ọrùn àmàmì ìyẹn lélẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ́n náà yẹn wọ ẹ̀rẹ̀ dó sẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ́dẹ̀ ńlá fi yín ayọ́tọ̀ wàdẹ́sẹ̀gbó wọ ẹ̀kọ́ lè dé ọ̀ṣẹ̀káyọ ọmọọ̀yà ọmọọ̀yẹyọ ni ọ̀rẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ́n múyọ́tọ̀ ọ̀ṣẹ̀ká ọmọọ̀yọ ọmọ ẹ̀wọ́ ni orí kókì orí ìyàn ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀wọ́ ni ó kọ̀ lè bẹ́sọ̀ ọ̀ṣẹ̀káyọ ọmọọ̀yà ìyẹn ọmọọ̀yọ ni ọ̀rọ̀ náà ṣe wa ọ̀nà àmúnyá ni ọ̀nà àfihàn ẹ̀dẹ́ ni àwà nọ́kọ̀ àrùn àìrú ùtó mẹ́yọ dẹ́ni lórí náà tá a bá ihe nọ́kọ̀ àwà nọ́kọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ nù ìyẹ ó sàlóbọ̀ à ó dí ìyẹ ọba dí ìyẹ rò ó tọ̀wọ́ pẹ̀wọ́ ẹ̀rọ nùkà ìrẹsẹ̀ ọ̀lẹ́lù ẹ̀kíá ìwé ẹ̀rọ rọ̀pá rẹ̀ wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yẹ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ rọ̀pá èmi wà bùn ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ Victor uwari rẹ uwayọ
ọwọ ẹbẹ náà wàá gbọn náà n'ọwọ kàkàbọ kàdígbà sẹwà á tẹmí n'ọkà mi yẹn náà ìmáyánuwẹ
oh my God
ìyẹn n'ọkùwà ẹyẹ nọ ìmáyá ànáyà sọ ọdí owó ayá dómọ ọgọgọ mu ìmáyánuwẹ ìmáyánuwẹ ọdí owó ayá o húdàwẹ máyánẹni ẹkọ rẹ àwọ ẹyọ nẹ ekene konari awe yo ni emi opa na oyino le luwe kan eyari ahiyo ne o salopo na gi wa gbon no ba go yanu we tete ti ro emi ni omo owu yo ne o wa no do ki wo bo do emi ni bio we wa gu ma beri yen ni o salopo ayo yanu keke o wa ya ne e di elaban awe iguma ugbe iguma ni okiyen no kwa no logo o sin eyo mu awi guma mama ni wan we genede owe owo nyamu nyazabo omu nyazabo ni eme edo ya ika humu do ni o ma ko ma ga ru emi no ya mewe o ma mu nyazabo odo ogun omegbe odo owu odo tere no bu o ma so ogwa ina ogun no fi edo dagbe awo oyibo kan awo ovie amevela awre ìyá ni yàrá jẹ́ wẹ́ yàáfi egbe oya ni eyo ni eve ni evie ni ọwọ́ lọ kí a fi ẹ̀
ògbọ̀nọ́gbòlò ọ̀fi ọwọ́ ẹ̀
n'oru yẹn ni ekeke gbé yọ ọwọ́ tó fi yẹn ní ọwọ́ ọwọ́ lọ kí a rí ìyá ni yọ owó kéèké.
o jẹ́ ìrì ọba
rẹ̀. ihe ìgbà lọ́kọ̀ àná ẹ̀ lè gbé wi ọmọ ẹ̀kọ́ máa gẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ gbé yọ wẹ́ ìdàwẹ́ ìrọ̀pá dé èmi wàá dé èyí náà ta wẹ́ ẹbọ ẹgbọ wọn yóò mi ogun yìí ọgá ahùn fàkàbàkà á ní ọtẹmù ní ẹbọ ìwé yìí ndéwùwé àlọ nàfi ọṣẹkùn.
ẹbọ dẹnẹ àdúzà
ẹbọ dẹnẹ àdúzà ẹgbẹ náà àwọn olù àtàwẹ yìí kìnnákè máa gbọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹni ẹyà máa ni wẹ náà ẹyà mi ẹ náà máa ni ẹbọ nà ẹyí ni dúdọ ni ọmọ amákẹ́kẹ́ náà yà á lò èmi náà má dé yú bí náà yà á ní èmi ẹ rẹ èmi ẹ wẹ wà ní ẹ ìyèkẹ́ ẹ má.
ọtẹrẹ iṣẹ ọtẹrẹ pásítọ̀ ìyẹn inú ara táwọ yìí.
wẹ́ẹ̀rẹ̀ màrá àwọn adé rẹ̀ ni ìyẹn ọ̀lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ sótà be na mana seri ye ubeso
ama seri
amana seri ye ubeso ora ke era pa lo ola mo no bi e nda ika wala la gbo no ne fo to je oye ori re no ku sana pa mo ga ke be na ge oye o de wala usana ke oye twin ubeso si ganu be si mo fu awo ke wa o ke pa o ge re fo ere mi ye ki eso ji ehudi ye no la gba o wa ga be ojojo ga wa ara ki o te ruba no ri agbose ye la be ra eji agbe yi ọmọ náà bí ẹni ra ọni bẹ egun yeji náà pa ẹni ra nda ìyẹn náà tiẹ nẹ ọmọ náà náà wà dùn ẹ ọkọkọ náà mú náà ní wàásù àpòpọ̀ náà kò mú ẹ wúpọ̀ náà bí ojú ìjọkẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbò yẹn.
lọ́dún ọ̀rẹ́ jẹ gbélé wúgbó.
ojú ìjọkẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbò yẹn báwo lè jọkẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbò yẹn ọtí yẹn nẹ ẹ náà sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà tí ní àánú bàbá ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀víẹ́fẹ́ ni mo gbé kọ́ ọ̀víẹ́fẹ́ ni làmẹ́fẹ́ náà làwọn làbíà wuda mama ni ete mama ukpo na wa gba ya wa kan ko na ye wa ya debo ukpo pe ya do e mu we tu gwa kan bo bi aso o ma ni ya wa ye ko e wo pa no ge e no wo yo sa ona ya tiye no wa ni we wa kan o ma ni gwa na fo ne ori ono de ni ya mu no wa ko bo ma ni ado de ye dagbo egbe gbe oko to ya para gbon omo ni ede ya gbon ya gbon lowo omo ma mi e we ma wa de na be ri ma bo ni ado seri o ma o no na de na de anosu ọwẹ nari arusi ọwọ yi ọra ọwẹ gẹgẹ na ti yẹ nẹ abẹyẹ de fi ame yi mu ayẹ ayẹ asẹri ọyẹ nọ n'udawẹ ẹbọ iye na ọma ni tiẹ nẹ ọlọmiya ní ayé nìyà ẹwọn nọ gbọ ọmọ ayárí aziro iye lèlè àgbẹ abẹyẹ tí wàá fi mọtò àbò wá mẹwọ iye alẹ lẹgìá iye rọ ẹkpọ igo ní èdè náà rí ẹ lábẹ mẹ ẹgbọ tí ìyárí náà òun lè má kọkọ ìgbé kéré rọgà aṣọ ẹ o ọkùnrin ọlọ́kọ̀ bá yọ ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ọmọ ara sókítẹ́ náà wọ́n pèsè ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ogun yìí wọ́n yíye máta ìgbé tẹ̀sùn náà ó dẹ̀rọ̀ máa ń nọ́ sí bàbá ìní ọwọ́ lọ́wọ́ bá sùn ẹ̀ amádá sùn ẹ̀ o ọkùnrin ọlọ́kọ̀ bá yọ ẹgbẹ́ ọdún yìí nọ gbèsè sọ àbíyé bẹ́ẹ̀ dìbò bá orí ẹ̀ sọ́tọ̀ èmi là á ìbò gíásùn èmi là á ìlàbíà iye lè lẹ́gẹ́ orí ọlọ́gbọ̀rìọ ọlẹ́lẹ̀ orí ọrí èrè èmi yìí kì ẹ̀dùnúpẹ̀ wà láwọ́ wàdẹ́wò ní yé ọmọ sùn bàbá náà ọsùn ìbáko ọba àtọpẹ yéébù wẹdẹ ilé rọ wà ní ọsẹ yọ ìbábò bá irọ ọtẹlẹ ihe ma ìwà kanna ihe nàmúyèrí nàmúyè ugbó nàmúyè gòrò tí máa pa gbòmìnir ń yọ kégbèbèrè wé yèmú yètò mé ìnáta yẹ ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀ àwọrọ yìí
àwọn ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀ yìí nọ ọ̀tọ̀ mi ọ̀tá yọ èyí gbégbá ìwé ya gàgíà ya gbọ́rẹ́ ya ọ̀nà àwẹ̀ yẹ̀yí tó mẹ́yọ yẹ̀yí wé ya fẹ́ ẹ̀wò láwẹ̀ yìí dá yẹn ẹ̀wò. Bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn àwọn igbó eré náà ìwé ti sà lè lígbó ìdìbò òbí ìdìbò mẹ́wàá rẹ̀ kí o. Èmi náà rẹ̀ wúyẹ́wẹ́ dò ìwọ́n ẹ̀mí náà rẹ̀ dé àyà tiẹ̀ bọ̀ dọ́wọ́n àyà tiẹ̀ bọ̀ yẹ ugbo òde ogo esoro nana lewu holu esoro to bon waru egbe mi kata si ariko kinya enyoko ude enyoko we ewu ho ya egogun owa na zebe be no gbere owo la gbe ewe ke odegbe egbe okoko awe yewa wovia ọ̀víà máa ẹ̀rìn ọ̀víà kí ìwé bọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ wà wẹ̀ wà tẹ́ àmọ́ ọ̀víà yé mi ọ̀víà na èrìn ẹ̀wò na ọ̀rẹ́ wò na ayé amú ẹ̀bọ̀ rírì ọyí ọ̀dà mẹ́rẹ́ kiri wẹ̀ kéde ìwà experience man.
mọ́mí ẹ̀dùn náà wà ọ̀wẹ́ àmì náà máa ń gbèdé àmà ẹ̀rìn náà vàáhẹ̀ àmà ẹ̀rìn náà rírà ayé ẹ̀ mọ́mí ẹ̀bọ̀ náà nàta náà orí wọn pa ẹwọn fi awó bọ̀ yìí orí wọn pa ẹwọn kọ́ awó bọ̀ yìí ọ̀pọ̀ ọgẹ́ ìwòhó nù ọ̀fíà ọgẹ́ ìwòhó nù ọ̀dáwọn àdọ́gẹ́ nà ọgẹ́ bọ̀ yíyà mọ̀ ògùn owó bìyàn yíyà mọ̀ olókun owó bìyàn yíyà mọ̀ ìṣàngó owó bìyàn yíyà mọ̀ dáwọn àdẹ́ bọ̀ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ nà orí dọ́wọn àdọ́wẹ́ bọ́mí ẹ̀dẹ́ wúná yúgbó wúná vùnyàn lásẹ̀sì kòkòrò tọ̀ wúná zẹ̀kẹ̀ bó tọ̀ wúná zẹ̀yẹ̀bí wúná mùnyàn ọ̀bá àpàdé náà wẹ́ òwe tí nùwáyà tí òwe gbé ìwé rẹ̀ èmi ló yẹ mẹ́ni ká wẹ ọ̀wọ́n náà rí dùn mí náà rí tọ́ ọmọ ọ̀tọ̀ ní àwẹ̀
ọkì kẹ
ọ̀tọ̀ náà kí á bí ẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ ara nù mí ẹ̀ ọmọ kẹ̀yìn ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀ kẹ́yìn náà zẹ́yà ẹ̀wẹ́ orí bẹ́ẹ̀ni ló mú yàn wẹ́ ni dẹ́yà náà mi ẹ̀wẹ́ una sí gà zẹ́yìn wọ́gọ́ náà sàmẹ́yọ náà dẹ́ mu rọ̀ yọ òwe tẹ ẹ̀bọ̀ pààyàn yìí tọ́ra yà mí ní ẹ̀wọ̀n n'ọ̀gá hùwì n'ẹ̀gẹ́fọ́ una mi ẹ̀wẹ́ uyadi ma tɔnɔ kunse uwe gun na uviɔ nyawɛ uwe ikunse ɔmɔ na kɛ ayé ɛwɛ ta ma yɛ ni ɔmɔ na ɔdi yóò bɔ gbèdá náà yà wɛ èmi ni ka sunu da yɛ ɛmi ɔmɔ itu tie so kpɔn de ana mi ɛwɛ ɛrò na wà na wòye na koko wɔ via ra na wɔ kua yɛ ɛna una kɛ ya wɛ una yari ta mɛ ɛwɛ ɛnɔ sunu wadogun mẹ tiẹ bọ yọ ẹbùn náà dògún ẹ yọ ọmọ náà pàẹ́ mẹ́ta tó pa ọmọ yìí so pẹ́ wúnà lè ga sún ọmọ náà wà lọ́dún ẹ̀wẹ̀ bọ̀ ni ọ̀kẹ́ kìnnìún yẹn yé mi hàn wọ́ ọmọ apá mẹ́ tí owó bọ̀ ẹ̀ ní ya do mẹ́yẹ ènìyàn ní ọmú yòótọ́ ọ̀gbẹ́ o ọ̀yẹ̀hùwẹ́ o ike mi o n'ọmú yòótọ́ ọmọ ẹtí ọdọ mẹ ọdẹ yọ n'oyà mú ha yọ wé nọ magẹsì kìnnà yé ọdún masana gbọmọ ẹwé bá bí wọn máa wí ní yàwó ọmọ náà wọ ni wọn náà mú ẹbọ yé mi wẹ àyẹwò tí ẹzọ báyìí ń da wọ ẹnu ọyà sì mi wẹ mú mẹ yá yí dà ọmọ ẹbí yá yí sọtí mú ẹbá bò bá ọwọ sàdé dá sàdó mọ mẹ́nà wọ́n yẹ tí mi yá wẹ ìmọ̀ àwọn ní adomu mẹ́mìí mẹ́rin baba ìmáyá níyà o.
àfihàn bábò rẹ̀ tó ti.
ọmọ ìbìnrin
àfihàn bò rẹ̀ tó ti.
ọmọ ìbáṣe bóyá tí ìwé ìbìnrin wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀ta ọ̀tí ẹ̀ ọ̀gùn ẹ̀ ọ̀sàlùpà pásọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó tí ìwé ìwé wàgùn yà á mú ìbábò náà lè wù yọ nígbà tẹ́lẹ̀ kí yọ.
ọba ẹtí ọbẹ̀ àlùwà wẹ̀lẹ̀ gbẹ̀mẹ̀ yàwó dàrọ̀ etí máa nìyẹn lù yẹ wà fẹ́ kó wà láwò wà á kù lè gbé kó a kù dẹ́bi lọ́gbẹ́rẹ́ náà ọkẹ́ ìwà yẹ̀rẹ̀ hùn dáa wọ́n yẹ èmi náà ní ìwé mọ̀fíà ní ìwé akẹ́ ní ìwé rẹ̀wù ọ̀rẹ́ náà rẹ̀ wà rẹ̀ wò òun ẹ̀tí zẹ́mìnà tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́ àbá ó rí ènìyàn wá kẹ́ ó rí èyọ ènìyàn wọ́n fíà ó mẹ́tí rẹ̀ èyọ èkèlú wẹ́ ìdò káwé àdómọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ òdò mọ̀fíà yìí ní ẹgbẹ́ náà wà ẹ̀yìn alábàá ni alábàá máa wọ́n tà mú gbóyè rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ ìdò káwé dùn àdómọ̀ ẹ̀hìn ẹ̀wọ̀ náà mọ̀ yọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn náà ìyá ẹ̀wù yìí ọ̀gá ẹ̀wù yìí ọ̀tún mẹ́ ọ̀tayọ zẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀ bí ẹ̀wọ̀ àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ wọ̀ wọ́n ní ìmáṣẹ́ náà gbẹ̀wọ̀n àmì náà bá ní wọn ọ̀dà ìmọ̀ ní dàrímà ìmọ̀ àwọn ìmọ̀ àwọn ìta ní ìwé hàn ọ̀tẹ́ mi pásítọ̀.
dọ́mọ̀ sọ èmi máa gbọ́n kaná ká ní ìyẹn náà makakabọ̀ ràn tọ́ yìí náà ìyẹn náà rà rí bìnnà wọn dá wàrà
o tó abẹ́rẹ́ gẹ̀ yàn pọ̀
ẹ̀ẹ́nẹ̀yìn máa rọ ọ́nì òkèké iná kéèké ni ọ̀yìn ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ kpara rọ náà miẹ́gẹ́ òpópá náà ti ẹ̀ké ọ̀kẹ́ ìgbọ̀tún wọn ọ̀gbọ̀tún wọn sọ àwọn náà tì yẹn nẹ wéké èmi níwú náà ìyẹn lè lọ ẹ̀kẹ́ ìwéèrè gbéra ẹ̀ èrèrè ẹ̀kẹ́ akẹ́yà wà àpòrò ẹ̀ẹ́dì ìjẹ́ ọ̀yẹ́ bàbá bàbá ìyẹn náà lùbẹ́ tí ènìyàn náà tó àgbè ìyẹn kí ẹ̀rẹ́ kí ẹ̀yà ọ̀rẹ́ òdo ọwọ́ kọ́ ọ̀nà ìmì ọgbìn ọlọ́wọ́ o ìyá àbẹ̀rí amáwèrè báyìí ọ̀nà ìrẹ̀rẹ̀ gbèké ọ̀bẹ̀ yìí ṣùgbọ́n òun èmi dáàlù bẹ̀ kí náà nìyà òun ègbé kí á wà ó kí á kẹ́ ìrànà ríyà ẹ̀rọ ìgbé láìnà rókè ìyẹn nà núùdé nínú ọ̀hún núùdí kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ núùdé ẹ̀kọ́ ọjà náà rà mí náà yà gbọ̀ tí wọn ẹ̀rọ ní búrọ̀ ọ̀nà lọ́gọ̀ bàbá lọ́gọ̀ yìí máa ń yún un tẹ̀ mí èéfì ó bọ́ yìí èmi èéfì ó bọ́ yìí ni ìyẹn rà lé lẹ́kíá èmi ní búrọ̀ ọgbẹ́sẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ sọ̀sẹ̀ yà tó tàbí náà mi ẹ̀rọ máa wé mi lọ pa èpá sọ̀rọ̀ alẹ́ rù mẹ́ èmi ní ẹ̀wọ̀ ìyẹn mú ẹ̀dẹ́ mẹ́ ìyẹn rà ẹ̀yẹ tọ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀wọ̀ bo ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ìpàwọ̀ tẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ tọ̀ ọ̀yà ákú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀ o èmi tó bọ̀ ọmọ yìí kánẹ́ èmi ọ̀pára ọ̀nọ̀rọ̀ ayé tọ̀ ọ̀nà ni omi ewé mi là lọ́rẹ̀ rẹ̀ so ukànẹ́ ni ọbẹ̀ yóò kékeré ìyẹ̀wé ni ya fẹ́ẹ́ mẹ́ nọ̀gá wu le dɔbo na ayera ko ya yiri ko ye be ya ro to akwo o ma ye onu da iye ni o le jani e no fie boy ni o so o ri na de o ma ni egbe ti akwo ya iye no e teni pe akere teni ho wa ri boy ni ere nu da iye yere na ogwe iye la ge we wet ogwe nku de uya ko kwa wona iye la seke no ogwe ye omudia wewe ifebone oboni yani eni ebo de no pa yisunu iye mudia no ogwe keke o te ogwe ti gbupe va ogbupe ha ogbupe ne edenu ma ye edenu ma ko ikekeke kan o ya de ko wa ni be oye piri wa we ne ba gwe keke e ba yen ni seke no wa ni ye we se ni iye a ekudo uri ni era ba we o umarere o uyoji o ugboma yari aziro o ma gbe gbe nu meke ni go ni meke na e pa so ki o ugboma le so si meke na ki no wa o eni ye no ege ede o gbera keke iye ni ga sekruye oba atope
anyway ya wadaye ni matasi na ya wa ma ye unda be ma ye bi ore be ma ye ma no isunu na iye ni bu wa ye bo iye no ikata se na ebode na duza be na ta ibania be ni magiru we do mana odun we o ri okagele ladia ai yo kagele odun we aya ju la me gwa aya vora aya vodi wa wo nu ri ai wo iya wi na ka yin ai odun we kan ma na se tin pa se tin yuwa we no kagele ori o aro ore ewo ya fere wo re kire to la inu na ehie wo ahie ni oriwo ina ke enara igbe wo ke enara igbe ari na wo nara e ha oki oyi wo egbe godon we
are ya enara
adoke gewo we ri ono ke wo ye ebode no vele gwa orira ikaniga odon we to boy we ewo igba owe ewo no we su we gbe na we ri ere no keke na we ri emewo mu wo pa wa ri se ye po we ti ewo awe ya niye ehun wa ro nu unda kini we ri o ri sike we se maka nu wo o te ma yo o ri pa no le wi wa ero wo ri ma se wo don we wo ri ma se we wo ni o ka yele we to bi we egele we ki ube awe nyesi na ya mi we emoto wu de o egede go wu bolo o nu ri epe we kere pa emoye ri ari ma ro no gbe ye ina vio no ri vio o ya begede gbe wo na ya we ya fe ma mi ya emi ni ya fe ibi ya ari a se ni ya we yi bere na ra ta ya yi ma we na ya begede gbe ma we na ro so abano bi wa no bi wa ame no ya bo ami nyesi ya bo we emo ya ri ewuku emo ni yi wo ya ri towo ya ri pe wo ni wa magwalo o se manata na emi ni hehi no wa ya bu yi wa de we to bu we no be politics we no danger ni ewo we no danger no otu we ewo ya fe una awe ebode na do wa mani wa o saro bo la wo wa gwalu de edono pe wo na go ba dole wo na yi ni mi mani ma ya fe ogibo ta we de na na ma na mo yoto wa ya be waru wa bi dayo oba atope
ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
My name is Philip Omo Gyupo. Well, very quickly, we will be involved in the issues surrounding the military operation, the Nigerian military particularly, and the involvement of bombardment of areas of Benin Republic, where there was a failed coup on Sunday. And of course, the efforts of the military, to embark on that, given an order by the president, has sparked a lot of social media, debate. Most especially where social media claims that it could be very, very possible that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, really gave a tip-off to the Nigerian president to embark on that ride, where the Nigerian military, were involved, and of course, jet fighters were deployed to quell the coup, which was really organized by a mastermind and, of course, some group of soldiers that were later arrested after they announced on national TV that they've seized power from Talon. And of course, all of this will be what we will be looking at. There has been some issues surrounding the legality of the Nigerian government, in being involved in the bombing of the Beninese, area where there was conflict. And of course, what could be the provisions of the law as regards the involvement of the Nigerian military in that. Also, there are issues surrounding, the process through which the president embarked upon that was the National Assembly carried along. What could be the exigencies that could have demanded the Nigerian president to embark on that decision to involve the Nigerian military, and of course, what could be the implications, political implications, or what could be the interest, or what could be the benefits, pros and cons between the two countries as we get this. And of course, after that, we'll also be looking at the issues surrounding the rift between Obaseki and, of course, his predecessor, which is Okpebholo in Edo State, looking at the issues surrounding the rift, and of course, all that surrounds the projects of the Museum of West Africa and that of the Radisson projects. Well, reports have it all over that, even that of the MOA project that gapped about 3.2 billion naira. It's an issue where the Edo State House of Assembly also is interested about. And of course, the Radisson project, the Radisson Hotel in Benin City, that also reported to have gapped about 28 billion naira, bring about the issue surrounding the need to quiz the former governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, on all of this. He was invited, but he refused to appear before the State House of Assembly. But what could be the implications of this? Basically, without wasting time on this, the State House of Assembly demanded that they could arrest the former governor and force him to appear before it. Well, issues of that nature basically comes with ripples effect, and of course the political impact it could have. We are looking at the governance continuity in Edo State, the rift. What could be the benefit for the Edo indigents and Edo people? All of this will be what we're going to be looking at. But we'll be joined by network centers that will also be involved in, cascading all that they could also be having as part of the conversations across the network centers. Let's join you. Good morning, Dominic Yemese of Abuja Network Center. You look smart.
Good morning, Philip. Of course, it's a Tuesday, and also you look very smart. Also, the program this morning on ITV is always a delight to anchor this very day with you. You've already given us a background, and I believe Abuja, Lagos will also be looking at the same issue of the failed coup, if I put it that way, the coup that was foiled by Nigerian military, and also I think under the ECOWAS treaty, just like you mentioned earlier, that what could be the reason why Nigeria would deploy troops to Benin Republic. I mean, that's formed part of the treaty of the ECOWAS. I think under Article 25 of the Protocol of Conflict, it's always a call to duty each time there is a problem in any of the ECOWAS states, that the militaries are always called in to assist. And what we saw on Sunday was not just the Nigerian troop. We understand that even troops from Ghana were also called in to see how to assist to ensure that that country do not derail from its democracy that has been enjoy, even though some person said the present administration, or rather the present president of that country has not really lived up to expectation, but that's not for us to judge as Nigeria. But the most important thing is that we have to reduce the cases of coup in Africa, especially in West Africa. If you look at the numbers of countries that have had coup in the past, it's, I think, up to 5 countries. So we shouldn't encourage that, and that's the reason why I feel the president of Nigeria, the commander-in-chief, being a strong member of the ECOWAS states, have to quickly intervene when the president puts a call to him that, look, you need to come in and save the country. And good enough, those who were perpetrated of that, those who wanted to perpetrate that coup have been arrested, like what we've been hearing. The president has returned back to power, and then that country has gone back to the way it was before Sunday. So that will also form our focus this morning from our Abuja Center, Philip.
About reasons that could be seen as legitimate for the Nigerian military to also be involved in that operations, basically. And of course, issues surrounding this, even where the president of Nigeria, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, did say that, well, it was not an haphazard arrangement, but the president of Benin Republic, Patrice Talon, really engaged the Nigerian government to help in assisting that regard, just like what you said, Dominic Ayemese. But again, we look at our military strength, and of course, there seems to be a question mark as regards if we can so well deploy military operations, of course, jet fighters into that, and of course, to quell this uprising. What again have we done about tackling insecurity in Nigeria? Well, a lot of persons, a lot of Nigerians, of course, have issues to say in that regard. If we can use same might, to tackle this aspect of insecurity in Nigeria, it could also, have a very tall impact in tackling insurgency and all that has to do with it. Well, we're going to be also sharing thoughts. Of course, policy analysts and legal practitioners will be on this to do that. But that will be after this short break, where we'll be bringing you the pages of the newspaper this day.
All right, it's time for us to look at what the dailies are saying this morning, and we'll begin with the Daily Trust newspaper for today, the 9th day in the month of December. And there you have the banner story. There says 7 women protesters killed in Adamawa. 7 women protesters killed in Adamawa. I think that was due to communal clashes yesterday, and the governor of the state has already declared curfew in that very affected community where they had that crisis. So 7 women were killed. 7 women who were protesting yesterday killed in Adamawa. There we have genocide. U.S. lawmakers visit Benue. Okay, troop killed bandits, rescue victims in Sokoto. And then we have 17 agencies score 0 in efficiency rating reports. And then if you go below the picture story there, you see a cheering story for some parents, though I'll still have more of the kidnapped children from the St. Mary Private School in Niger State. Ordeal in the bush, rescue Niger students. They gave their ordeal, our ordeal in the bush. That's according to the rescue Niger students who were received yesterday by the governor of Niger State yesterday at the government house. Okay, let's see what next we have on the screen. All right, our next call there is the Vanguard newspaper, and it's beginning with the story on Tinubu. Tinubu says Benin Republic airspace legally. Tinubu seized Benin Republic airspace legally. Senate sources, I remember earlier, Philip was saying something about getting whether the president actually got the approval of the Senate for deploying troops to Benin Republic during the failed coup in that country. And there you have it from a Senate source that the president says that legally, and that will also put to rest some of the ongoing debates if the president has the power to send troops outside the shores of Nigeria for peace keeping without approval from the National Assembly. FG bans cash payment for its services. FG banned cash payment for its services. I know that story. The government has ordered that all agencies of government should have a POS terminals in the office where they collect payments, anything that has to do with payments, especially taxes to government, will no longer be in cash form, and every agency should have a POS designated desks in revenue collection offices that has to do with the federal government. Okay, our next paper for this morning is the Leadership newspaper, and Leadership there had quite a handful just above the Mark's head. There you see, untrained vigilantes group with cause spread of small arms. Who was saying that untrained vigilante group will cause spread of small arms. And then we have Central Bank lease 82 borrows the change license to operate. And we were kept near rivers, threatened to be killed if we make noise. And that's according to Free Niger school children recount ordeal. Like we said earlier, that hundreds of those kids were rescued by the Office of the National Security Advisor, but no details were given whether ransom were paid to secure their release. But 115 of those children are still in the hands of the captives there in the forest. Okay, let's go to our next paper. Okay, the New Telegraph newspaper there has a lot of stories. I'll begin with insecurity. There says U.S. Nigeria agreed to dismantle terrorist network. Address targeted killings. U.S. Nigeria agreed to dismantle a terrorist network. Address targeted killings. Well, that's a good one. If you remember, the Trump threat gave birth to this very meeting between Nigeria and the U.S. over terrorism. And Nigerians have always asked to get support in any form to ensure that we dismantle terrorists, and that will be all right. That was the outcome of that meeting with Nigerian and U.S. delegation over insecurity. Wiki's Caretakers Committee Contempt of Court, PDP. Wiki's Caretaker Committee Contempt of Court is coming from PDP. If you know, PDP now has two factions. The Wiki's led and the Oyo State governors led PDP sections have been calling for recognition, and there you have it. One of the group is saying that Wiki's Caretaker Committee is a concept of courts, and then we have just there above the Mark's head, recapitalizations while strong third quarter 2025 gain in banking stock. Okay, I think FG unveiled 50 million naira equity-free grant for tertiary students. And then lastly, court refuses Nnamdi Kanu application for transfer from Sokoto prison. Okay, let's see what we have next. Okay, that's the Tribune newspaper. The Tribune newspaper has quite, okay, first story there says, insecurity miners tackle northern governors, reject call for ban on mining. Miners reject call for ban on mining. If you remember last week, we told you that the northern governors held a security meeting in Kaduna where they agreed on some modalities to tackle insecurity in that region. And one of those steps taken was to ban mining activities for 6 months in some of the affected states where we have rising insecurity. And now the miners are saying no to that call. And then if you look below the picture story there, gunmen murder pastor's wife, raise house vehicles in Anambra Church, killed 4 in another community. NSA hands over 100 rescue pupils to Niger governor or Niger state governments. We have U.S. Congressman Murray says security talk with Nigeria productive. Okay, let's go to the next paper and see what we have there. Okay, that's the Guardian newspaper. Just one story. There's how Nigeria's intervention rescue key trade routes, regional supply chain. I think that's on the business side of the Guardian newspaper. PDP faces growing 2027 uncertainty as factional dispute escalates. Like I told you earlier, we have 2 factions of the PDP all trying to gain relevance in the political space. While the Makinde group and the Wike group, they're trying to gain relevance in there. And this story is saying that uncertainty is what is trailing in the 2 camp. Let's see what next we have. Okay, the Punch newspaper. Let's see. The Punch newspaper also just one big story there. FG deferred 70% of 2025 capital projects to 2026. Says government stop new projects, impose spending limits. That says 22.37 trillion naira budget for 2026 capital expenditure. I think that story is on the second page or page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Okay, Benin fuel coup. U.S. review travel warnings. Hostages regain freedom. And then POS takes over. FGN cash payments in MDAs. That's the much you can take from the Punch newspaper. All right, and with that paper, we've come to an end for the newspaper segments. As the opening of the newspaper segment, we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll return. Philip will take the first shot from our Benin on the discussion segments.
but of course it was quite a very intelligent, of course, smart operations where the military, Nigerian military got involved in fueling the coup d'etat in Benin Republic, and of course the bombardment of the Beninese airspace to tackle the masterminds, and of course the group of soldiers that seized the national TV and declared that they've seized power from the president, Patrice Talon. Well, that again is what we will be critiquing. Just while we had the opportunity to gather pages of the newspaper on, we also saw it where some aspect about the legality was a little bit put to rest, but we don't know how it's going to be, tackled by our analyst here in the studio as regards the legality. Of course, there could be some bilateral arrangement and agreement between ECOWAS, AU, and all that has to do with issues concerning how to assist in tackling conflicts in Africa, of course in the Economic Community of West African States. All about this we will be looking at. Of course, after that we also will quickly look into issues, like I said earlier, concerning the rift between Obaseki and of course his successor, Monday Okpebholo, Senator Monday Okpebholo, beg pardon, where issues surrounding the Radisson Hotel, and of course the Museum of West African States issues came up, and the Edo State House of Assembly demanded that the former governor appear before it. But failure to appear before it has also incurred the wrath of the State House of Assembly to say they could look into the option of arresting him and forcing him to appear before it. Well, issues, you may say. Joining me to discuss this in the studio, I have the Edo State Publicity Secretary, a legal luminary, in the person of Dan Osagbege. Good morning. Good to have you. Join me.
Thank you very much, Philip. Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning with you.
All right. Also, joining me from the United States of America and Texas, Houston particularly, is a man who will usually disturb his sleep a little bit for us to have him on set with us. Ahmed Mamadu, good to have you join. Good morning, Ahmed.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Dan, and good morning, viewers at home. My greetings to everyone.
All right. Well, let's quickly start with you, Daniel Ogbege. A lot happened, on Sunday, and what a smart operations, that involved the Nigerian military in bombarding some part of the airspace of Benin Republic in order to tackle this issue of coup d'etat. How do you grade that development?
Yeah, well, let me first of all greet my friend and brother, Ahmed Mahmoudou.
I know you do.
He's a friend. We soldiered together in 2020 when I was in APC for Pastor Sage Ezeamu's governorship election. We fought side by side, and he's a great guy. He's a great Edo son. Well, I would say that it is exciting news, at least once in so many years of the disastrous reign of the APC in Nigeria, that our military, could pull out the success they did in Benin Republic a few days ago. And most Nigerians are actually happy at that role that we play, because that's actually our role as a regional superpower in Africa, in West Africa, to be able to stabilize democracy in this part of the world. So I will give kudos to President Bola Tinubu for being very proactive and going into our sister country, Republic of Benin, to forestall the coup d'etat. You never can tell when you allow that to happen, because the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau is still there and still being spoken about.
And they could be contagious.
Of course. So before you know it, it's pressed to our domain. So it is very good that the government was proactive to be able to quickly check it and ensure that it was contained very quickly. So I must give kudos to him. We are Nigerians, and where government does well, we will definitely give kudos. And of course, we will bite when government is also not doing well. So if they accept our praise, they should be able to also accept our vilification when they don't do well.
Okay, I was thinking that you just want to drop that and again use a bot as a way to dive into another aspect of insecurity in Nigeria, because some will say, well, you've been able to smartly and smoothly, like hot knife passing through butter, tackle the issue with solidarity from other countries in fueling that coup in but again, what if we come back home about tackling insecurity home? Are you saying same magnitude?
When what happened in Benin is not exactly the same as what is happening in Nigeria since around 2014. That was precipitated banditry in the north and maybe secession cries in the southeast. He tried to rear his ugly head in the southwest as well, but that one was contained very quickly. You know, you know what our military did showed that our military actually has capacity.
Has the might. That
maybe that there are some underlying reasons why they've not been able to curtail banditry in the north.
That could be linked to, politics also.
We must look at it. I think it might just be politics. It might also be that, you know, there are things that are happening that we don't exactly know.
Or lack of political will to mention those who are involved.
That is the point. That is the point. Now, because you know, a fly that perches on your scrotum is very hard
to kill.
So that is the point that we are in Nigeria. But I think that the interest of the United States in the insecurity in Nigeria, I'm sure that the current president might be able to do something as regards that, because we need to nip it. We need to be able to curtail it, because it is moving very quickly to the southern part of the country. I heard a few days ago that on the outskirts of Benin, you know, some kidnappers went to pick people from their homes while they were resting at home or sleeping at home. They went to pick people from their homes and took them away. So it is gradually coming to the south, and when it comes here, it becomes a pandemic that might just consume this country.
Okay, I must salute your sincere dexterity in tackling that, even though you are in the opposition.
No, thank you. We are patriotic
citizens. That didn't
citizens.
fail you to speak truth to power.
No, we are patriotic citizens, and because we are patriotic citizens, we are after the interest, the welfare of this country. If it is good for Nigeria, if for instance, if the APC does well, it helps us. If the APC does well in Nigeria or in Edo State, it helps us to live better lives. It helps our family. Yes.
I believe you'll be all smiles now, Ahmed Mamadou. That gives you a soft landing, of course, finding it very, very sweet and flowery to tackle this. But let's look at your thoughts around this. The Nigerian military operations in Benin Republic, and of course, how do you grade that?
Let me quickly thank you again for inviting me to share my thoughts. And I'm really excited to see my brother, Barrister Dan Osagbegi, at the other end. I'm not surprised that his thoughts are progressive, because we trained him in a progressive bent. We have loaned him temporarily to the PDP, and I'm sure in no short time he'll be coming back into the APC. But to the issue at hand, what had happened was on Sunday, December the 7th, 2025, a group of adventurists, like we like to call them in Nigeria, tried to take away power from the constituted authorities in Benin, and they were roundly defeated by a combined force of not just the Nigerian army, but from militaries from some other West African countries who acted on a pact, the ECOWAS, the old ECOWAS pact, that allows collaboration when there is the removal of any constituted authority. Now, there are two legs to that. The first leg is the pact. Once they sign the pact, they become signatories to the pact that allows the use of force, if necessary, to return constituted authority where it is displaced by the military. And the second one is where they also asked for intervention. So the people who are saying that there is a similarity between this incident and what happened in Niger is a little bit displaced, because in these incidents, Benin requested specifically, the constituted authority requested for assistance, and by ECOWAS pact, we were bound to act also. So there's that. Now, why is it important? Why we acted so quickly? We wanted to prove that sovereignty is more important when it is given by the people, and they have a mandate that is currently ongoing, and we will not tolerate any form of military interregnum. We will not tolerate any form of adventurists into the democratic space, and it will not be tolerated. It will not be allowed to flourish in any way, manner, or form. Now, if you look at what recently happened in Nigeria, there was the rumor of a coup, although it hasn't been completely put at bay. But the idea is that there is a wave of military restlessness that is sweeping across West Africa. So it was good that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu handled this in a timely manner, crushed it, and restored constitutional democracy, because we cannot allow these people to take us back 50 years, in some cases 100 years, where we are operating on the whims and caprices of anybody. We need to follow constituted authority, and we need to follow the civilian form of government, not just in West Africa, but in Africa as a whole.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Mamadou. Well, let's look at this going forward, and how can we use this as a way of, you know, also making progress and impact in domestic issues, basically as regards insecurity.
Yeah, it will give our military forces a lot of confidence, you know, going into tackling internal insecurity in Nigeria. And I'm so sure that, you know, politics aside, religion aside, then, you know, Nigerians will know that we are essentially one people. And because we are essentially one people, what happens to one affects another. So we should band together at this time, irrespective of parties, irrespective of religious, ethno-religious inclination, and irrespective of whatever we think, we must band together to protect the sovereignty of this country, the integrity of this country, to be able to say no bandits, enough is enough, renegade elements, enough is enough, your time has passed and you must be swept up now. So once we give the right messages, and most of these bandits, most of these people, they are actually cowards. So we must support our government to be able to achieve the level of security that will be able to help this country stand on a strong economic footing. Because without security, we won't be able to do any other thing. We can't talk about GDP without security. We can't talk about you know, our sports teams doing well in global tournaments without a proper security. So we must remove politicization, and we must say, no, look, let us stand to protect our country. Let us stand to advance the cause of our country. Brilliant. But again, I will also advise, you know, those in government today, they should not heat up the polity in such a way that opposition will think that, okay, they have to use every means to fight those in government, to discredit them. To the point, you remember that in 2015, this APC, they did everything to discredit Jonathan, including calling for international committee to invade Nigeria,
to unsettle his government.
To unsettle his government. They did everything to do that. So they didn't show patriotism at the time. They didn't show that. But we are different. As PDP now, we are different. And we are saying that...
You are becoming political now.
Yeah, no, I'm not political. We are saying that it is country first.
Yeah.
It is country first. We must choose our country first, and we must band it, our government, our leaders, to be able to say, we do not want military incursion into our body politic, but those in government should not also frustrate legitimate opposition, like what is happening in Nigeria.
Okay, we're going to be digressing a little bit, and I want you to react to what Ahmed Mamadou said. Well, you are the Edo State PDP Publicity Secretary, and quite awesome. And well, he said you got the values and training from the All Progressives Congress, and possibly
it was actually
back to it. You sent this, you know, in the usual manner of politicians. I don't know, because you've defected earlier.
Yeah, it is not actually for me. My first foray into politics as a full adult, not as a student or as a young adult, was in PDP. Initially, I hated politics. I didn't want to be called a politician. So when I talk politics, people will call me, politician. I'll say, no, don't call me politician. But later, I now understood that politicians are actually statesmen, and they are the most important people in the life of a society, in the life of a country. So I was more and more interested in politics. So I joined the PDP in 2014 to be able to fight against the impending coming at that time of Muhammadu Buhari.
But you also allowed the bug of defection to...
Yes, I'm coming. Hold on. I was against the coming of Muhammadu Buhari because I said I didn't have much to offer. I recall at that time, Mamadou was on the other side supporting Buhari. And we fought on this studio many times, several times. I was in PDP. So he could not have trained me. I was already on air long before he ever came on air.
But no doubt you also learned some values. No doubt you also learned some values from the APC.
I learned values from Pastor Ezeyamu, who was my leader at the time. You know, I'm not ashamed to say it anytime. I learned a lot from him.
All right.
You know, watching him, being close to him, working closely with him. There are a lot I learned from him that I'm using today and helping me both in my legal practice and, of course, in my politics.
All right.
So, as per coming back to APC, that's not going to happen. And I'm not able to say it today.
Okay.
Because I'm more PDP in inclination. I'm a centrist by political ideology. I'm not an extremist. I'm a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, but I'm more like in the center, in the middle, going a bit to the left, just a bit to the left. So in PDP, I've found a home. Unless the APC, unless Bola Ahmed Tinubu succeeds in killing PDP as he's trying to do.
Okay,
but I'm sure Nigerians
we just wanted to digress a bit.
But I'm sure Nigerians will not allow that.
All right.
Because the PDP is the grand old party in Nigeria.
Thank you. Let's focus on the business of the day.
Thank you.
Let's get your reactions while you react briefly to what the Edo State Publicity Secretary Danusa Ogbege said in that regard. Ahmed Momodu, after reaction, we also want you to take a bite on what you see as lessons that Nigeria can also, imbibe in tackling insecurity within the nation state.
So I don't want to be misquoted. I didn't say I taught him. Like he rightly pointed out, I met him in the political space. I said we taught him progressive ideals. I was very particular. Progressive ideals. Right now they are being very conservative, and that's why there's confusion in the PDP. Now, what can Nigeria learn from all of these things that is happening? What are the lessons that we can learn? The lessons that we can learn are simply that whenever there is any kind of insurgency in any form or any regard, it needs to be tackled swiftly, it needs to be tackled surely and decisively. We need to bring the full force of the law, and we need to be clear about the objectives we want to achieve. There are some elements of the military that we've confused in this action. Some people are saying, for example, that why is it easy for the military to tackle the coup plotters in Benin, and they are not able to tackle the insurgents. Now, we are talking about two different kinds of warfare. The insurgency in Benin was a unified military. It was directed, it was a social structure, there was an organizational structure, there was a routine and housing, etc., etc. But with the insurgents, it's entirely different. You have them spread out all over different places, and it's difficult to pinpoint the leadership structure. It's difficult to alienate them, and it's difficult to attack their bases because they don't have one per se. Now, let me quickly also point out that when we talk about banditry, a military coup against civilian government is also a form of banditry because they are coming to steal what does not belong to them. They are coming to take away what belongs to the people. They come and take away the properties, the votes, and the commonwealth of the people, just like Godwin Obaseki did. That's the issue that we are coming to next. He took away our property, he took away accountability, and now we are coming to the point where, just like you are going to quickly point that out soon, we need to ask what is happening, and we need some accountability in this regard.
But we'll be looking into that, the rift between Obaseki and Senator Mondo Okpebholo, looking at the projects, that really is the crucible as regards the MOA and, of course, Radisson Blu Hotel. We'll take a short break, after which we'll dive into that critically. Do stay. And the administration under the former governor, Godwin Obaseki, came up with a lot, and some would say it was like an eye-opener, and of course why the Senator Mondo Okpebholo took off from where he left off. There were issues surrounding the unwrapping of the government of Godwin Obaseki, in as much as we have the MOA saga, the controversy that comes with it, the coloration. Again, we also have the Radisson Blu Hotel, and of course that has been quizzed. But let's join the Edo State Publicity Secretary. I recall where you also gave to the press as regards how you will always support the former governor of Edo State, Nogase Obaseki, as regards his policies. And of course, if we look at an X-ray on or spotlight on the MOA project. Some say it comes with a lot of brouhaha because there are intrigues.
Philip, first of all, I want to disagree with the titling of this session, the Okpewolo or the Obaseki Okpewolo rift. There's no rift.
Oh.
What is just happening is a present governor that is weaponizing competence, that is weaponizing statecraft to demonize his predecessor, that is weaponizing vengeance.
That brings rift.
That came with a vengeance.
That brings rift.
No, the other one is just on his own. And this one is saying they must go into what Obaseki is doing to undo all the things Obaseki did. And the man does not understand that government is continuous. You come, you do your own. When Obaseki came, did you see him probe Adams Oshiomhole? Did he look at what Oshiomhole did? He continued from where Oshiomhole stopped.
Maybe because he didn't see anything that will have to.
No, not because he didn't
noise
see.
over.
Now I will point two things to you. Oshiomhole's mansion, his Mobutu Sese Seko style villa in his village Iyamo, is that not enough to probe him? The multi-billion naira property he has in his village, that he built in his village, where did he work to be able to afford that? That's enough to probe him.
So you are directly saying that the former governor failed in his duty to help give account of the government's treasury and what was spent for it.
Please. Now, even the Kesto at Okorotu is even more than enough. But the point is that because you don't want to heat up the polity, and you also understand that you need to move on, you need to do your own, you don't need to demonize. Their own is to undo what Obaseki did. What was wrong with Edo GIS that they've completely destroyed?
What's the benefit of MOA?
Hold on. Edo GIS was the digitization of land administration in Edo State to make it easy for you to access land in Edo State, and reduce to the barest minimum incidences of land grabbing. Now, after Obaseki, this current governor is there, land grabbing has come back. This current governor is there for over 1 year. No CFO has been signed.
Okay, but the attention is on MOA.
Now, what was wrong? I'm coming step by step. Because every single thing Obaseki did, this governor is undoing them. Why don't look at the things that are good for the people and continue? Because government is about continuity.
Okay, but
Obaseki's achievement and the way Obaseki plays government, the advancement of governance under Obaseki required consolidation, required nurturing. But this government, because of the godfathers that brought him, because of Adams Oshiomhole and the other APC godfathers, both the ones in Benin, both the ones in Iyamo, and the ones in Abuja.
Okay. Let me quickly come in here because I don't want you to politicize this.
But
they say no. They say clear conscience. They say clear conscience fears no accusation
about politicians.
Yeah.
So you cannot say I shouldn't politicize it because they are politicizing it.
They say
they are politicizing MOA. They are politicizing Radisi Blue. Okay. They wanted to also politicize even.
Let me come through this way.
The company that they withdrew the CFO.
Let me come to this.
Then the governor came out and sacked the MD of a GIS.
Let me come to this.
Was never aware.
They say clear conscience fears
no. They
say clear conscience fears no accusation.
Yes.
Now the State House of Assembly gave him a mandate to appear before it, and he refused. So why
the man is abroad. He's doing some educational programs in the UK. Now you call him because he also understands that they are acting in bad faith. So because they are acting in bad faith, the House of Assembly has been completely pilloried. The House of Assembly is an extension of Modukpeolo's governor's office. So there's no way, if even you were the one, you would never come to that kind of invitation. The same people who were with Obaseki, who Obaseki sponsored to be in the House of Assembly, the same people who also were with him in this whole process of MOA, of Radisi Blue, and all the other things, and they approved all the projects that we are talking about.
All right.
They are not calling him to explain the same projects that they approved at the time.
Okay.
I don't say people. So governance should be left to comment. Should become a serious business.
Okay.
It's not a place for comedy.
Let me
it's
allow
not
you.
a place for comedians.
Okay.
That is the point.
Let me allow you to breathe a bit. Let's focus on you, Ahmed Momodu. Well, if you agree with me, or basically you may disagree, but let's get your thoughts on this. Because ever since the advent of Senator Monday Okpebholo's administration as the governor of Edo State, there seemed not to be a break on looking back at the administration of Godwin Obaseki Obaseki. Some have said, why don't you just leave the past alone and focus on your administration? I don't know what your thoughts are like, because some say this will go a long way to deplete and disturb governance continuity.
That's a good question, Philip. But let me point out first of all that the two of those issues can run side by side. There is nothing that stops government from moving forward while it is proving what has happened in the past. Now, as you rightly pointed out, a witch appears when they say witch hunt. Let me correct my brother. On the 30th of January 2020, Godwin Obaseki said he wants to put the administration of Adams Oshiomhole over at the time. He said the contract for the central hospital and a few other projects, and he made a big deal of it. He set up a panel. So what we are saying is that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. You can set up a panel and be probed. Now, what is a probe? A probe is to ascertain the financial state and the value of all the projects that have been undertaken on behalf of the mandate that the Edo people gave you for 8 years. If after the period of 8 years you cannot come out and say, this is what we did, this is the benefit to Edo people, then there's something wrong. Godwin Obaseki is the only former governor who is living his life of retirement outside the country, not just outside the state, outside the country. He's claiming some funny book reading. No, come and give an account of your stewardship. The issues are too genuine for you to just stay away and say that because they are withholding you. Now, the issue of him appearing before the House of Assembly, that shouldn't surprise anybody. Godwin Obaseki operated without a valid House of Assembly with only 10 members of the House of Assembly, out of, I think it was 24, if my memory serves me correctly. The majority of the House of Assembly under Obaseki, which he were on the outside. So he was doing things at random. He had no checks and balance. He was completely lawless. So to expect him to appear before this current House of Assembly, I think that's asking too much, because he sees them as beneath him. There's nobody Obaseki did not fight with. Obaseki fought with Oshiomhole, Obaseki fought with Shaibu, Obaseki fought with the Oba, Obaseki fought with market women, Obaseki fought with the House of Assembly, he fought with BK, he fought with APC, he fought with PDP. Now he's fighting with the Edo people because he's refusing to come and give his stewardship, a clear and concise stewardship of how he spent the patrimony of the Edo people for 8 years. What are the benefits of Moa? What are the benefits of Radisson? You see, all these elitist elephant-style projects that are completely useless to Edo people is what is causing the problem that the governor is currently having. Not only is the ownership stake, the benefits are completely useless, and then the financial commitment is not commensurate to what is on ground. So it's a ridiculous situation. Anybody that says he wants to build a house and doesn't know what the foundation is should expect the house to fall at any time, and that's where we are.
Ahmed Momodu, please, I must ask you this very, very critical question. You spoke about useless projects. I don't know if you are also referring to the MOA project. Do you have a grasp with that?
Yes, I do have a grasp with the MOA project. You see, the MOA project should have been a legacy project. If Godwin Obaseki had allowed it in the original conception to be the Royal Museum of Benin. I'm sorry if I got the nomenclature wrong, but the idea was a Royal Museum. And the idea was very simple. At a point in time, the people who came and murdered, the bandits of old, the colonial master, they too were bandits. We are talking about bandits. So they were bandits. They came and they took all our jewels, all our artifacts, and they took it away. Now the Oba of Benin is the custodian of not just the culture, but the hearts of the Benin people. And it came to them that, look, we want to return these things and we want to centralize these things. We want it to be in a central point. So everybody pretty much agreed that the Oba was going to be custodian and these things will be centered around something that he has control over. Only for the administration of Godwin Obaseki to divert the attention after raising funds in the name of the Oba's project, and then it was now diverted. We are talking about $18 million. $18 million. That's not chicken change by any standard. We're talking about not just the $18 million that is missing. We're talking about the banditry of taking the land that belonged to Central Hospital. Look, in Sena Climes, in a place such as here, for example, a Central Hospital that was built in the 30s will never be demolished for any reason. It will continue to be managed. It will be a legacy project. It will be where people will come and say, this is where the governor was born. This is where your grandfather was born, etc., etc. And these people just went and demolished it. They demolished it and then converted that fund into MOA. But at the end of the day, Edo State government, for some reason, doesn't have any value in MOA. After what of the value of the land? The land alone is in excess of billions. And then you come out and say Edo State government has no value, has no equity in this project. It doesn't make any sense. These are the things we are saying. Come and account. If you have books, because he refused to even give a handover. He didn't even give a proper handover. He left without handing over. So if you have information that we don't have, come and let us know. Bring it out. Let the Edo people know that this is what the money was spent on and these are the benefits that we're expecting to accrue from it. But we are not getting any of that. That is what you are seeing. Nobody is interested in fighting anybody. Obaseki is of no consequence to a government that is serious in improving, like he said, physical governance, practical governance. You can see it every day. We're talking of agriculture. We're talking about healthcare provision. We're talking about tertiary institutions that he has gone. We're talking about judges that he refused to swear in that have been sworn in. We're talking about roads. We're talking about bridges. We're talking about security gadgets. We're talking about practical governance. We're not talking about leaving a signboard, this road belongs to federal government and we cannot do it. That's all. Nobody is interested in what Obaseki is doing. We're only interested in the common patrimony of the Edo people. Let him come and account for 8 years of stewardship. And if he doesn't want to come, let him send his notes.
Thank you, Ahmed. Well, let's get back to you. He said common patrimony. And when it comes to issues about common patrimony of the people, it's expected that, those who are in power should prioritize and see what project should come first before another. Philip. Now, excuse me, yes. Let me land. Okay. We are supposed to prioritize. Now, some see this as misplaced priority. I don't know how you react to that. The aspect of the MOA project, and of course the 28 billion spent on, as alleged, spent on Radisson Blu Hotel. Should this have been the projects? How beneficial will this be to the common people of Edo State?
There are a lot of misinformation in the public domain, and the APC thrives on propaganda and misinformation. A lot of them, and that is how they came to power in 2015, demonizing Jonathan. So they are bringing that playbook again to try and demonize and rubbish the good works of Godwin Obaseki.
Okay, but again they say that MOA has no economic value for the people.
Can you let me land? You give me the floor.
No, you haven't. I just want you to continue with that.
So I'm coming there, please. My flow of thought, I needed to put them together. Now, you have to understand actually the reason why the APC people are fighting Obaseki. And Obaseki said it himself, that he refused to open the vote and share Edo people's money with Edo people. And you know that Obaseki is not a conventional politician. I mean, he's not a conventional politician, and he did not run Edo State as a conventional politician. So he did not give Ghana Must Go Bars, give money to them. He did not have lions and tigers that APC people had, that Oshomole had when he was governor for 8 years, and that, of course, Modokpewolo also has now. He did not, and that's the reason why they hate him. That's the reason why they are angry with him, and they swore that he must go to jail. They will do everything possible to ensure he goes to jail. He suffers for neglecting them for 8 years when he was governor. But the man said no. Edo people will be channeled. I mean, Edo funds, Edo revenue will be channeled for the greater number of Edo people to work for Edo people. And that's what he did. And when you talk about MOA, do you know that Paris, for instance, has over 1,000 museums? and Paris is not as big as Benin City. Benin can have up to 5 museums. Okay, we can even have museum in Edo. We can have museum in Ososo. We can have museum in other parts of Edo State.
Understand.
And people should also understand that Mowa is not also the same as the Benin Royal Museum.
Understandably,
it is very different.
Understandably,
and you can have Mowa. You can also have the Benin Royal Museum.
Yes. Just to put this in right perspective. Yes. Just to put this in right perspective, I understand what you're talking about.
Yes.
You know, I know the grounds and of course the.
I'm not saying it the way you want me to say it.
But again, we are looking at prioritizing projects. What should come first? Because
anything can come first.
Reports have it that there seems not to be. It seems not to be a revenue generating enterprise.
That is ignorance. It is not an ignorant person that will say a museum is not a revenue generating enterprise.
For the government.
Do you know? Hold on.
Mowa.
Do you know the kind
as
of?
regards Mowa.
Let me not get up and leave here. I will leave.
No. I just want to guide you.
So I'll speak. Don't guide me. I won't say what you want me to say. I will answer your question and speak to the best of my ability and the way I want to bring it out. So you can't put words in my mouth, please.
Okay.
Please. So the point I'm making is that a museum of that magnitude that was celebrated by New York Times and I had over 500,000 subscription even before it was opened is already putting Nigeria and Edo State on the world map. And you know, Europeans and Americans, they are constantly looking for where to visit in the summer. And that museum will attract a lot of treasure, a lot of tourists to Benin City and Edo State.
And it puts revenue in the government's treasury?
We put revenue in the government treasury.
As regards Mowa.
We put revenue in the pockets of food sellers, of ordinary Edo people. We put revenue in hoteliers.
That's exactly.
We pay tax to the government.
That's exactly what I wanted you to say.
That is the point I'm making.
Yes, because I wanted you to make reference.
You said a lot of things.
Yes, I don't want you to generalize.
You said a lot of things that I need to also respond to.
Yes,
I didn't want you haranguing me.
No.
You make me to forget.
No. I didn't want you to generalize. I wanted you to go into.
I was going there.
I wanted you to go into
my hand and pushing me. You know, you allowed him to just speak. You gave him all the time.
Okay. No.
But I noticed that you harass me.
But you still have the floor.
So why don't you allow me make my statements? Make my statement, please. Now he talked about that Central Hospital.
No.
I said he also talked about Central Hospital. I'm responding to him.
Okay.
Central Hospital was destroyed by Damso Shomole. He neglected Central Hospital for the time he was governor, and he said he was going to build an ultra modern hospital. So he built the Edo Specialty Hospital just by the side of the Central Hospital. So at the time Obaseki came, the Central Hospital was like a poultry.
Okay.
There was nothing going on there. There was nothing happening there. And so Obaseki relocated the Central Hospital to the new health hub.
Okay.
At Stella Obasanjo and around.
All right, I must stop you here.
You can't cut me. You can't cut me.
That's for time. I have another question for you.
If you knew that, you would be harassing me. You allow me to make my point. So I'm making my point step by step.
And I'm giving you 60 seconds for that, please.
Philip, if you don't want to invite me, that's why at times they invite me, I don't come.
No.
Because
I want you to stay with what we have to say.
Edo people has a right to know the truth.
Okay.
You cannot box me to a corner. I've been doing this for years.
You still have 60 seconds.
So don't box me to a corner. So I'm saying that Shomole destroyed Central Hospital and not Obaseki. Okay. Obaseki merely relocated the place and built a new health hub that has Stella Obasanjo and other health facilities around Country Home Road.
Okay.
So there were a lot of things he actually mentioned that I cannot put together right now because you have harassed me and made sure I do not respond to him point by point. I wanted to actually respond to him point by point. But this government, I will continue to say, because he's not ready for governance, he's ready for vendetta, for vengeance, so he has put machinery in place to demodernize the government of Obaseki. What was wrong with Edo GIS? I have asked. Nobody has been able to say it. What was wrong with Edo Best?
Okay.
Edo Best was highly rated worldwide.
Okay, thank you.
As a continental example.
I must believe you should.
And what they are doing is Anywhere they see the imprint of Obaseki,
you can't just have the floor or throw. So
because you allow me to speak.
No. I don't want you to digress.
No, I don't digress.
I'm
making the same point.
Yes,
I digress.
This last shot.
I'm saying that
this last
they are fighting everything Obaseki built.
This last shot.
They don't want it to work.
This last shot.
Even the things that will work for Edo people, they are fighting.
Let's talk about the Radisson Blu Hotel. 28 billion.
No, they said 28 billion.
And I asked you, can you let me learn, please?
Yes.
And I asked you, in a place of priority of things, should these projects come first, looking at the challenges facing Edo State?
No, what should come first?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Now, when you have MOA that is going to attract foreigners, tourists, to come into Benin City in droves, shouldn't you have a 5-star hotel by the side that these foreigners, these tourists will live in, will stay in? Are you going to rely on only Protea Hotel that is level up to 100 rooms?
And it drives revenue for the state.
It will bring revenue to the state. Even the that one is in blue, there is no 5-star hotel currently in Benin City.
Okay.
So when you have that, you also have an international conference center. Are you aware that even Shomole tried to bring a 5-star hotel to Benin, but he couldn't? He didn't succeed because he didn't have the expertise to do that. He tried to bring a ShopRite to Benin.
Thank you.
He couldn't.
Thank you.
So all the things that Shomole failed to do,
you said well.
Obaseki did them, and that's why they're angry with the man.
You said well, so that you don't take the time of the next discussant. Well, let's get your reactions in all of this. You have the floor in the next 3 minutes. Ahmed Mamadou.
Has come back to me again. Let me try and correct some of the things that, because I know he's a lawyer, so he wants to be careful with the things that he said. It is on public record that Philip Shaibu said he gave Godwin Obaseki $300,000, which Obaseki stole from him. He took them and then he went to the PDP and he asked, did you receive this money? And they said, no. It's on public record. So for you to come out and gaslight and say he didn't open the coffers of Edo State's money for politicians, that's why we're chasing after him. No, we're chasing after him because he needs to provide accountability. Now, to the case in point, quickly, let me highlight some of the things about the Radisson Hotel. The Radisson Hotel was funded by Edo State government to the tune of 70%, which translates to approximately 28 billion naira. On the closing of this fraudulent administration, these shares were now transferred to private ownership, reducing the patrimony of Edo State from 70% to 20%. Now you are saying somebody should not come and give account for what is going on. Okay, it is so bad that at this point in time, even that 20%, we've asked for them to show us the books, let us know how much these so-called investors put in that money to get their own 80%, and they've refused to come up with these figures. We've asked through the House of Assembly. Now, the House of Representatives, I hope you know, has an ongoing investigation on some of these issues. So there's the funding irregularity. There's also lack of transparency. This is a common thread in all of Obaseki's transactions. There's a lack of transparency because he did not have a functional House of Assembly that could ask him questions, that could say, where is this money coming from? Where is it going to? You asked the question twice. You said, why is GIS being drawn back? Because GIS was simply a tool for elitism. They were using it to plot where they could grab land, take it away from indigenous people and give it to their cronies and friends. That is not what government is for. Government is supposed to be the equitable distribution of the few for the greatest good. But you had a situation where Obaseki was channeling all the state resources towards all his cronies and friends. And then you now talked about Edo Best. Edo Best is one of the highest scams. It is one of the highest scams that Edo State has had to suffer. It is a scam because not only was there no infrastructure to back it up, I am an expert in communication. Where is the bandwidth? What was the basis of the bandwidth for Edo Best?
Thank you, Ahmed.
Where are the servers for Edo Best? Where is the infrastructure for Edo Best?
Thanks for taking our time to be part of this very, very fruitful conversation. And I hope you oblige us in our subsequent interview, on this. Well, let's get your thoughts in 10 seconds, or should I say, 5 seconds.
You know, I don't know how that is going to be possible, but the point is that if you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name.
All right, that's it.
And that's what they are doing.
All right,
talking about the House of Assembly members, will Obaseki go to their homes to bring them to be inaugurated?
All right, thank you.
So if people went to Abuja to stay in a hotel and they failed to go to the House of Assembly to be inaugurated, was it Obaseki that is going to bring them to come?
Thank you so much. Big thanks, Dan Osaogbegye, the Edo State Publicity, PDP Publicity Secretary. Thank you for taking our time to be part of this. And that's the much we can take on today's on the conversation from the Mini Network Center. We'll be taking a short break, after which we will be let's quickly join Dominic Ayamase. He's getting ready so savory to kick off from where we left off from the Abuja Network Center. Over to you, Dominic.
All right, Philip, thank you so much for that discussion on the administration of Obaseki and Okpebholo. Well, I just hope that we'll be able to resolve that very rift in that state. But we'll be looking at insecurity, especially the issue that has to do with the coup in Benin Republic. And I have already joining me this morning to look at the issues that arise from the military operation in that country. The Nigerian government have to send Nigerian military and air force to go and quell that very coup attempt in Benin, neighboring country. I have Dr. Lakunle Oluwaseun, a social researcher from the University of Abuja. Very good morning to you, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, let's get your insight. I know most Nigerians have been asking questions, but I will not go straight to that very aspect of questioning the president's decision. But the issue of coal in Africa, West Africa especially, has become a worrisome issue. I want you to react to this. Why do we think African leaders are giving room for military to take over power at a time like this? We are in the 20th century and we're seeing backward in terms of our democracy, and then the military of about 4 or 5 countries in Africa are being ruled by the military at a time like this. I want to get your thoughts of coup in West Africa.
Thank you. You know, over the years, Africa has been blessed with a lot of resources, but leadership failure over the years has been one of the setbacks to development in Africa. However, it is sad that in this century, and as civilized as the world is right now, military rulers are still taking over some parts of Africa. But if you look at it very well, some of these issues are mostly occurring in Western Africa. So we have to look at it from different angles. You look at it from the angle of development. Is West Africa the most underdeveloped in African continent? I will say no. But because of the greediness of our leaders, you know, the military, you look at the countries where the military they have taken over, look at their poverty rates and look at their level of development. And they have a whole lot of natural and mineral resources that can take them out of poverty. Yet they're so hearing unheard of that in this generation, military is still taking over in some part of countries in Africa, which implies that we still have a very long way to go. But I do not support military intervention anywhere in Africa because it's an outdated pattern of governance. So it's mostly issue of development and underdevelopment, corruption and bad leadership. That is why you see some of these people taking over in some of these countries.
So if we don't support military taking over power in countries like what we just mentioned now, are there other options? Because I know that democracy, the way it operates, the people are supposed to have the power to recall their leaders. That is not playing in our own society. But are there other options if we want the military to remain in the barracks?
Yeah, there are options. The essence of having military is for territorial defense. Military have nothing to do with politics. However, in Africa generally, even when they sit in their barracks, they are still actively involved in politics. So sometimes ago, long ago, the late Zik of Africa, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, proposed what we call diarchy. Diarchy system implies a situation where the civilian rule, and they also involve they involve military in the system. A diarchy, kind of sharing power between the military and the civilian regime. However, critics over the years have argued that no, the job of the military is to protect the country from external defense. But if you look at most of the problems we have in Africa today, our military, they are not really active in protecting territorial defense. They are even active within internal politics, because most of the countries in Africa right now are bedeviled with series of problems. So the problem is large. It's a problem that you first have to understand the causes of the problem before you can provide a solution to it. One of the major problems we have in this part of the world is that we do not address the causes of a problem. Rather, we dwell so much on the implication of those problems. It's just like you uprooting a tree. If you do not uproot it well, the tree will definitely germinate again. So a lot of issues surround some of these problems. We just hope the Nigerian government and some countries in Africa generally can sit up. But honestly, I will not lie to you, Africans are tired of the way their rulers have treated them over the years. We have fought more civil wars, ethno-religious crisis in Africa more than every other part of the world. I can tell you this.
So but there are other areas which you did not touch on, the issue of jihadis, and most persons felt that the governments in power, or rather the democratic elected governments in some of these countries, have given room for insecurity for jihadis to take over their region. That's why the military are coming in. Do you think that subsides as reasons for allowing military to come into power in some of these countries?
Well, in some parts where I think you are right, but then if you look at some of these jihadist issues, it's more, some of them look like ethno-religious crisis. You know, this crisis takes different pattern in different countries. And even within Nigeria, it takes different pattern in different areas. In some areas, it is purely ethno-religious. In some areas, it's purely religious. So the problem also centers on bad governance. Let me be sincere with you. Have we been able to address the problems that led to those problems? We have not. Poverty, unemployment is a reason for people to commit crime. But in the competent court of law, it is not tenable as a reason to commit crime. But socially and sociologically, it is one of the reasons people commit crime. So until we address some of these problems, the problem of poverty, unemployment, corruption, bad leadership, we will continue to have these problems. We will continue to have these problems. A lot of people are idle. We have to look for the causes of the problems. We address the causes of the problem. And I've said it. Poverty, unemployment. Look at some of these jihadists. Some of them, when they arrest them, look at how they look. They look tattered. They look poor. Despite making huge amount of money, I see that they don't even use the money for any good thing. So the problem is not necessarily people fighting and fighting and fighting. It is the government that need to sit up and do the needful for the youthful populace. So Africa generally has a whole lot of youth population, but the youths are idle. And if you look at this jihadist problem from the Sahel to Nigeria, it's becoming a bigger problem. Nigeria is surrounded by countries that are bedeviled with crisis. So, and our borders are porous. So there is no way Nigeria, you know, some of these jihadists come into Nigeria, or bandits come into Nigeria because they know Nigeria is economically viable. If they kidnap people in Nigeria, how much are they going to make? If they kidnap people in Cameroon, how much are they going to make? If they kidnap people in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, how much are they going to make? But they know that Nigeria is economically viable for their criminal activities. And that is why, and the government of the day must sit up. I commend them. You know, we may not see what they are doing, but I can assure you that for several years, the Nigerian military have been in the bush fighting and fighting and fighting with their last blood. So we commend them. They just need to add more power to their elbow.
While we commend the military for the ongoing fights against insurgency in Nigeria, there is this debate that the president sent the troops to call coup in Benin Republic while we still have ours here. And the way it went about it, or rather the way people are going about it, it's as if we have the military capacity to actually address our own issue, but we couldn't do that. In less than 24 hours, peace was restored in Benin Republic. I don't know whether you're part of that school of thought that Nigerian military, we are really not patriotic when it comes to tackling our own internal issues.
Well, the issue of Nigeria sending troops to Benin Republic, to me, is not a problem. Remember when Yahya Jammeh refused to leave power in Gambia? I don't know if you can remember this very well. I remember President Muhammadu Buhari also sent troops to ousted him, to send him out of office before he went into exile. It is, you know, in this part of the world that we are, Nigeria is the giant. Nigeria is just like a watchdog to some of these smaller countries in West Africa. So it is a treaty. It is expected that in as much as you remain part of ECOWAS, anything military coup will definitely be frowned at. And as we speak, there is a Nigerian Air Force aircraft that has been grounded in Burkina Faso. As at midnight till now, I think there are about 11 crew members. They are already detained in Niger Republic. Okay, I think Niger Republic.
Burkina Faso.
They claim that Nigeria... Huh?
In Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso or Niger?
Burkina Faso.
Okay. So, they explain that Nigeria violated their airspace, which is actually a setback for Nigeria in this fight that they want to fight in Benin Republic, because the military junta in Niger are looking at it like they are already having a rising wave of supporters, and this thing is now extending to Benin Republic. So Nigeria trying to curb that will pose as a threat to the countries who are already being ruled by the military junta. So it is the duty of Nigeria to go there and do the needful. However, the fight in Nigeria has nothing to do with what is happening in Benin Republic. You know, Nigeria is not going to bomb everybody in Benin Republic. They are just going there to make sure the civilian regime is stable, which is a normal thing for them to do. It is a normal thing for them to do. I do not see anything bad in that. But people are asking questions that your own house is on fire, but you are trying to quench the fire in another person's compound. It is normal. It is normal. The pattern of the fight here is not the same as what is happening in Benin Republic in the last 24 or 48 hours. So it is a usual thing. It is normal for Nigeria to go there, do the needful, restore democracy. This is not the first time Nigeria will be doing it. They did it in Gambia and they succeeded. So to me, there is no problem in doing that.
I know Nigerians have achieved tremendous support from even foreign African countries, especially in Liberia and Sierra Leone, where they've gone for peace keeping in terms of restoring peace in those countries. But let's look at the sub-region, ECOWAS itself. It seems they are handicapped in trying to tackle these issues of coup in the region. Do you think ECOWAS has played that role effectively, ensuring that we don't have leaders who stay so tight in power? I think most persons believe it is a long regime of some of these African leaders that is making some of the military officers trying to come back to take power, apart from other factors which you've mentioned. The sit-tight syndrome in some of the African countries has given rise to that. What role do you think ECOWAS has played so far in ensuring that we don't have such incidences repeating itself?
Well, over the years, people have questioned ECOWAS, that ECOWAS is just a toothless bulldog that barks without biting. But I disagree with people. You know, we practically do not know the value of what we have. until we lose it. And there are also people who said you may not know the value of what you are missing until it arrives. So we have seen in several situations some of the people of the countries where the military juntas, military coup have taken place, giving full support to the military regime in some of those areas. But ECOWAS as a regional organization over the years have tried their possible best. You know, when you have a regional organization and you see people pulling out, it simply means that you need to rejig the total system. ECOWAS in recent times have not performed up to people's expectation. So it is not a news, it is not surprising that people are beginning to point out faults or express disapproval as to how ECOWAS as an organization is being managed. So it is normal for people to question ECOWAS, but I can assure you that ECOWAS as a regional organization is trying its possible best to make sure this part of the world gets to the promised land.
So, like I said earlier, you mentioned some of the reasons why our military would want to take over power from a civilian rule. But let's begin to look at what does this do to a nation in terms of international relations and other issues that has to do with development. What effect does coup has on a democratic society?
It obstructs governance. And it's what we're seeing. You know, in recent times I've even seen Nigerian youths clamoring for military takeover. And when I listen to such things, I just smile, because it is only a child that does not know the potency of a herbal medicine that calls it mere vegetables. You know, Nigeria is too big for military to take over, I will not lie to you. And the military taking over in this part of the world will be a serious setback to the country. However, I think this is a clear sign that our leaders should sit up. It is a clear sign that they have to sit up, because people are tired. The killings are going on unabated. Unemployment is at its highest peak. Poverty is also ravaging almost everywhere in West Africa and in the Sahel and almost all parts of African countries. So it is very important we do the needful to make sure the military does not even spell power. Let them stay in their barracks, because it's sad that in this generation, in fact, a whole lot of problems are embedded in this issue. We just need to do the needful. Military regime is not fixed. It's not good for Nigeria. It's not good for anywhere in Western Africa or anywhere in Africa generally. If it's a military regime, you and I may not even, maybe your own station will have been shot, because you will not be critical in your analysis. You know, imagine you are trying to do an interview and there are soldiers outside your studio. You will not even have rest of mind. So we just hope the civilian government can do the needful. But failing to do the needful, it is the failure of leadership that is attracting the military to have a taste of power. We have recorded it in Nigeria over the years, but I doubt if we can ever go back to that again.
So, okay, let's begin to look at the role the citizens play in this scenario. I know if you look at other advanced nations, probably in Europe and other parts of South America and the rest of them, where you have issues of bad governance, the people rise against it in protest, revolution and all that. But it seems we are not well educated of our rights as citizens, as elected leaders. For instance, in Nigeria here, you see a senator or an honorable member who is not performing. The citizens do not know that, look, you have the right to recall this person through either votes to call them back. That has always been a problem. Are we really educated enough to know that, look, at a particular time, you can't recall those who were elected into power if they are not really performing? Do Africa, have we gotten to that level?
Our people are aware of some of these things. But the truth is that we have a lot of fault from Nigerians. You see, Nigerians often believe that once you join politics, you owe everybody money. And that is one of the things that is affecting us in this part of the world. People take a lot of money from aspiring politicians, a whole lot of money. You know, you even see someone whose wife has been pregnant for 9 months, only for the person to go and meet the senator or the House of Rep member to say, my wife has given birth, give us money, do this and no. All those style have to stop. Until we stop all those unnecessary things, these guys will not perform, because people sell their future. People collect money before they vote. So what rights, what privilege do you have to challenge those who have paid you? There is a high level of complacency from followers. The followers too are not helping matters. The day you decide to contest an election in Nigeria, you are owing your community money. When they want to do naming, you be the special guest. When they want to do fundraising, you be the special guest. When they want to do anything, you be the special guest. So it's sad. The pattern and the nature of politics we play here is an entitled politics. People feel entitled to a lot of things that are not necessary. If you have voted for somebody with clear mind, you will have every right to challenge the person if the person is not doing well. If you have voted with somebody wholeheartedly, without collecting a dime, nothing stops you from recalling such people. Some Nigerians are aware that you can recall them, while some are not aware of the fact that they can recall them. We have seen situations where they try to recall people here, but most of those situations were politically motivated. Therefore, it never scaled through. It happened to Senator Dino Melaye in Kogi. It never scaled through. It happens to Senator Natasha in Kogi. It never scaled through. So if you look at some of these recalling process, they were political in nature. So it's sad that Nigerians do not know how to do the needful in this generation, but they can recall. We need to start giving people orientation that, look, if you have sent somebody on a mission, you have asked them to do this job for you, and they don't do it well, you can send them back home. So I think what we need to do now is value reorientation. We need to continue to tell people this is what you can do if your senator, your rep, or anybody is underperforming.
Oh, okay. That's a bit we can take from that very discussion. But let me just bring you to other developing issues. The kidnapped school children in Niger State. The government has been able to rescue hundreds out of, we understand that about 115 are staying in the hands of the captive. And this is what we're saying. The capacity of the Nigerian military or the Nigerian security agency to ensure safety of our citizens. Hundreds have been released. Is that enough for us to celebrate? Because I know some parents were rejoicing while others are staying grooming over the remains of their children in captive.
Well, my belief about the entire thing is possibly maybe the government. You have read, and you know there is a way some of these criminals operate.
All right, Dr. Shum, let me just hold your thoughts there. We'll take a quick commercial break and when we return, we'll be wrapping up with your thoughts on this very issue. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, we'll still have Dr. Olashun with line. All right, if you're just joining us, it's in the program this morning on Night TV, and I have Dr. Olakunle Oluwaseun, a social researcher at the University of Abuja. He has been talking about the coup in Benel and Nigerians' intervention. And earlier on, I asked him about his thoughts on the release of hundreds of these kidnapped students in Niger State. You can go ahead, Doctor.
So, like I said, you know, when some of these criminals kidnap people, what they do is to share them into batches inside the bush. You get? So, I'm suspecting they may have shared their children into groups. So, because most times it is not those who kidnap their children that take them into the bush. When they kidnap people, they hand them over to some people in about 5-10 kilometers from the crime scene. It is another group that mostly lead people into the bush, and they just share they distribute them into groups so that in case of collateral damage, you know, things will not happen to everybody. So I suspect maybe.
All right, seems we've lost Dr. Olakunle Oluwaseun, a social researcher from the University of Abuja, who has been talking to us on government intervention and other issues. Can you hear me if you're still there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we are wrapping up in the next 2 minutes. Let me just get to final thoughts in less than 2 minutes.
Okay, the same way the Chibok girls were released in batches and like that. So that we commend the security agents, we commend them. They tried, but that is not enough. They need to add more power to their elbow. Other children are in captivity because these children are pupils. Some of them are pupils from age 4 to 5, nursery, primary 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it's sad that little children, young children, future leaders are whining and dining with snakes, with animals in the bush. It's pathetic. We hope for their safe return very soon.
Yeah, hopefully we just believe that the government will do what is required to actually save the remaining 115, including teachers. Thank you so much, Dr. Olakunle Oluwaseun, a social researcher, University of Abuja. Thank you for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll go on a quick break. When we return, we'll be joining our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program this morning on Night TV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for staying with us, and of course, if you just tuned in, this is the continuation of your ultimate news current affairs program, reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center on the ITV network. I am Joshua Okata. On the program this morning, we'll be having a conversation around the Benin Republic failed coup attempt vis-a-vis Nigeria's military intervention around the airspace of Benin Republic. Of course, it's also interesting to note that since this news broke out in the early hours of Sunday, Nigerians across various political and social divide have reacted to these issues, of course, alleging that there's been some very major underlying issues associated with coup d'etats, especially cutting across the ECOWAS region. Conspiracy theory flying here and there, and with Nigeria's involvement, especially with the Benin Republic failed coup, what would be the impact this would have on Nigeria given its military intervention within the airspace of Benin Republic? These and more would form the basis of our roundtable discussion this morning from our Lagos Network Center. And I'm being joined by Mr. Dami Damola Kolawole Esquire, who is a legal practitioner and, of course, a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Dami, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians. Thank you for having me.
All right, now, before we delve into the crux of the matter, let me get your bite, especially on the issue of this particular failed coup d'etat, which happened in the early hours of Sunday, where, there was an almost, I'll put it that way, a deposed of the Beninese president in the person of Patrice Talon.
Thank you very much. It's quite unfortunate that some persons will rejoice in line with their interest in military intervention. It's also unfortunate that some people will not be happy thinking about the incessant military interventions within the region of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But one thing we should understand is this. While some persons will tell you the best of military rule or military's incursion into democratic governance will not match with the worst of civilian rule, civil rule or democratic dispensation. These are three different things. When you say civil rule, when you say civilian rule, and when you say democratic dispensation are three different things. But you see, what we need to help ourselves with, why, the interest of the military coming into, civil relationship, why the, interest of military intervention becoming a norm in recent time within the West African region. You see, the most important thing we should see, and the most important reason, the crux of this matter, the core issue, the interest, in Benin Republic, or a military dictatorship system, or a totalitarian system, or an autocratic system. You see, all this gives room for interventions, because now it's about the state, the authority given to the states, the authority given by the people, the sovereign right of the people, given to a government personnel or group of persons to rule. And the group of persons that rules did not give the people who gave them the authority the freedom of speech, did not give them the freedom of, independent of the judicial system of government, only gave them financial recklessness, mismanagement, corruption. What do you expect the people, how do you expect their responses, their reactions to be to the irresponsibility of government? And that is what you see today in most Africans that are clamoring for intervention. It seems more or less like intervention now seems more, adorable to Africans within the context of bad governance.
All right, now when you say it is becoming adorable, let me also remind you that before now, we've had military intervention. We had one in Burkina Faso. We also have in Niger. Now it's happening in Benin Republic. Would you say that the military intervention is becoming more so adorable that it's cutting across almost all the West African coast? Why is this happening at this time? Now that on the one side, could that also spell that this is the most, preferred alternative to go, given what we're saying right now?
It is not the, best alternative, no. But look, when the available becomes, when the desirable becomes unavailable, the available becomes the desirable. We need to understand this. Comparative understanding, comparative studies, we will know that, look, if the multifaceted plethora of inadequacies within the context of democratic, dispensations in your region, if all the issues that shows the element of totalitarianism in your state, if all indexes points to the direction of autocratic governance, what you have is what you are seeing. What you have is a lot of persons who have that mindset that, oh, we, the supreme military, we, the reformed military, and the likes, are coming in to salvage this system, are coming in to save, governance, are trying to protect the constitution. You see, they will give you a lot of excuses why they should come in. But the reason, even if they do, I will tell you as a matter of fact, when it gets to a head, you see the people protecting, democracy. You see generality of Nigerians coming out to protect the system. But if the system does not protect Nigerians, if the system does not protect West Africans, if the system does not protect ECOWAS, community, if the system does not protect the people in this region, how do you expect the people to protect the system? You see, look, there's a Yoruba adage that says that when the winds actually takes your clothes off the cliff, you are wearing yours, be careful. You see, what it entails or what it actually portends is the fact that, look, we need to be careful. We need to be careful. Pattern of governance, mode of governance, direction of governance is about the people, not about the government.
Now, when you say pattern of governance, mode of governance should be about the people.
That's right.
What's your take as regards the issue of anti-colonialism, which Nigerians feel could be the reason for the rise of military coup d'etat?
See, sovereign. Nigeria is a sovereign state. A lot of persons are arguing that, look, even flying your jet into another sovereign state, if you are looking at ECOWAS and ECOWAS cooperation, if you look at, pact signed, convention signed, treaties signed, if you look at the contract involved and then the principle of pacta sunt servanda, where we could say, yeah, it's correct, it's in line, but a lot of persons will also argue that, look, foreign policy emanates from your domestic policy. What is your interest? What is your domestic policy? If you don't protect your nation, if you don't protect your domestic interest, if you don't stand within the context of protecting security in your state, protecting employment in your state, protecting governance in your state, protecting the people, ensuring the fact that there are all the necessary amenities for the people to actually thrive and be happy, you have no business thinking about the populace or the governance or the mechanism and direction of another sovereign nation. A lot of persons will come out to actually argue that before you think about, the speck in other person's eyes, please, why don't you search inwards? Look at yourself. Preacher, heal thyself first. You see, it is most important that, look, the developed nations, big nations like Russia, big nations like China, big nations like the United States of America, think about the interest of their people before any other thing. You see, so before you think within the context of foreign policy, domestic policy comes first. Your domestic interest shapes your foreign interest.
But some persons also, argue that the ECOWAS region is trying to break loose from this undue influence the West has on the ECOWAS region, which is giving rise to this, military intervention, as it were. Do you think that it's about the Western interest on the ECOWAS region?
There are three most important things the West have interest within the context of Africa.
Is it resource-based?
Number one, you said it.
No, I'm asking you.
You're correct. Number one is resources, because in Africa, abundance of resources. Number two is the fact that we have the manpower to work. You have, the teeming population who are willing to work. So manpower is another. Number three, we are also the market.
Population size.
We are the market. Most of these resources, when you take it from Africa and take it abroad, by the time the resources that you are taking here are the rates of the international denomination, they direct the price by which they will buy from here and take it over there, refine products. We are the ones that takes all the necessary visas to still go and work there. You understand? Post-colonialism. And then the refined products, we are the market. Did you see that? And look, even the corruption, the multifaceted corruption that you see in Africa, these monies that are stolen variously from various ministries, department, agencies in Nigeria, for example, and are stashed abroad, then we still go back there because we need to still take loan. So the monies that are stolen here and saved there, we go back there to take those monies as loan, and we continue to service the loan. So it's a recycling process, which in the real sense of it, it is high time that Africans start to think how to unite and interrelate within themselves away from, when you talk about colonialism, we are in colonialism already.
So is it okay, is it safe now to state that the route the likes of Burkina Faso is towing now is the right step in the right direction in terms of looking out of the box to see how independently the ECOWAS region can be able to develop themselves without foreign intervention or foreign assistance?
Even looking at the constitution we practice today, even looking at the constitution of the Nigerian state, you see, the preamble of the constitution is telling you we the Nigerian people. Where is we the Nigerian people in the constitutional development of Nigeria? It is a null hypothesis.
So it's only the military intervention that can resolve.
No, but we need to think inwards. How do we think inwards? See, autonomous constitution, we need to agree. The Nigerian people needs to agree. The Nigerian people needs to understand the kind of system they want, the kind of direction they want, the mechanism by which can give them the real development, and not this, colonial giving development. No. It wouldn't take us anywhere because we'll continue to go merry-go-rounding.
But a democratic system tends to be tilting towards the colonial way of doing things.
Because that is the foundation of the Nigerian state.
So is it safe to say that the military intervention now will be able to take us to El Dorado?
Look, if the military intervention, the plethora of military intervention you are seeing in West Africa and the Sahel region and co., if it will give the people what they want, the people will sing Hallelujah chorus.
Oh, really?
Look, do you know that it is not the pattern, it is not the means, it is the effect that the people are basically concerned about. It is not democracy, it is not dictatorial, it is not totalitarian, it is not autocratic. What the people want is do what makes the people happy.
However the means.
Look, if it is regionalization, we said this is federalism, right? This is federal. But look at true federalism as postulated by Casey. Where are we practicing the true federalism as postulated? Oh, when the campaign comes, everybody shouts federalism. But look, if you go into the interpretation of federalism, we need to understand that we need a strong component unit that have been together, like the Nigerian state. We have various, component units. Do we have the strong component units? No. The answer is no, because everybody runs to where? Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. So it means that we have weak component units and a strong center. So everyone focuses on the center. The center decides who gets what, when, and how, as interpretation of politics by Harold Laswell.
All right, now let's come back now to the issue, especially looking at Nigerian government's involvement, especially by virtue of, the military intervention. Some Nigerians are pointing to a tweet the French government made. I mean, Emmanuel Macron is on his official Twitter handle, which says in part, "I convey France solidarity in the face of various security challenges," and so forth. This was a tweet that came 2 hours after that failed coup attempt. Some Nigerians are saying that could this be trying to add 2 and 2, that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria actually got a tap or pressured to move in? What's your take on that?
Well, you see, I don't hold the direct what we actually or the actual thing is that I will not be so comfortable with Western nations, powerful Western nations, coming in when there is, an effect in such regard. You see, I would have been more comfortable that they come in when there are causes, when the people are actually making a whole lot of noise about the fact that, look, there is no independence of the judiciary in this system. There is no freedom of speech in this system. The fourth realm in this system had been handcuffed. There is no freedom of this or freedom of that. This government is becoming more or less like a state capture. This government has become more or less like a totalitarian system. This government is becoming more despotic. Now, those are causes. But when the effect comes in, the Western nations are then interested. It means that they are not interested in the cause. They are only interested in the effect. Why? Because they have something to protect. No nation is interested in your country, in your people, larger, more important than their own people. No nation. There's no free lunch in Freetown. For any reason any nation is interested in you, there are underlying factors. There's no doubt about it.
All right. Now, let's look at those underlying factors. Number one, what would it be, especially given the fact that Nigeria's involvement has been seen in the case of Benin Republic, especially on the issue of sovereignty and consent? Don't also forget that just recently, about a few weeks ago, state actors and non-state actors within the Nigerian state were triggered when the U.S. government made a proclamation that if the government of Nigeria does not sit up and do the needful, they will do the needful for them by striking the terrorists. Nigeria said this was an invasion of our sovereignty. Is this a double standing, especially given the fact that Nigeria has also invaded its neighboring country, not even considering that this country also has its sovereignty? So what would you say in this? Is this a brazen act of hypocrisy or what?
Well, you see, there is, the principle of double standard everywhere. It happens. You see, when you talk about less latter, less ferenda, law as it is or law as it ought to be, it is always a different ball game. It depends on who is actually interpreting. It depends on who is talking. You see, there are biases everywhere. There are subjectivities everywhere. We know that. In international relations, it is not about the principles per se, but about who is actually practicing such principle.
So in this case, it's not about principle.
No. Trash can. No, look, it's about who is practicing such principle. It has to do with how powerful the nation that is involved. It has to do with, the disparity in status. Because, look, like George Powell will say, all animals are equal, but one are equal than the other.
So when it comes to a superpower like
international
the US,
relations,
like the US, for instance, then we begin to give them some level of audience.
You should understand quite well that, when you enter into treaties, when you enter into protocols, conventions, you should understand that even though there is the principle of pacta sunt servanda, agreement must be kept, but look, the powerful nations determine and decide which agreement, which pacta
they will total
must be kept.
Okay.
Sunt servanda.
Talk to us about the issue of legitimacy of threats.
Well, you see, look, in the recent issue, is it legitimate for Nigeria to actually go into the issue in Republic of Benin? Well, I will tell you as a matter of fact that within the context of stability in West Africa, within the context of, Economic Community of West African States, within the context of the, conventions and the, treaties entered into by the African, community, one thing stands is, look, Nigeria will be much interested when it comes to, you call Nigeria the big brother. You understand, the giant of Africa. Yeah. Nigeria will be much more interested, just like, the backhaul within the context of Russia, Ukraine. If Ukraine is interested in becoming North Atlantic Treaty Organization member, you will not be standing at the tip of the nose of a giant nation like that of Russia. If Russia decides to put a military base in Cuba, very close to the United States of America, Americans will not be comfortable with such. The same way, within the context of what is happening now, an instability within the region close to Nigeria, Benin, will be an instability into Nigeria one way or the other, because you know quite well the Sahel principle at the moment and the unity within the context of those nations.
So where's the place of collaboration without having to do it without their
the
consent?
Interest is stability. The interest is democracy. The interest is the organization ECOWAS. Because if Nigeria decides to sleep on its right at this moment, being the giant of Africa, so to say, being the big brother, so to say, once Nigeria sleeps on this, the next thing you should understand is that, Benin is our next door neighbor. More or less, a larger part of Benin even belongs to Nigeria, or is part of Nigeria, or are Yoruba, so to say, at a stage. So once there's instability there, what are you expecting next? So Nigeria actually needs to play that big brother, irrespective of the domestic issues happening in Benin, or irrespective of the principle of sovereignty.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dami Damola Kolawole, Esquire, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, for giving us your two thoughts.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate your time. All right, that's our offering from our Lagos Network studios. Many thanks for watching. And of course, it's about time now for us to move you over to our Benin Network studio.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufum Nanya Adigwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin as the social media space is abuzz following Oluremi Tinubu interrupting Adeleke singing at Oni's anniversary. Now, the moment unfolded at the Oni of Ife's 10th coronation anniversary, where Tinubu received the Yoruba chieftaincy title, Yeye Ashiwaju Gbogboile Kodwa, amid dignitaries like former President Obasanjo. Now, Adeleke, known for his lively style, kept performing with music until the First Lady of Nigeria, Oluremi Tinubu, first granted 5 more minutes, then when she would cut the mic off. Opinions divided, with some seeing elder guidance in Yoruba tradition and others calling the tone disrespectful, though Adeleke smiled through it and no complaints followed. Let's get to see the snippet video and then we'll take reactions. Well, that's the video that has the social media space abuzz. Now let's see what they're saying. This comment says, as much as what Tinubu's wife did was wrong, Adeleke should also focus on governing Osun rather than entertaining people. He wasn't voted in to put on shows, but to lead and manage the state effectively. That's that comment. Let's see what another netizen is saying. This one says, that's honestly wild when someone is trying to give clear instructions and the governor keeps singing. That's straight up disrespectful and unprofessional. A leader should know when to stop and listen. Now, just to get a mix of comments, let's take one last one. Let's take one final comment on this story. The final comment says, Governor Adeleke has so much respect and handled that well. It could have been worse, but he managed it like a boss. Well, those are some of the divided notions on that. Now, we'll quickly move to the second story. Burkina Faso detains 11 Nigerian troops after emergency plane landing. Now, this story is a whole news on social media. People are talking about it, and there are divided attention and reactions to it. Let's get to see what people are saying. Well, for the first comment, it says, the same Nigeria that were shouting that they are sovereign states, that America has no right to invade her, just invaded her neighboring country because of order from another country. Let's see the second and last comment. This second comment says, our troops and military aircraft will come back home safely and in one piece. I'm very confident of this. I'm sure AES wouldn't want any smoke with Nigeria, ECOWAS, by choosing to escalate an already tense situation. The escalation and diplomacy are key at this point. Well, those are the reactions to that story, and here's where we draw the curtain on TMI Socials, a segment on TMI on the ITV network. So, thank you so much for joining in. Good morning.
Amazing, you may say, about that clip on the saga between the Osun State Governor and the First Lady. Well, amazing, you may say, even though we may say that it serves as a comic relief, but a lot of issues and concerns are raised in that respect, most especially where you see the First Lady smacking the governor of the state, an elected First Lady smacking the governor of the state. Well, let's get your thoughts on this. Dominic Ayemese from Abuja Network Center. You saw that. How does it meet you?
Well, just like you rightly mentioned, it's not comic to us because the person of Adeleke, we've all known him as the dancing governor. That has been his trademark. Well, I expected the First Lady who incidentally, our office is unconstitutional. It's not a constitutional office. It's just symbolic. Would have probably sent an aide to go and tell Adeleke, look, there are people waiting on the line to make their speech and all that, instead of walking up there. But so most persons will misinterpret it, especially at the time when Adeleke is having issues of remaining in his party. You know, he has finally decamped, or rather is decamping to another party to run for the state. There's so much surrounding that. And I believe she wouldn't do that to Wike. If you've watched Wike severally in the FCT, even when he was governor of Rivers State, before he makes any commissioning, he dances and people laugh about it, and that has always been their trademark. But I don't know what really transpired there, but from what we're saying, it was disrespectful on both sides. The First Lady would have simply, accord him that respect as a governor, send somebody to go and talk to him, and then Adeleke was also not performing very well in terms of the way he responded when he came. He continued with the song. But we'll leave that to Nigerians to keep entertaining themselves. That's what we always see on the social media.
Well, that's why they say the country is a cross country. But basically, we have a dancing governor as the Osun State governor. So what's bad if he has his own style to make himself amiable to the people? Come on now. Well, sometimes we just allow some things to slide and let people breathe. Well, what are your thoughts on this, Josh?
Well, it's quite a mixed reaction for me. I mean, where is Ile-Ife for crying out loud? It's in Osun State. And of course, that's the state of governance for the executive governor, Nuruddin Adeleke. And for him to have been given that opportunity to give his own remark, you know, at that particular occasion, I mean, we should cut him some slack, regardless of the fact that he has been known for being a dancing senator or a dancing governor, as the case may be. That is his time. He has been given that, you know, allocation to be able to give his remarks. So if he decides to sing and then rub it in with whatever he has to say, that's his time. But of course, where sometimes we might be, you know, looking at a place where leadership meets priority, especially given the time allocation, should be at least give what you have to give and leave. At the point in time where Oluremi comes up to talk to him about the essence of time, I believe he should have been able to show her some level of respect and then address the crowd and leave. But at some point where he was told to, you know, stick to issues without having to come up with musical interlude and all of that, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for the governor to have behaved in such a manner where she had to come back the second time to speak to him. Although some Nigerians are saying that if he actually was singing the popular "On Your Mandate We Will Stand," would she have done what she did? But that's a case for us to ponder over at our spare time. But the fact remains that the governor has the right to address people. However, you know, he tends to do it is his prerogative. But of course, when you are being told by someone who is about your same level, I think you should be able to give some level of respect to such a person.
Well, Stricto Senso, as she came back on the podium to warn the governor, she was simply saying, if you don't stop singing, I will switch off the mic. Authority. Well, it's just like when we want to make our closing remarks, basically. Josh could just turn the closing remarks into a singing session, whichever way you look at it. Well, there's a more you can take. Big thanks for taking our time to prepare.
Why do I have to come in? Why do you have to drop me in this?
Same time tomorrow. Good day. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
very good afternoon to you. You're welcome to the program African Discourse on Independent Television. Good to know that you are there. And of course, I'm sure you watched this program last week, Monday, at about this time when we talked about, coup. It was Guinea-Bissau, the coup that was attempted, the last coup in Guinea-Bissau that was, said to have taken place, and how the president Mbalo had to leave for Senegal. And of course, lastly, we were told that he was in Congo Brazzaville. So just about some few days ago, we heard of another attempted coup. This time around, a very close neighbor to Nigeria, talking about Benin Republic. And of course, it's still, being discussed that the coup was only attempted and it was foiled. So what we're going to be talking today on the program, what we're going to be discussing, is going to be looking at the implications of attempted coup in Africa. What does it say about our politics in the continent? And of course, to look at all this this afternoon, we're so privileged to have a professor of vocational and technical education, Professor Victor Igbenidion, is our guest this afternoon. Sir, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you very much.
And let me say compliments of the season to you. The Benin will say, Selugbe. All right, sir. Just like what I said a while ago, because it's almost one story, but too many. I mean, talking about a series of coup, that has happened in Africa for the past, say, 2 years now. I think the only successful one that people praise is the case of Burkina Faso. I mean, we've seen all that coup, but the one of Burkina Faso seems to have taken ground there. But let us quickly look at what seems to be making rounds now. I mean, we also saw a fair share of the alleged coup in Nigeria some 1 or 2 months ago. Now, what do you think is creeping into our political space in the continent, in Africa? Let's start from there.
Well, coup is, as they say, it's an aberration. Everybody is aiming at a democratic dispensation in all the countries. Okay. So it's very disturbing that we have a trend of coup or coup attempts. But the antidote to coup is good governance. You see that most of these sub-Saharan Africans, we are living below the poverty level, most of the citizens there. So the tendency is that the military will want to attempt coup. And as you said earlier, there is no harm in attempting, but we have seen the trend of coup, that when they give that they are going to repair everything, the military, a short distance along the line, they are in the same mood with the people that they have overthrown, the civilian government they have overthrown. And most of the time, there is no stability before another group will take over. And this some of these democracy who are perpetuating themselves in office as a democracy. These are the things that lead to frustration, and these military adventurers, they want to try and take over. That is my take on it for now.
Okay. All right. Now, the difference between the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau about last week and the one that happened a few days ago in Benin Republic is the fact that this one was foiled. As a matter of fact, we understand that the Nigerian authority, is being praised, so that it was part of, what made the coup not to have taken place. Anyway, we're going to come to that, as the discussion goes on. But, Prof, let us look at it one more time, because just like what you said, that coup may be as a result of a failed government. And, military, they come in when the government is not living up to expectation and all that. But it's very, very worrisome that they come in now, and it appears that people accept them. I mean, like the case of Burkina Faso. that people accept them and all that. So what does that tell us again? You know, in African politics, what does it show? What does it tell?
It shows that governance is not properly done. By the time a coup occurs and people are jubilating, it shows that that government has failed in a way. Because, as we know, government, or civilian government, most of them, they are not after the welfare of their citizens. They want to just take power for its sake. And that's what leads to what I said, perpetuation. Like if you see in Cameroon, the man has been there for so long. It took a long time before the Zimbabwe man died away. So there's this power grabbing. And they believe that if they are not there, the country cannot survive, which is not true at all. It's like we now, we say, oh, because we are old now, we have all the wisdom in the world. Whereas there are technological advancement that we cannot even cope with. That if a younger generation, they are brought in, they might use technology to change everything. Even though they themselves, they have their own issues with regards to this primitive acquisition of wealth, so to speak. So the trend is something that must be tamed with good governance. That is what I would say. Not that, because like Nigeria now, it has gone there with their efforts to help to quell the coup, so to speak, give their army a backup. And we're also told that the coup was just limited to television station, which is very suicidal for them. As they were running away now, the Nigerian Air Force was tracing them and bombing them, bombing them, so to speak. So we need good governance. You see, when the government is good, the average citizen doesn't care about what is going on. He has good roads, you know, his income is okay, he has good purchasing power, he has electricity, he has water, he earns as and when due. He doesn't bother. But when he has to do all these things by himself, he has to dig a borehole for himself, he has to provide electricity for himself, then what is the government now doing? How do we feel the impact of the government in our lives? This is what prompts them. As soon as the government is kicked out by the military, people go to the street to jubilate. See, after all, we are not benefiting anything. School fees are, children's school fees are skyrocketing. Cost of living it has runaway inflation and a lot of other things going on. So we cannot say that we have the benefit of good governance. See, for instance, the university lecturers, they have been negotiating with government since 2009 up to now. It was recently, about a few days ago, I was hearing that, they have accepted 40% increase.
Anyway, that's still subject to a realization.
Exactly. I said, what happens to people who have now retired in abject poverty? Are they going to have a retroactive effect? And say, okay, you people were in service during the period this thing was negotiated for over the years. So it's part of bad governance. People should tidy up. When they attempted to go, sorry, I'm diverting a little. I'm just trying to buttress what good governance is all about. When people are reacting, know that something is wrong. Tackle it and go to the root, and people will be happy. That is the essence of governance.
Okay. All right, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and our focus this afternoon is to look at the very recent coups, you may want to say now, in Africa. We saw that, playing out again a few days ago in Benin Republic, very close to Nigeria here. And our guest this afternoon is Professor Victor Igbenedion. Now, Prof, let's look at it one more time, because, like you were trying to explain, the coup, I remember in the mid-80s when former head of state Babangida came in through coup, Abacha also came in and all that. Now, when you mention coup, hearing of it alone, you shiver. Yes. But unlike the recent ones that we are seeing now, you know, the coup just on the screen of the televisions, you hear the military junta announcing that they have, you know, taken over and all that. Like the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau. I mean, the supposedly ousted president was the one that made the broadcast. Then the question was that if really there was a coup, you cannot be making a broadcast. No. You will be under house arrest.
Exactly.
Now, some analysts are of the opinion that perhaps African leaders now that are not doing well are finding a leeway out because of their bad governance and all that. Yes. Remember the case of Guinea-Bissau, though it is still under investigation as we speak now, because our own former president was there, former President Goodluck Jonathan, and he was in the strength of the African Union Forum leadership and all that. So he has requested a full-scale investigation into what actually happened in Guinea-Bissau. Now, what analysts are saying is that this kind of coup that we seem to be having now, it looks as if bad leaders in African politics staged the coup. What's your take on that?
I cannot contend it with you, that opinion. It's possible. As you said, they want to have a leeway. No. Sponsor coup, no, and come back to assume leadership after a supposedly quelled coup. For example, the Guinea-Bissau example you gave.
Yeah.
How can they say there's a coup?
And he escaped. And he was in Senegal.
Yes.
Then from there he went to Congo Brazzaville.
Yes. Nothing has happened. Jonathan was even reporting that a junior officer slapped a very serious, gave a senior official, almost like vice president, a big slap, and nothing was happening. You see from that analysis that the government was deteriorating. The situation was deteriorating. He had no grip of power.
In Guinea-Bissau?
Yes, he had no grip of power. So he had to look for a way to escape. And as you said, Jonathan, being the kind of person that he is, you know, he was in the election monitoring team also that took place in Guinea-Bissau. So he said, let them go and declare the election, the winner of the election. Obviously, the president didn't win, and he didn't want them to...
It was obvious that he was going to lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he had to do something about it, which is very, very bad, very, very bad. Governments or leaders must be held accountable for what goes on in their country. They can't do things arbitrarily and get away with it. There is question. You have to question. You can't do that in Britain, for example. They do less things and it counts against them for the rest part of their lives. So, but here, it's like they can do anything and get away with it. So it's important that we become more sensitive. Africa must be more sensitive to the people that rule them, so that we will not be moving in circles like that. This one will come today, this one will come tomorrow, and next time, you can see in Nigeria, for example, what they call recycling of people. When you continue to recycle people in a country of about 230-something million, then something is wrong. There are people out there. It's like our football team also. If you hunt, you will get the best out of it. Where smaller countries can get the best and win. So recycling, it doesn't help us so much. There are people that are really very good. You can see the ambassadorialist. They are bringing people back, as if there are no person. No, there will be a time they will get exhausted of their ideas of governance. They can't do much again.
Okay. All right, so we take another break now. Don't forget the program is still African Discourse on independent television, and implications of attempted coups in Africa is what we are talking about today. And our special focus today is the recent one in the Benin Republic. Now, Prof, let us look at what seems to have attracted a lot of persons when the Benin Republic coup happened. I mean, a lot of Nigerians were really not interested in the coup. I mean, for most people, they would prefer a better government. It is not as if it is. I don't want to say it's not as if the military can give you a better government, but some persons will prefer a better government. As it goes on. Now, as the Benin Republic happened, the coup happened. How the Nigerian authority had to ask the troops to go there to survey the situation, and a quick response, became a talking point. I mean, looking at a nation, Nigeria, that is grappling with Boko Haram insurgency, terrorism almost at its highest peak and all that. And it is not a bad one. I mean, after all, a big brother nation that Nigeria is to West African countries and all that, to respond to a country in need is not bad after all. But what does it tell us? I mean, the quickness at which the Nigerian authority responded to that coup. I mean, it is on the paper this morning, whereby the president, is hailing the military troop for responding quickly and all that. So the question that we ask is, how come this same might is not used to respond to our own security issues in the country?
I will take you to a trending news that the Yorubas in diaspora, they were warning our president, Bola Tinubu, that they should see the trend around this, what we are discussing now, and that he should go back and start to examine his government so that he will not fall short and attract coup. That's the Yorubas in diaspora. It's in the news. They were talking to him. You are going to quench other people's coup in their place. You look inward. You have to be introspective. Look inward. What is wrong? What is wrong with these countries? Are they different from what you are doing? So, but to me, it's part of how to secure himself. It's diversionary. Sometimes they call us toothless bulldog. How does he show that? He must show his fangs somewhere. So, as you said, he's a big brother in Africa, and this small country, Republic of Benin, it can easily help out. Of course, our troops, their morale is very high as at now. Now that they have a new Minister of Defense and all that one. You also recall that they said most of the Minister of Defenses that Ministers of Defense that we have had, they didn't even have military background at all. So how can they operate with the military itself? One was even touted as not even having school set. But he was a minister because he's from the north. So, he gave a marching order recently that the military must fight very boldly. And they seem to be getting interim results. I won't call it Pyrrhic victory, but they are getting results with General Musa in the saddle for now.
So you mean the military is getting results now?
Yes.
I mean, it's just only a week. General Musa is just only days old.
But since he gave them a mandate, and that they should fight to finish.
Or maybe this response to Benin Republic was the first litmus test that they had to have.
No, after he gave the order that they should fight to finish, they got some victories locally. But as I'm telling you, this one is to emphasize that the Nigerian military still have the bite. So with this excursion to Benin Republic, it will also send some signals to the local scenario for banditry, for all of that. One day we were discussing it, and I said there's sabotage within the military in this fight against Boko Haram, ISWAP, and insurgency.
In Nigeria?
Yeah, in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Because look, our troops that have been touted as very good internationally, they can't even push anything within the country.
Now, Prof, I also wanted to speak to this now. Even as we try to ask the question, how come the Nigerian troop can respond to issues outside the country, but not being able to respond to things at home. Now, hear this. The ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, on Sunday ordered the deployment of elements of its standby force to the Republic of Benin, hours after condemning what it described as the attempted military takeover in the country. The ECOWAS Commission disclosed the decision in a statement issued just after consultations with members of the Mediation and Security Council at the level of heads of states and government. It said, further to its earlier statement on the Republic of Benin, the ECOWAS Commission hereby informed the general public that pursuant to provisions of relevant ECOWAS instruments, in particular Article 25 of the 1999 Protocol relating to mechanism of conflict provision. Now, what this all says is that the ECOWAS also had to back up as a response to what happened in Benin Republic. Yes. I mean, Nigeria is not just Nigeria is a big nation as far as ECOWAS is concerned. Is it that ECOWAS is not aware of what is going on in Nigeria, or Nigeria is not accepting ECOWAS help in this fight against insecurity in the country, Prof?
It's interesting. ECOWAS is aware. When did our president leave the chairmanship of the ECOWAS?
Yes.
I think it's less than a year or so.
So how come all this constitution, this protocol laws, Article 25 of the 1999 Constitution, how come they are not relating to as it relates to? Because Nigeria is a member state of the ECOWAS.
Yes, and a very strong member at that. It deploys its resources to help the ECOWAS joint military force. But the contradictory part of it now is that Nigeria is being ravaged by
insurgency.
Yes. And they don't seem to be coming to help. No, they are just there like a lame duck, and they are not doing anything. So it's very disheartening. But if they come together, and the region is very close to some of them, the Lake Chad basin, and all that one. So it's very close to Nigeria and very close to some of these countries. That if they really have their standby joint force, they can do wonders. Because the Sambisa forest is also close to that area, where these insurgents and all that are operating from. One of the greatest mystery about this fight that is not ending is the resources that these foreigners are exploiting in that forest. You see, they will come, the Northerners will say, we should settle the people, the insurgents and all that one, that when the military, the militants in the southwest Nigeria, South Nigeria, Akwa Ibom, Delta and all that were doing their own, Yar'Adua called them and settled them and everything. He said we should do the same to the northern insurgents, which is quite different.
Now, if the exploitation or the exploration of the resources in the north is the one that is responsible for the insurgency. Now, last week we saw a directive from the Northern States Governors Forum to put a halt to mineral exploitation, or exploration, if you like. Now
it's exploitation.
Okay, now without put a stop to the insurgency, the fight against the insurgency.
In a way, that is where they get their funding from, apart from kidnapping. They have mass resources from illegal exploitation of our resources in the north, and these are underdeclared, unlike the Niger Delta, the petroleum, which are, even though we say there's bunkering and all that one, to a very large extent, we know how much we are selling. We know how much we are receiving. But today, we don't know how much of uranium is being exploited from the Sambisa forest. We don't know how much of lithium and so other rare minerals are being exploited from that region without anybody knowing. So you have individuals who mine these minerals and use them at a personal level, supported by these other foreigners who we say they are our friends and all that one. They are behind everything. So that's why it becomes very intractable. We don't have the technology to be able to do it. They supply the technology. They supply the arms, illegal arms, that they used to fight the regular troops. You can see that they are arresting some regular troops, that they are supporting the bandits and the Boko Haram insurgents. Why? Because of what they get from it. I was seeing one, whether it was a major or somebody. It's in the force, but he's supplying arms to the insurgents. They just caught him recently. So how can the war end like that? It becomes very difficult.
All right, we'll take another pause again on the program still, African Discourse on Independent Television. And when we return on the other side of time, we're going to be looking at more issues as we look at the implications of coup in Africa. And most especially this recent one that just happened in Benin Republic, very close to Nigeria. We'll be right back. All right, thank you one more time. Still the program on your television, African Discourse on ITV. Now, some of the facts are five that we're still following now is that on the 7th of December 2025, the several soldiers of the Benin Armed Forces led by Lieutenant Colonel Pascal Ategri announced the overthrow of Beninese President Patrice Talon on national television. And following an attack on Talon's residence in Cotonou hours later, Beninese Interior Minister Alassane Seido claimed that the coup attempt has been thwarted. Now, if you go through all this, you will see that the Republic of Benin is supposed to be having their presidential election sometime in 2026. That's next year. Now, if you try to deep further, there are indications suggesting that we hinted on that a while ago that this coup. Thwarted coup in Benin Republic seems to have been state managed, just as the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau. Now, Prof, the question I will begin to ask now is that what are the implications of staging coup at the expense of good governance in the continent? Because that seems to be, we started from that talking point.
Yes.
That seems to be what is going on now. A government that is not doing well may want to make an attempt to stage a coup. So what is the implication of it at the expense of good governance to the people in Africa?
I'm happy that you brought in that one. It is a very smart move. Because they may not see it like that. People may not see it ordinarily. But if you have an insight, you will realize that this coup are sponsored, from within. When I mean within, from the political actors in the country. For example, the president. When they see the fact that they may not succeed in winning the election or changing the constitution to give them an elongation of their tenure, they want to sponsor coup that will temporarily bring them out of the government, and because we are talking about democracy, they say they should be reinstated because they have truncated the democratic process of changing governance. So they want to come back through the back door and finish. And the implication is terrible. It's not something to imagine at all, because it keeps people in perpetual poverty. If they are ruling well, if they are doing well, people will want them. People will want them ordinarily, but they are not doing well. So they want to come back through the back door by sponsoring coup against themselves. The whole scenario is very laughable. Election is going on. You sponsor a coup, then you move from one country to the other. Election results are not declared, or whatever it is. It's a funny thing. We shouldn't allow that thing to come to be established. Otherwise, other supposedly democracy, that will be their what they will be doing for now. When they see the telltale, that they are not going to win the election, they will sponsor a coup to truncate the electoral process.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Now let's shift away from that. Briefly now. Burkina Faso is I mean, the Burkina Faso now, it's a country that is very close to Benin too.
Yes.
And even as we praise the military junta in Burkina Faso, now when Ibrahim Traore came on board months ago, he told a lot of analysts that he's not going to be staying more than 3 months, and we've seen more than 8 months now.
Yes.
Now I don't know, because the military coming into power in Africa, it's somehow. Now, what does that tell us about while other nations of the world, in other continents, the fashionable democratic system of government, Africa seems to be tilting towards a military takeover and all that. What does that tell?
It simply tells that we are not mature democratically yet. The much touted democracy that we say we are running in Africa, we are not doing it well at all. We need to go back. Otherwise, the threat of the military coup will be there all the time because of bad governance. Whereas other countries, it is very difficult for the military to intervene. But rather than the military, it's the people. Well, what is that country again? Is it Venezuela? There was no outright military intervention. It was the people, the pressure of the people, that drove the government.
That's Maduro now?
Yes, Maduro, yes. And it has not been completely removed, though. They are still talking about it entire. But it's the people. That shows the power of the people. In Africa, the government is in a few hands, either in the military or the civilians. And they seem not to be accountable to any person at all, except the citizens, or what they call them. They are properly enlightened, and they will now begin to ask for their rights. Once they begin to ask for their rights, the equation will change, because they know that they can easily be brought down when the people come out and say, no, we don't want you anymore. They may kill some people, but they will go ahead. And in no time, the message begins to sink that the power belongs to the people. That's it. We have to reach that level, not leaving everything. So we'll be looking, you see, people benefit from either a military coup or civilian government. So once my person is in government now, I begin to say, well, he's doing well because of what I will get from it. We will not be looking at the overall. You see the Northerners now, they are critical about the government of the Southerner. Whereas they enjoy themselves while they were there, without any encumbrances at all. They were just enjoying. Buhari was doing what he has to do and bringing everybody on board. But they are doing their analysis now. It's even painful to them that, can we stay under this government for the next 4 years or another 8 years like their brother did? Whether their brother was doing well or not, it didn't mean anything. They were all perfecting, they were enjoying themselves. So we need a lot of enlightenment in this country to know that government is not about a particular ethnic group. Government is for the people. And once, as I said earlier, once we are getting the dividends of democracy in governance, we care less. You have, see, the other day you were telling me how you were sweating and you went to pay for your children who got admission.
Well, that's off.
Yes. What you can do, not only you, a lot of people are complaining, what you can do seamlessly. But everything, you are in a trouble for it in this country. So when there is a little change, or there's going to be change, you see people supporting the change, because there is no aspect of governance that we are enjoying, so to speak. They will come, tighten your belt, and in another this year you will be enjoying another few. It's like that. It doesn't seem to end. So, but it needs more participatory democracy. We need to be involved. the civil society and all of us, we must be involved. Whether we are poor or not, let's learn our voice to say, this thing is not good. And it will stand. That is the way to go.
Now, when you say participatory democracy, are we saying that the kind of democracy we have in Africa is not participatory enough? I mean, every 4 years in most countries of the continent, elections, presidential elections are carried out. So how exactly do we mean when we say probably the democracy is not participatory enough? How exactly do we mean?
Don't you hear all the time that the electoral process, the electoral process, the electoral process. We keep adjusting it and adjusting it.
They keep amending it, the electoral process.
Yes, because it's not giving us the best at all. So people are not benefiting from governance. And we say, okay, people can use money to buy votes. It's an aberration. It's not right. And so a candidate that cannot buy votes will not be able to win. He may be the best candidate. He may not be able to win because, and we have to be weaned off this morning, the electorate. No, we have to be well educated to know that we are just eating our future by collecting the money. We must see, everybody must be exposed to see that, look, we look beyond the immediate. Is this man going to favor this country on the long run? Not necessarily because he's a Benin man or Ishan man or whatever it is. No. So that is the way we should look at it.
Okay. All right. So as we comment our dissent on this talk show this afternoon, let's look at what are the cardinals. What I mean by the cardinals now is that African leaders, what are those things do you think they need to put in place in governance in Africa so that we don't keep on hearing this attempted coup, foiled coup, fake coup, all that, because most nations of the world, you don't hear of coup. I mean, you may hear of how nations of the world are trying to just oppose themselves in terms of economic advantage to other nations, of the neighboring countries and all that. Not cool. So African leaders, what are the cardinals that they need to watch out for? So that issues of coup, because like what I said a while ago, that is one but too much of a story that we hear these days in African politics.
The cardinals,
yeah,
they must put in. First, if I use a good governance, I hope it's not a nebulous term, that it doesn't have any specifics. But good governance is the antidote to a coup. And how do we do this? We make sure that the citizens are impacted by the government. The government must impact on the citizens. Like you must have free school, good school to go to, and at subsidized rate or even free at certain levels. Education is very important too. But what we see these days, we say people are educated. They are bagging PhD all over the place like 3 for 1 kobo. You interact with them, you find that majority of them, is a problem. The system is compromised already. So when we begin to tout education, well, let us qualify the education. It must be good quality education for the people, from primary to university level. So that's one of the cardinals. Number 2, we have to train people so that they can engage themselves in self-employment and also work for the system.
Okay.
It's not that if I'm not employed when I graduate, I can just stay. I won't be able to do anything for myself. That type of education is wrong. That's why they talk about vocational and technical education.
Yeah, but what about the kind of military that, because somebody has also suggested that African leaders should also try to look at the kind of military that they bring on board, because it's possible that the military may just be interested in governance for personal
yes,
aggrandizement and personal benefit, personal interest.
But how would they be able to know? the military they bring on board. You see, the Bible will say the human mind is deceitful and desperately wicked. Who can know it? They may give you all the support and pretend and everything. Just like I'm seeing part of, if they had really succeeded at this, we say there's the coup that they did
in Benin.
They may not bring in those people. They say we want to enjoy ourselves for the time being. It goes on. Like we had in the country, Abiola nominated people into the interim government. But when the Abacha seized power, it spiraled out of his control. He couldn't do anything anymore. So we should be, yes, whereas we should be mindful of the kind of military people we bring. But we must be very circumspect of them too. When Obasanjo came, he retired a large chunk of them to be able to function well.
All right, so let us leave the discussion here today so that we can pick it up from here some of that time. That's next week Monday, and we pray that before then another attempted coup does not happen, so that we won't have to talk about it. Now, what we've been saying here is that whether attempted or re-coup, it undermines true democracy in Africa, in politics in Africa, and that's what we've been saying. So we just hope and pray, like I said, that it doesn't happen in another African nation, any moment again. So that's just it. All right, so we thank God that the one that happened in Benin Republic was, was foiled. So kudos to the Nigerian authority, and also kudos to the ECOWAS troop that also heard the call. And we plead that please, ECOWAS should also hear the call of Nigeria, because Nigeria, as it stands now, is going through a big issue as it relates to security in the country. All right, so until the same time next week, I want to say thank you so much, Prof, for coming on the program today.
Thank you.
All right, so until the same time next week. My name is Evan Sunokugi. Goodbye, and God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Every year, the people of Okoromi, a village near Benin City, the headquarters of Edo State, roll out their drums to celebrate Ugioswenware Nohiutete. The festival is known for peace and progress and was established by Oba Eware I during his reign as Oba of Benin. The festival is also to remind the people of the end of the year and offering of sacrifice to the God of peace and harvest in the land. Okoromi is a peaceful community, and the people are loving, caring, and associated with progress over the years. Ugioswenware Nohiutete celebration goes with masquerade to identify the festival with the ancestors. The masquerades will dance to confirm the acceptance of the gods.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Senate approves President Tinubu's request to deploy troops to Benin Republic. Experts push for advancement of University Academic Medical Laboratory Scientists Association. MD of ITV and Radio advises winners of Miss ITV Beauty Pageant to be exemplary. NYSC 2025 Batch C orientation course closed in Lagos State. This is the Network News on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Center, and from the Network Center I have Philip joining me. I have Miss Selina from Lagos Network Center. Miss Selina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Charity. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good evening, Ms. Selina, and thank you very much. From the Abuja Network Center, our report is starting from the National Assembly, where the Nigerian Senate has officially approved President Bola Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to the Republic of Benin. National Assembly correspondent reports that the resolution aims to support peacekeeping efforts following last weekend's attempted coup in Benin Republic. Following last week's attempted coup in the Republic of Benin, President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday sent a correspondence to the Senate seeking approval for the deployment of Nigerian military troops to the neighboring country. The resolution was adopted after the Senate considered the president's request in the Committee of the Whole during the plenary. This followed the reading of the correspondence by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, who stressed the urgency of safeguarding stability in the West African region. Senators thereafter voted unanimously in favor of the request, giving full legislative backing for the troop deployment as part of a regional intervention to restore order and constitutional governance in Benin. Senate President Akpabio described the approval as a critical step towards protecting not only Nigeria's neighbors, but also ensuring broader regional peace and security.
In the deployment of the Air Force and troops to Benin Republic to ensure peace mission and restore order and sanity in that country, thereby saving Nigerians from thousands and thousands of refugees and also saving Nigerian borders from unnecessary criminality and disruption of peace and stability. Those in support of the confirmation of the approval say aye. Those against say nay. The approval is hereby confirmed. Yes, Senate Leader, let me thank the President for complying with the constitutional requirements.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has said fake news and misinformation on the social media against the Nigeria Police Force has contributed in tarnishing the image of the force. This is as he asserts that no public institution in Nigeria has suffered greater reputational damage from misinformation than the police. Security correspondent John Tena reports that the IGP stated this at the 2025 Annual Conference of Police Public Relations Officers in Abuja.
The social media has served as an avenue for Nigerians to express opinion on public issues and governance. However, mischief makers has also used the internet to cause panic through the spread of fake news, misinformation, and propaganda against security agencies. At this Police Public Relations Officers Conference in Abuja, the Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun emphatically voiced our strong concern about the damaging effect of the social media on the image of the Nigerian police force.
Old videos resurfaced as recent events, edited images presented as truth, and misleading narratives deliberately crafted to distort public perception. No public institution in Nigeria has suffered more reputational damage from misinformation than the Nigerian police force. While we must acknowledge that it is neither strategic nor feasible for the Inspector General of Police or the force leadership to respond to every distorted claim or sensational falsehood, silence is no more the option.
Force Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyin says the conference reflects the commitment of the force leadership to enhance strategic communication and strengthen trust between the police and the public.
We will do more to project the giant strides of this administration under the leadership of IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun. We will bring the police closer to the people, and together we will lead the charge against fake news, disinformation, and malicious narratives targeted at our noble institution.
We have to find ways to address the damages that AI-generated fake news is causing to the public space.
The police PRO conference will seek to sharpen police spokespersons' proactiveness and responsiveness for strategic information and communication in the force. From Abuja, John Tena, ITV News.
And that will be all from the Abuja Network Center. I will hand you over to our Benin Network Center, where Wilson is on standby. Wilson, over to you. And good evening.
Thanks a lot, Charity, and welcome to our Benin Network Center. Nigeria's premier private university, Beneda University Okada, has inducted 64 newly qualified medical laboratory scientists along with 4 inductees from Benson Idahosa University, Benin, at its 16th oath-taking and induction ceremony. Pius Nsogwa reports at the induction lecture, which focused on the critical role of medical laboratory scientists in national health security, was delivered by Professor Charles Chinedum Onyenekwe.
The Registrar and CEO of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, Dr. Donald Ofili, represented by Dr. Uchunu Gregory, administered the oath. In his address, the Vice Chancellor, IUO, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, described medical laboratory scientists as torchbearers who guide the entire healthcare system.
I'm particularly delighted because God has been grateful to us as a university.
The Dean, School of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Spencer Nwago, expressed confidence that the inductees will continue to make the university proud. Meanwhile, the head of the Medical Laboratory Science Department, Dr. Daniel Ugbomoiku, highlighted IUO's consistent excellence since its first induction in 2010.
Our products are all over the world, and I'm also convinced that most of you will spread far and wide very soon. But when you do that, please remember this school.
A professor of chemical pathology at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Professor Charles Onyenekwe, delivered the induction lecture titled National Health Security, the Critical Role of the Medical Laboratory Scientist.
There are stages of practice you have to follow, a mentorship you need to follow, so that you be properly guided and properly trained.
Akman Peace Jacob emerged as the overall best graduating student, with gifts and awards presented to several outstanding graduates.
I would say IUO is a great foundation for building excellent people that will go into the outside world to thrive.
Words cannot describe how I feel, but I'm very excited, I'm very happy.
It has been an amazing journey, but it ended in praise.
The ceremony underscored the indispensable role of medical laboratory scientists in Nigeria's healthcare system, with strong emphasis on their contribution to national health security and the search for medical solutions. From Igbenedion University, Okada, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, has urged winners of the 2025 Miss ITV and Radio Beauty Pageant competition to be exemplary ambassadors of the station in their all endeavors. Engineer Obaseki gave the advice on Monday when the new queens were formally presented to the management of the station by the chairman of the 2025 Miss ITV and Radio Pageantry Committee, Wilson Omasho. Dojo reports.
Presenting the winners of the 2025 ITV and Radio Beauty Pageant to management, Mr. Wilson Omasho, who is also the head of presentations, Programs Division, ITV and Radio, expressed appreciation to management for the support rendered in this year's edition.
I really thank you for the opportunity, the support that you've given to us to really host this year's edition of Miss ITV Beauty Pageant Nigeria.
The managing director of the station, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated the winners and all the contestants of 2025 Miss ITV and Radio Pageant, reminding them that each of them is a winner in their own right.
You were all winners. The fact that you made up your mind to be part of this means you know you have something to offer society.
See yourself as part of this family. Anything you know you can do and you know that we can also do for you, we'll try and make it possible.
Addressing the Queens, Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, encouraged them to live life with confidence and carry themselves with dignity at all times.
Be confident when you speak. Let people hear you when you talk. And when you are pretending to be confident, you actually become that confident.
In an emotional speech, the 2025 Miss ITV and Radio reigning queen, Elvis Zakari Naomi, along with second runner-up, Miss Favor Omori, and other contestants, shared their experiences throughout the program.
Experience in camp was a good one. I learned a lot. It's something I'm very grateful for.
I have been in other pageants before, and I could say that this was a very interesting one and a very educational one.
Present at the visit were Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Obede Onwumose, Director Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, and other members of staff. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Pupils of Igbenedion Education Center Mansuri Nursery School have brought the story of Christmas to life with a heartwarming nativity play that thrilled parents, teachers, and invited guests. Patience Osaogiwa reports that the event drew cheers and applause for the young performers who in their innocence and excitement reminded everyone of the true meaning of Christmas.
The Christmas nativity play staged on the school premises featured little angels, shepherds, wise men, and baby Jesus roles proudly performed by the nursery pupils who captivated the audience with songs including the 12 Days of Christmas, newscasting demonstrations, ballet, drama, and well-rehearsed choreography. The pupils, alongside their parents, also took turns in the 9 lessons and carols segment to the delight of guests. The Director of Administration, Igbinedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbinedion, said the nativity play aligns with the founder's vision of instilling the values of love, kindness, and sharing in the children virtues that Christmas represents.
Christmas time is a time for us to appreciate His love because He has sent His Son, Jesus Christ, to save us.
Welcoming parents and invited guests, the principal of Igbinedion Montessori Nursery School, Mrs. Ann Ape, explained that the school places great emphasis on qualitative education by exposing the children early to biblical stories and teachings.
This is a good day. We had different presentation ranging from news, speeches, drama, playlet, song. The children were so amazing. Want to thank our big daddy, the Esamar of Benin Kingdom, for this great platform he has given to us.
Parents who attended the event expressed delight at the confidence and creativity displayed by the children, describing the presentation as memorable and inspiring.
I must thank the Esamar of Benin for this great legacy. The children performed so maturely. It is only in places like in the UK and elsewhere you can find such a show of high intellectual capacity.
Our children are actually doing well. We parents, I bet you, we have no regrets of putting our child in IEC. They are doing their best. I was marveled. You see little children, how they present. Wow.
Jesus Christ was vetted at this very moment of the year. So the essence of the gathering has awakened us to Christmas.
The traditional nativity play featured carol renditions, dance performances, and gift sharing, adding to the festive atmosphere as the school winds down academic activities for the year. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Nations U Corps members have been advised to take their service years seriously and also embark on community development service projects that can make people remember them. The NYSC coordinator, Edo State Dr. Ben Usie Francis Ifoma, made the remark during the CDS of Copper Idowu Oluwatosin Timothy, who gave out cash of 20,000 naira to 50 primary school pupils to assist their education. Efosa Uwangwe reports.
The Community Development Service, popularly referred to as CDS, is one project serving youth corps expected to carry out during the mandatory one-year program. However, some corps members embark on fiscal projects, while a youth corps with registration number ED/24C/1654 decided to empower primary school pupils by doling out 1 million naira to some pupils of some primary schools in Okada and its environs in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. The coordinator, Edo NYSC, Dr. Ben Usie Francis Ifoma, commended the corps for the bold steps, stressing that it has again shown not the beauty of the service 1 year, but the importance of the scheme.
We are here to tell you that it's a whole new world. Let nobody say that it's not believe that we are greater than the greatest.
Acting chairman of Ovia Northeast local government, who was represented by Honorable Faith Omoegi, appreciated the young couple for conceiving such innovation for the benefit of the primary school pupils. Also speaking, the State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, represented by Dr. Austin Isegbe, congratulated the couple for picking primary schools to be the beneficiaries.
Everyone, the organizer of the program, and the NYSC guy. That this government activity, Oluwatosin, is doing very well. Please allow us to put that together.
Some of the beneficiaries and their teachers thanked the youth corps for the gesture.
I want to sincerely appreciate the corps who initiated this grant of 1 million naira to the pupils of this environment.
The corps, Idowu, gave an insight on why he actually embarked on the CDS.
But I want you to know today
that your dreams are not impossible. Education is the key that unlocks doors, open minds, and changes lives.
From Okada, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Following a series of strategic meetings with stakeholders over the past month, the Edo State Police Command has officially launched the Community Safety Partnership, an initiative aimed at strengthening collaboration between the police and host communities in the fight against crime. The event held at the Victor Waifo Creative Hub on Airport Road in Benin City had in attendance the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, the Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, and other key stakeholders. Jeledojo reports.
On behalf of the governor, I don't believe that I can say that this body stands inaugurated.
The Community Safety Partnership for Edo State was inaugurated by Governor Monday Okpebholo, who was represented by the Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Right Honorable Festus Ebea.
The government is willing to partner every sincere persons and bodies, organizations who are charged with the responsibility of ensuring a safe and enduring Edo State.
Addressing the gathering, the Commissioner of Police in Edo State, Monday Agbonika, described the Police Community Safety Partnership as a strategic platform designed to rebuild trust and deepen community involvement in policing.
Edo State will experience a reduction in crime, and we will also present a formidable front to the criminals.
Chairman of the Community Safety Partnership for Edo State, Reverend Dr. Isaac Oshobuge, said the initiative will tackle long-standing issues of insecurity.
We will listen, we will hold ourselves and our stakeholders to high standard of accountability.
Further remarks were delivered by the Chief Imam of Benin, Sheikh Abdul Fatai Enabulele, and the Khan Director of Youth, Women and Education, Reverend Philip Aroje. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
We'll now hand over to our Lagos Network Center, where Mercelina is standing by. Mercy, over now to you. We seem to be having a technical challenge, but not to worry. We'll return back again to our Lagos Network Center, where Mercy is standing by. Mercy, over now to you.
Closing ceremony of the 2025 Batch C orientation course at Iyanukbaje called on the...
We just apologize for the loss of audio from our Lagos Network Center. Right now, we'll go on a break. When we return, ITV Network News will continue. Do stay.
Many thanks from our Lagos Network studio. The need for NYSC members to give their best of the benefits of the country has been emphasized by Lagos State government. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at the official closing ceremony of the 2025 Batch C orientation course at Iyanukbaje called on the corps members to put the state, the nation first in all they do throughout their service year. Igbije Queria has details.
Inspection of Guard of Honor by corps members from the 2025 Batch C Corps by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the State Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mobolaji Ogolende, after the inspection of corps members, was a march-past parade. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, while commending the corps members for a successful orientation course, called on the corps members to put their skills into use for the development of the state.
The trainings, the character-shaping drills, and exposure you have received during these past 3 weeks will serve you well, not only throughout your service year, but in every stage of your personal and professional lives. As you proceed to your respective places of primary assignment, I urge you to see each posting as an opportunity to meaningfully contribute to the social, economic, and political development of Lagos State.
In a message, to the corps members, Lagos State NYSC Coordinator Christiana Samwang appealed to the corps members to adhere strictly to NYSC rules and regulations, that those who flout the bylaw of the scheme will face disciplinary measures. She advised the corps members to avoid traveling without permission and avoid traveling at night when necessary.
I enjoin you to rise above tribal, religious, and cultural differences. Be your brother's keeper. Allow team spirit to guide your actions and support one another. Represent your families and the scheme with honor and excellence.
Corps members and camp officials who distinguished themselves during the 3 weeks orientation were honored, while a corps member that renovated a depleted residence for corps members was presented with check. From Lagos, Agboje Korea, ITV News.
Some civil society groups in Lagos State have called for participatory governance at grassroots level. The group at the Right House in Ikeja State said the local government officials must be ready to give account to the people who are in the local communities. Agboje Korea has the report.
Addressing journalists and stakeholders, President Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACOR, Comrade Debo Adediran, said the people in the local communities in Nigeria must stand up to their responsibilities in ensuring that leaders at the local government level give account of their stewardship to the people.
We make a special and urgent appeal to all administrators at local level. You must live above board and operate an open governance system that is utterly devoid of corruption. Participatory governance.
Representative of the State Commissioner for Local Government, Hafiz Abdullahi, said participatory governance in grassroots level is the way to go in Nigeria.
Good governance is not achieved by putting out policies alone. It is stretching when the people for whom policies are designed are meaningfully involved in shaping them.
The civil society groups also calls for the need to strengthen participatory, corruption-free governance at the grassroots level. From Lagos, Agboje Korea, ITV News.
Thank you, Marcelina. And now let's continue from the Abuja Network Center. The Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, has said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has remained steadfast in tackling security challenges in the country and is acting quickly and decisively to frontally address the concerns. State House correspondent Ziharo Atta reports the Vice President stated this on Tuesday when the faculty and participants of the Executive Intelligence Management Course 18 of the National Institute for Security Studies visited him at the Presidential Villa, Abuja.
Participants of Executive Intelligence Management Course 18 were led to the Presidential Villa by NIS Commandant Mr. Joseph Odama. The participants were at the Presidential Villa to present the executive brief of their end-of-year course report to the Vice President, who received the report on behalf of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking on the significance of the program, which had participants drawn from MDAs within Nigeria and beyond, Vice President Shettima says President Bola Tinubu is determined to support the security establishment in Nigeria and beyond to discharge their responsibilities.
All the major organs of our security establishment, and he went the whole hawk of including our brothers and sisters from Ghana, from Chad, from Somalia, and 2 other African nations. Because what binds us together supersede whatever that divides us.
Earlier, the commandant of NIS, Mr. Joseph Odama, told the Vice President that the 18th edition of the flagship program, EMIC 18, commenced on February 19, pointing out that it had been a 10-month journey of intense intellectual discovery, strategic broadening, and unparalleled professional flagship.
It provided an opportunity for us to present our end-of-course report to the Vice President, highlighting the issues that border on our nation in terms of security and national development.
We have provided some insights, and the Vice President has equally given us some inputs into some aspects of the study which we've carried out.
The high point of the occasion was the presentation of the report titled Non-State Actors in Security Management in Africa, Issues, Challenges and Prospects for Peace and Development. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
The need for local government administrators within ASA land to establish a commission that would develop a unified and standardized ASA language for teaching in schools has been emphasized. The recommendation was made at the official launch of 2 ASA language books written by Chief Barrister Michael Ayabo Enegbedion in Ekpoma, headquarters of ASA West local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Somije reports.
Reviewing the books titled Selected Proverbs from the Esan Book of Wisdom and Selected Esan Names and What They Stand For in Esan Language and Culture, Barrister Ehime Odama noted that the work filled a long-standing gap, helping Esan people choose names that reflect their heritage, identity, and cultural values.
You might not discover that certain things you could refer to in a specific word in Igbo, maybe Benaba. It may not be so important, but there is what we call general Asian language. Name giving is culture.
The author, Chief Michael Inegbedion, explained that the books aim to unify the variation that exists in the Esan language and in the naming system across different communities.
I was born into a traditional family. I've been sitting in the Royal Palace as a member of the Traditional Council for the past 35 years. So I started this one from the family. I wanted to leave some names for them for the future. And from there, the book developed. So that was the motivation.
Some guests, including the Onoji of Ogwa, His Royal Highness Victor Ehizoje, commended Chief Inegbedion for his commitment to preserving the Esan language and preventing its gradual extinction.
He is an engineer and a lawyer, and he's very vast in our customs. He has been able to put this down. I think it's worthy of commendation.
Thank God for the wisdom given to the writer of this book today. It's an eye-opener. So I will wish everyone to have it.
Chief Michael Inegbedion is a lawyer and a traditional palace chief with extensive knowledge of Esan culture and traditions. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
We will go on a break. We'll be right back. The Benin High Court has given judgment in favor of Dr. Mike Asemota in a parcel of land measuring 350 feet by 700 feet located at Prince Shakamodo Street, Ogiso Quarters in Benin City. The chief bailiff of the court, Osazeme Osadolo, the claimant's lawyer, Barrister Clinton Ubebo, and policemen were on the ground for possession of the property. Wellington Akodeja reports.
Residents of Prince Shakamodo Street, Ogiso Quarters off Moritala Mohammed Way in Benin City woke up to a rude shock following the sudden emergence of policemen and court officials in compliance with the court judgment on the parcels of land where structures have been built on. Commenting on the judgment, Chief Bailiff of the court, Mr. Usaseme Usadolo, said his duty was to execute the court judgment on the suit number B/22/7.
So I have successfully enforced the judgment and I have handed over possession to the rightful owner, which is Dr. Mike E. Asemota. He is the judgment creditor in this matter. It's a matter in which was instituted in the year 2007 between Dr. Mike E. Asemota and Barrister Jacob.
Counsel to the claimant, Barrister Clinton Ubebo, bemoaned the ignorance displayed by some tenants and illegal occupiers of the property, saying that his client, Dr. Mike Asemuta, won the case at the State High Court and the Appeal Court.
Judgment was given in his favor, and the defendants went to Court of Appeal to appeal the judgment. And the Court of Appeal Benin Division also further affirmed the judgment of the lower court. Hence, this execution is being carried out today in conjunction with the belief of court and sheriff officers.
A family member of the claimant, Raphael Orosaye, said the trespassed land is 350 feet by 700 feet and thanked the judiciary for rescuing them.
We are happy too that Dr. Asemuta is the rightful owner of this land. The case was in court, it was executed, and they gave a judgment that he should take full possession of the land.
The case between Dr. Mike Asemuta as claimant and Barrister Jacob and others started several years ago. From Benin, Wellington, Akodeja, ITV News.
The Association of University Academic Medical Laboratory Scientists, Edo State Chapter, has opened the second day of its international conference hosted at the University of Benin. The four-day event themed Bridging the Gap Between Medical Laboratory Scientists in Industry and Academia brings experts together to strengthen collaboration and improve professional practice. The report filed by Ibrahim Adedeji is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The chairman of the local organizing committee, Professor Gabriel Adejumo, praised the university's support and highlighted the vital role of medical laboratory scientists in research, diagnostics, and public health. He said the four-day event will feature lectures, workshops, and exhibitions aimed at promoting innovation and professional collaboration.
Our role in research, teaching and diagnostics, biotechnology, public health surveillance, outbreak response, and quality management remains indispensable. This gathering, therefore, offers us a platform not only to reflect on current advancement, but to chart strategic pathway for future impact.
In his address, Professor Matthew Olaniyan underscored the urgent need for innovation in the medical laboratory science profession. He urged researchers and academic institutions to translate scientific findings into practical solutions and stressed the mandate to raise world-class researchers and promote academic excellence.
This conference is a wake-up call, a rallying cry, and a national verdict.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Erunwanse, called for stronger collaboration between academia, industry, and clinic laboratories to drive innovation and improve patient care. He emphasized that addressing modern health challenges requires unified action and encouraged medical laboratory scientists to embrace a new era of partnership.
Only through intentional collaboration can these trends be transformed into a cohesive system that supports innovation, excellence, and improve patients' care.
Professor Olutayo Ajayi from the University of Global Health Equity, Rwanda, warned against plagiarism, describing it as intellectual theft.
You are using that material again. You need to make reference to the previous one because it was already in the public notice.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back. The act of giving back to the less privileged has been described as one of the most meaningful ways to celebrate life. It is against this backdrop that the Omoarebu Ogbeide Foundation marked the birthday of its founder, Edo-born US-based humanitarian and entrepreneur, Godfrey Ogbeide, with children at Abeni Orphanage Home in Benin City. Ofure Aneto reports that the visit, which attracted guests including the Director General of Education Quality and Accountability in Edo State, Dr. Ame Ogbomudia, featured the presentation of a 2 million naira check to support the home.
It was a joyful moment at Abeni Orphanage as the Omarebu Ogbede Foundation visited the facility with essential supplies and a message of hope. Founder and chairman Mr. Godfrey Omarebu Ogbede, whose birthday inspired the outreach, said he chose to celebrate with orphans to give them a sense of belonging and called for stronger government support for vulnerable children.
I want to use this opportunity to really showcase what the orphanage is doing. And my hope is that the government order would pay a lot more attention to children like this, because there's a whole lot of them.
A representative of the orphanage, Mariam Abeniujo, appreciated the gesture as the children sang birthday songs and prayed for the celebrants. High points of the visit were the presentation of a 2 million naira check
to support the Abeni Orphanage Home in the good work that they're doing. And we want to say thank you for everything you're doing, and we appreciate you. Donation
of food items, essential supplies, and the cutting of the birthday cake.
We pray that God will bless you and grant all your heart desire. You will not lack any good thing.
Guests, including the Director General of Education Quality and Accountability, Dr. Ame Ogbomudia, praised the initiative, describing Mr. Ogbede as a man with a large heart.
It takes a large heart to have feelings for the vulnerable, especially the orphans. Coming here to celebrate with Lady Abeni children is a great honor.
My birthday message for him is that God should give him all his heart desire.
To come and celebrate your birthday with orphans, it's unique, it's mind-blowing. I celebrate him. I'm also happy for the children here.
Oftentimes they are always neglected, and I felt like this probably will be one way to give them a sense of belonging.
The Adobon US-based entrepreneur said the Omarebu Ogbede Foundation will continue to identify and support orphanage homes across Edo State. From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
The Midnight Prayer Christian Network celebrated its 2025 annual Thanksgiving on Sunday at the church premises located at Adolo Street, Ogida Quarters in Benin City. Joy Obaisiabo reports.
The Midnight Prayer Christian Network 2025 Annual Thanksgiving with the theme, That Same God, was a moment of joy and praise as church members, family and friends expressed gratitude to God for his blessings. The Thanksgiving message delivered by the founder of the prayer network, Bishop Johnson Oe, emphasized the importance of gratitude to God and appreciation for those who have shown kindness.
There are some things you can never experience in life until you learn how to be appreciative. You will pray and fast, it will never happen. Because you didn't know how to say thank you.
Highlight of the ceremony was the Thanksgiving proper, where church members danced to the altar in groups, returning all glory to God for his goodness and faithfulness.
It is a season wherein we give God thanks. When we retrospect on all that is done for us.
Thank God I'm still alive to witness everything that went well, everything here today went well.
It was awesome. Thank God. I thank God for his life. It has been wonderful. It turned out people that came around. I thank God for the meeting.
It's a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, and we are so happy and excited for everyone that came around to felicitate with us and to appreciate God together, because indeed God has been faithful through the year.
It's a reminder that every day we get to see is a privilege to thank God, because he is the reason for our being. A season like this reminds us of the faithfulness of God and of the mercies of God. I'm just grateful to God. I just want to thank God for keeping us alive, for protecting us, for sustaining this ministry.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
And now talking sports and football, Liverpool forward Mohamed Salah has been left out of the squad for the Reds Champions League match at Inter Milan. The club have decided to remove Salah from selection for a short period after he gave an explosive interview on Saturday. And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. You not over. Yes. You not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? My dear. It's
Sama tó pé.
Ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmà mẹ́.
Ìgbàró rẹ̀.
Ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmà mẹ́.
Wẹ́kún mẹ́pẹ̀lú ìgbìlẹ̀ jẹun. Ìgbàró rẹ̀. Wẹ́kún mẹ́pẹ̀lú sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàró rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Kaliba Wagina Kono, that was them. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko Mana Seva. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe aseva ma. Awe who wedi ne. Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulu. Ejo na mluya kwa ewa yoda. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo we. Kaja de nena ya dewo yi.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
very beautiful afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us on the program International Forum. I am Lawrence Osifo, standing in for your regular host, Wilson Omasho. We have so much we'll be looking at on the international scene this beautiful afternoon. It's been a long war between Russia and Ukraine for 3 years counting since 2022. It has been a conflict that you would say, would there be an end or would there not be an end? We've seen so much that has happened even between the Russia's president, Ukraine's president Volodymyr Zelensky, and the US president and the vice president of the US, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance, in a heated, debated argument that happened in the Oval Office. So much has been a talking point about what is really the issue, what is the concern about Russia in Ukraine, what do they want to get. But NATO is saying they want to preemptively aid Ukraine against Russia. Is that a move? Is it a good idea? That would be our focus on the program this afternoon. I have my lottery of guests who will be, bringing their thought and insight into the show this afternoon. But I already have one seated live with me in the studio this afternoon, the person of Emmanuel Obakbolo, Esquire. Emmanuel Obakbolo is a public affairs analyst and a lawyer by training, so we'll call him a legal practitioner. He knows everything about what the law says, and also a public affairs analyst and political analyst. Good afternoon, Emmanuel, and good to have you.
It's a delight being here.
All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
Okay. So before other of our guests join us on the show, let's begin the conversation with Emmanuel Obakbolo. I'm pretty sure you have, or you know, a little brief of the history or what transpired that led to the whole conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Let's have a little brief of it before we start talking about NATO and what they plan to also do to aid Ukraine in all of this conflict.
Yeah, about 4 years now. By February next year, it will be 4 years that this the Russia-Ukrainian war has been on board, and to my mind, we thought that the international community, particularly the United States of America, would have nipped it on the bud. Yeah. And by now, we would have seen the escalation as it has been on this war or crisis, if you choose to call it. Briefly, the war started when Ukraine indicated her interest to join NATO, to become member of NATO. And Putin, who is the president of Russia, did say at that time that, look, you cannot be member of NATO because if Ukraine chooses to join NATO and Russia folds its hand and crosses its legs and allow Ukraine to join, then you will have a military base of NATO in Ukraine, which to his argument as at that time, he did say that it will amount to NATO spying Russia, and that will be a security risk or threat to Russia and its territory and sovereignty, as it were, as at that time. Then from there, there was little argument, and before you know, Ukraine did stand on a position or point that she wants to be a member of NATO, and before you could say Thomas Jack, or before you know, Russia hit the first strike on Ukraine, so that Ukraine will know that she's very serious with what she is saying. That look, you cannot be member and then you pose a threat to Russia.
To our sovereignty.
So all of that, before we thought that there could be a diplomatic resolution or a conflict resolution to that, in that regard, to see how peace could be brokered between the parties. But to our amazement, till now, the war is still ravaging.
Okay, talking about the diplomatic resolution, which you just said, which ought to be one of the biggest tools in international diplomacy. When nations relate with each other, diplomacy should be the only tool, not resorting to violence. Do you think Russia themselves weren't ready for that diplomatic talk with Ukraine?
Yes, because Russia made a decision known, and she ventilated a decision saying that, look, the membership of Ukraine to NATO will be a security threat to her.
Yeah.
And as such, she vehemently told Ukraine not to be a member, that if Ukraine dares it, that there will be war.
But Ukraine is a sovereign state.
It is. Yeah, but this time around, you know, in the international community, whether you believe it or not, the superpowers have the say.
Of course, they always do.
The minors
have their way.
So, in situations like that, what do you anticipate?
Yeah.
Is now the big brother against the little brother. And we thought that maybe because Democrat was at the end of affair in the United States of America, as at that time, maybe that was why the war allowed to go on and escalate to the extent that it is just now. And people thought that when the magical Donald Trump becomes the president of the United States of America, they would nip it on the board and see how there could be peace between these two once upon a time brothers. But till now, we are still gasping for breath in the war, because the war is ravaging and Ukraine is getting the heat. And I must confess just now. And so the challenge there is, when and how could there be peace between these two brothers?
Okay, a lot of persons are actually saying it's because of the resources in Ukraine. That is what Russia is targeting. When people from this divide tell you, try to analyze what's happening, even to a point, Volodymyr Zelensky said he was going to cede part of the Donetsk region where you have a lot of resources and all that. Do you think it's the resources that those guys are targeting, really?
Yes, well, you know, in international community, and where there is war, like somebody puts it, and I quite agree with the person, he said he who wants peace must first prepare for war.
Yeah.
So we have seen that international community, the big brothers always have an interest, politically, economically, and otherwise. That is their interest. And I wouldn't want to be a blockage in terms of arguing that the interest of Russia was not on Ukraine's or Ukrainian resources. I don't want to argue that. It could be. But then, I see more of that. I think that Putin was trying to resurrect the Soviet Union once upon a time we had. But I do not think that the man will succeed, because I feel he is only swimming in his dream. And he needs to wake up, if that is his dream, in order to bring back the Soviet Union states together to be one. That will not happen, because we have so many of them who have gone solo and are doing even
very well
as a
even more than the way they're doing
as at that time, because Russia was always doing the dictation to every one of them. But now they are sovereign, so to speak, and as they are sovereign, they control their resources, they control everything that has to do with them, they control their affairs, they take decisions that affects them. So now telling them that they should come back so that you, Russia, will begin to dictate to them will be an Herculean task. So I think that Putin is only trying to be diplomatic with this war. However, NATO and the European Union did not handle this war properly.
Okay, talking about the European Union, before we really go to the details, which is NATO who are saying they want to give aid. Talking about the European Union, do you see a sort of bias around them as well in handling this?
It's even more than bias. There is already hatred built between the two brothers, and that hatred has escalated in Eastern Europe. Because just now, if you watch, even Poland, who is a neighbor to Ukraine, is also getting the heat. A Russian drone was captured to have landed in the border between Ukraine and Poland, and that to an extent affected Poland. And also we see another sister state like Belarus is always dancing like a puppet to Russia. So and other
probably because of their powerful or what do I call it now? Because of their might and all that. Maybe that's why they are dancing.
Absolutely, exactly that. Because if Belarus is trying to pretend to be the good man,
probably because they have small
of Russia. But little did they know that Russia, with the kind of leadership that she has, you wouldn't trust
under somebody like Vladimir Putin.
Because tomorrow, Putin, like I call him, the Satan 2 man. You know, when he produced that weapon he called Satan 2, that weapon of mass destruction. I can use it to destroy the whole world. And I did ask myself, where was he when God created the world? And also the minerals that he used from to produce what he called Satan 2. So from the name Satan 2, you would attribute that the man is a younger brother to Satan. Permit me to use that word. That's really okay. You will not see where this war is really coming from. And before now, before the second World War, we had a United Nation international agency called the League of Nations. Yeah, the League of Nations before it collapsed and became a United Nations. Tried to manage world peace. Yeah. Immediately after the First World War in 1919, that it get back to League of Nations. Yeah. So League of Nations did their best until the Second World War between 1936 and 1945. Yeah. So the League of Nations died to natural death. And before we know, we had another called United Nations, which is still running today. United Nations today now has managed world peace for a longer epoch than what we had under during the period of League of Nations. So if you begin to trace, you discover that peace is indeed expensive. Absolutely. And the international community tried to see how they could keep broker peace where you have a one-term nations who have engaged in crisis, war, and turmoil. So they try to ensure how they can do their best possible to see that there is peace. But again, if you look at it, the nature of man is somebody, is a creature that is so ambitious, over ambitious. Absolutely. And so because of the ambitious nature of man begin to see how it could bring what ordinarily could destroy him. And so that is why you see today the United Nations try to see how they could manage world peace, but I must tell you, it is very difficult to manage world peace. We saw sketches of war here and there. You see, we just witnessed Israel, Hamas, Israel, Iran, Israel, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Israel this, Israel that. You see the other one, Syria crisis. You see in this part of the world, you see Libya is going through a lot. Even here in Nigeria today, you see we are battling with insecurity. So that is to tell you that world peace is really indeed expensive. Expensive and really difficult to achieve. But then they could do better because with specific regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, I think that the United Nations, NATO, and other world agencies and organizations have not been able to manage that crisis properly.
Okay, let's now look at the United States that everybody have a big respect for per se. You could remember the meeting that was held in the Oval Office between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, US President Donald Trump, and the Vice President J.D. Vance. That heated. It was that period. Everybody talked about it so much. There was a heated argument, and later on, after a week or two, Volodymyr Zelensky went back again to see the US president. So everybody was thinking, oh, that meeting definitely will bet either a total peace or a peace in sight between Russia and Ukraine. But it seemed like that is not happening. Is it like the United States does not have what it takes to broker peace in this conflict? Or they are also playing, like you said, the bad guy or the big brother kind of?
I see more of hide and seek game. Oh, because before Donald Trump was sworn in as the president of the United States of America in January, we're made to understand that Donald Trump had this good contact and relationship with a man called Putin, and on that basis, so many persons thought, bookmakers, historians, and people that belong to different school of thought did anticipated that the emergence of Donald Trump as the president of the United States of America could do the magic. Absolutely. But when he came in his first visitor that visited him as at that time was a man called Zelensky. And the way that meeting ended, I myself became more super afraid, because the meeting did not go down well.
The way it ought to.
The way it ought to. And there is this presumption that even Donald Trump was trying to protect the man called Putin because he's his friend. And when you look at everything, so another school of thought say, oh, he does not want Russia to rubbish the world watchdog toga of the world given to United States of America, or world police toga given to United States of America. But to my mind, I think that is not the issue there.
Okay.
The issue is that Donald Trump does not want to involve America fully into this crisis. One,
is it for personal interest?
No, the man came with an idea, with a principle from the beginning.
Okay.
He said America first. And the man, all his policies
that centered around America
first. So whichever way you are going to look at the man's policies and principles of life, you would agree that everything is centered on
America first.
So, see, if America is first, others
become second.
If that is really the basis for his government, his administration, then I don't think the man will be interested in seeing how he can make world peace, but rather to see how he can safeguard America, and America will remain the big brother of the world.
All right. Thank you very much, Obakpolo. Let's now join my second guest, who will be joining via Zoom on the show. We have Ibrahim Momo, who joins us via Zoom. Let's get your thoughts first on the background of this conflict between Russia and Ukraine before we start talking about NATO. Okay, I will take a break on the show. Let's take a break shortly. We'll continue in a moment. Stay with us. All right, thank you so much for staying with us still on the program International Forum. We've been looking at NATO's preemptive aid on Ukraine. You know, it's been a long war that has been there for almost 4 years counting. By February, just like my first guest said, it's going to be 4 years that this conflict has been there. What has been the problem? How do we put an end to this? But NATO is saying they want to aid Ukraine to come out from this whole, should we call it shenanigan? So my guest has given us a background as a person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. But I have other of my guests who have joined me on the show. I have Frank Amego. Frank Amego is a lecturer in the University of Benin and also a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Frank, and good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and I have Ibrahim Momo, who's joining us via Zoom on the program still this afternoon. Ibrahim, a beautiful afternoon to you, and good to have you on the show this afternoon.
Thanks for having me. A beautiful afternoon to you.
All right. Thank you very much. So let me start up with you before I come to Frank Amego. My first guest has given a little brief to what has been happening between Russia and Ukraine. It's like an issue of who is more powerful than who, as the case may be, on the international scene. What would be your own take on what has been happening there for the past almost 4 years, as the case may be? Is it a power kind of war or a war of gain over resources?
Well, the first point to say is that there's no doubt between Russia and Ukraine who is a more powerful state. By a mile, Russia is way ahead. In fact, Ukraine only stands at...
Oh dear, I think we're having a challenge there with network connection. Okay, Ibrahim Momo, I'll come back to you, but let me stick back to the studio with Frank Amego, who just joined us. Frank, you could have your own view about this because Emmanuel Ogbakbolo has laid a foundation into what he perceived the issue has really been. Issue of who is bigger, who is more powerful, who has more resources, who have more military might and all that. What would be your take about this war that has been lingering for almost 4 years? Before we talk about the NATO's aid to Ukraine.
I would love to assess the level of foundation.
Yeah, okay.
Ogbakbolo laid.
Okay.
Maybe it was for a bungalow. However, the war is not too far-fetched. The reason or the cause of it that attempts made by Ukraine to join NATO and whatever activities that led to this war since 2022 has been founded on that attempt, because having a base in Ukraine will be a direct threat to Russia, and the easiest way for Russia to try to prevent Ukraine from concluding plans to join NATO is what they've been doing over these years.
Yeah.
Dragging land, killing people, different forms of bombardment.
Not the kind of land they drag in Nigeria. Anyway.
No, it's not like
that your Kaigeles will drag land.
It's beyond that.
Okay.
Even the Kaigeles are on the run in Ukraine.
All right, that was on a lighter note, though.
So more so seriously.
Yeah. Because
now, according to late Sonny Okoso, we want to know who owns the land.
Okay.
So it's by might now. It's not by natural ownership.
Okay.
So, and this latest one that is leading to our discussion now, that is preemptive. Even Putin should be aware. We have, I think, 32 member states that made up NATO, covering North America and some parts of Europe. And the Article 5 of the treaty is what Putin is afraid of. And it says in part, the Article 5, that, let me paraphrase it, injury to one is injury to all. Such that as Ukraine is being bombarded, irrespective of the peace talks they are being into here and there, is preemptive now to have that Article 5 back to life, such that other NATO states will have to join forces as agreed in that treaty. So, and some persons are of the opinion it might lead to another world war. But I don't think so yet.
Okay.
The preemptive nature that other NATO states will join is gazetted already.
Yeah.
And for Russia to be afraid of that, and that fear is real. And there's no need to compare Russia and Ukraine in terms of might. Russia is of
it's more powerful,
might.
Like they are farther than them.
Since 2022, this major challenge started. More than 900,000 Russian citizens have fled Russia. So that shows that both sides have been hit so badly that is only where we're trying to compare in terms of bombardment. But Russians are as well afraid.
Okay.
That's what they are living. More than 900,000 since 2022 to date, up to October, 2 months ago, they have fled the nation of Russia.
All right. We have to go on a short break now on the show. Then when we return from the break, we will now delve into NATO's preemptive strike on Russia supporting, should they say supporting Ukraine? I don't know how you want to put it, but we're going to get their opinion on their preemptive aiding Ukraine against Russia. But let's take a short break on the show. Stay with us. All right, thank you so much for staying with us still on the program International Forum. We've been making sense out of what has been happening between Russia and Ukraine. But now NATO said they want to aid Ukraine, a preemptive aid they call it, to float the idea of preemptive strike against Russian target as a way of blunt the hybrid attack, they said. So would this preemptive aid per se help Ukraine in the hands of Russia? Everybody knows Vladimir Putin, one of the most dreaded, when I say dreaded, you know what I mean, most dreaded presidents in the world, more dreaded than some other lead guys. But let me now come to my guests. Let's get their opinion or their insight into the preemptive aid by NATO to aid Ukraine. Let me begin with you, Obakbolo. Yeah. Do you think this idea will actually help to soft pedal the tension that has been there for almost 4 years counting?
It is long overdue.
Okay.
To my mind, I think NATO has betrayed Ukraine.
Why did you say so?
Yes. It was because NATO wore Ukraine to be part of its membership.
Yeah.
And Ukraine indicated that interest. Russia struck them. But you can see that Ukraine kept facing a lot of betrayal. How? Promises made to Ukraine are not fulfilled. To the extent that Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, was now moving as if the man became a beggar. Even exactly. In the midst of the war.
Mm-hmm. Moving from country to country to seek for aid.
And yet, he was lured into this war. Unfortunately, Ukraine was used as a testing bait to the superpower stand of Russia. So, now, Ukraine, even the statement made by Admiral Gosipe Kavo.
Yeah, Gosipe Kavo, Draconi, the chair of NATO's military committee.
Yes, he said that the preemptive action that will be taken against Ukraine is against Ukraine drones on Europe. You cannot see that the man was only being general, even in his statement. He was not being specific.
Yeah.
So, what is really the cause of the war between Russia and Ukraine? The remote cause is NATO wanting to be a member of NATO. Now, NATO cannot even protect Ukraine. Instead, the admiral is busy making general statements. Be specific. Oh, we are going to, all that we earlier promised Ukraine, we are going to give it to Ukraine. We are going to assist Ukraine to fight the war. Or are they saying that the reason why they are being diplomatic in the prosecution of this war between Russia and Ukraine is because Ukraine is not yet a member of Russia? Is that what they are telling the world? Okay. If that is the position, then make it clear so that Ukraine will now know that hence we are not members of a member of NATO. There is absolutely no need to continue prosecuting this war because Ukraine is bleeding, whether anybody believes it or not. Okay. So I see NATO playing tricks even in the prosecution of this war until near 4 years you are still making futuristic statements with respect to the war. I don't think at this time around there should be any need for betrayal. There should be any need of making futuristic statements. Instead, I think there should be need for a decisive decision against Russia. We saw the sanctions being melted on Russia. Well, those sanctions seem not to be affecting Russia. What do? Then let there be military strike against Russia, so that by the time Russians are also getting the heat, the way Ukrainians are getting the heat, I think maybe Putin will come to a compromise to see how there could be peace between the two brothers.
All right, Frank, let me now come to you. He said he seemed like they are playing games. That's NATO. But the same NATO have said they want to aid Ukraine. Preemptive aid, they said. Do you think they are playing games in their own way? Okay.
The preemptive aid coupled with Obapolo's preemptive prophecy, it will come to pass.
Okay.
Because the Article 5 I'm insisting on,
injury
to one is injury to all. That to the extent that it could deploy military aids, and now is the time. You know, all these things have procedures, they have processes. We would have expected NATO from day one to just swing into action. There are different diplomatic ways, which in particular President Donald Trump has been trying to do. So since Putin is unyielding, the next action is to now manifest the Article 5 of NATO such that other 32 member states will now join forces in support, in this case, Ukraine. And I'm sure that is going to take place very soon. Putin is aware of it. That's why he said in part that if that becomes a situation, that he himself, as the president of Russia, would not withhold any arsenal that is going to deploy it into the prosecution of this war. So Russia is aware of that Article 5, and in no distant time, I'm very sure that that becomes manifest. So indeed, unfortunately, Ukraine has been decimated, so to speak. That I know it's better late than never. Just to kind of encourage Obapolo. Better
I don't know where
never. Yes, it's a long time I met him in the studio, so I'd like to reactivate that relationship. So better late than never, and now is the time for that Article 5 to come to fruition. And I'm aware that with the posture of Putin, by raising an eyebrow, that I hope people are not going to come fighting us. And that dream must come to pass this time around, because the sovereignty of Ukraine must be respected and maintained. But the invasion of the sovereignty of Ukraine has embarrassed the international communities, and having the freedom of association, even as a Russian in Russia land, you still have freedom of association. Not talking about a sovereign state that you are not to dictate
on which organization or association to join or not to join.
So I'm sure now is the time for NATO to show what is got to rescue Ukraine from the jugular that they have been held onto by Russia. And I'm sure with this, Ukraine will have a new lease of life, and they'll be happy for it.
All right. Let me come to you now, Momo Ibrahim, if you can hear me clearly. Now, what's your take really on this preemptive strike on Russia to aid Ukraine from NATO? Do you think it's a good move? Because it seems like Ukraine has been suffering for almost 4 years counting. Aid is not coming from nowhere. The US, who they were looking up to for help, we saw the backlash that happened in the Oval Office between US President and Vice President some months ago. Do you think this is the best option now, or the only option remaining for Ukraine in order to come out of this shenanigan?
Well, the premise of your question suggests that Ukraine has not gotten some aid. But the reality is that between 2022 and August 2025, Ukraine has received over $149 billion in aid from NATO allies and partners. Of course, this is December 2025, means that it has not gone much beyond that. But at August 2025, what the comprehensive aid package that NATO has given to Ukraine is $149 billion, billion euros, which is about 174 billion US dollars. That is significant. That is much more than the United Nations budget. That amount I've called over the last 3.5 years. It's much more than the United Nations budget. So it's something that should, something of concern, so to say, for for us, that why just like what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, why are we overfunding war and starving peace? Why are we not putting funds into peaceful measures? Why are we so interested in war as a world? That's one. Secondly is that I like to a bit disagree, with all due respect, with my brothers and friends in the studio, who have spoken around the fact that it appears that Russia is the aggressor, particularly in its conflict with Ukraine. My take is that the UN Charter, Article 2, Section 4, does not permit preemptive attack. It basically prohibits anything like preemptive attack. It is not known to law, international law, preemptive attack. What my very good brother and friend in the studio talked about, Article 5 of NATO Charter, has to do with what is called the hair trigger mechanism. The hair trigger mechanism concerns retaliation when any member state of NATO is attacked. But the concept of preemptivity or preemptive strike speaks to attacking before you are attacked, in the fear that you might be attacked, so you attack first. So that is the idea of preemptivity or preemptive strike. It is not the same thing as retaliation for an attack on the member state. So I think what NATO is playing with, I don't want to say it literally like we say it in Nigeria, they are playing with fire. But what I think NATO is playing with is tending towards a global warfare, Third World War. Because Russia is one of those nuclear states, nuclear powered states. And when nuclear states go to war, it is MAD, Mutual Assured Destruction, MAD, MAD. That is what happens when Russia is attacked. That is what will happen when if Russia is attacked. It will lead to a Third World War. QED, no beating about, no other way to look at it. It will lead to a Third World War. So it is that fear that I think that NATO needs to exercise, that restraint. Because are we ready as a world for a Third World War? I think not. So what is happening so far, 2022 is a proxy war. The fear of attacking Russia directly in such a way that will lead to a war between nuclear powers. The implication of that is that they can now, use Ukraine to fight Russia. But now trying to do what they have called a preemptive strike is a direct attack on Russia from the from NATO and its allies. And I think that it is all talk, with all due respect. My knowledge of international relations tells me, international politics tells me that it is all talk. No preemptive strike will happen against Russia. Because the ramifications are too dire. The world cannot stand a Third World War. We can't stand it. So I don't think a Third World War, I'm not sure that beyond the talk or the, headline statement that he has made, I'm not sure that they're going to follow up with anything like a war or an attack or a strike against Russia. It's not possible.
Okay, let me come back to my guest here in the studio. All right, you guys heard what he said, that the preemptive strike might or could lead to a third world war. We're pressed for time, so let's try and put everything together and wrap up. So do you, Obakbolo, do you foresee, if that happened, the preemptive aid or strike leading to a third world war?
You know, one thing with war is that the uniqueness, particularly the uniqueness in this kind of war, is among world powers.
Yeah. And the superpowers.
And the question I ask myself is just now is, one, is Ukraine already a member of NATO? Does the charter, does the NATO charter allows an intended member to be as original member, wherein NATO can stand and fight for and on behalf of that member? Two, you know, I said something here that the statement made by Admiral Draconi was general. It wasn't specific because the man did not make comment with respect to Ukraine directly. He said if Russia keeps using drones on European countries,
so it was an open statement,
then there will be a preemptive action. That was what the man said.
So it's an open statement.
Yeah, the man was general. The man was not specific. The man did not say if Russia hits Ukraine. He didn't say so. So from that angle, I do not think that anybody is indeed playing with any fire from that angle. But what I think is that I see more of political talk in the prosecution of this war. Maybe with that, Zelensky could have a little breath and begin to say, oh, there is light at the end of the tunnel. But I think, again, that giving Ukraine money without giving them strong weapon to face the rigidity of Ukraine in this war will amount to nothing.
More like encouraging a child without giving the child food to eat.
Yeah, so I see NATO is only being diplomatic in the prosecution of this war. They are not indeed ready to protect Ukraine.
All right, your take, Abego, on that.
They are ready to protect Ukraine. Because they have given them some financial aids, even materials.
But is financial aid enough?
No, for example, materials having to do with weapons and all that. They've been given, free or not free, but they've been given. But one will experience a situation whereby, with the way the war is now, that lives and property being destroyed, that's what is really bothering us. That's what we're talking about now. That NATO has not yet fully received Ukraine does not mean they will not accept them or assist them in a way that we encourage Ukraine to join NATO. By this I mean, if I'm showing an intention to become a member of your organization, I've not even collected the forms, but I have indicated interest. So it's now the responsibility of that organization to protect me
first.
Yes, you won't say because I'm not fully enlisted.
So buying a form is already an intention.
Yes, that on my way to submitting the form,
something happened.
You cannot denounce me at that point.
That's true.
So NATO has a responsibility, wholeheartedly, to protect the interest of Ukraine. And it's the level of support they are receiving that is making us think that they are not helping them enough. So I'm sure it's an established organization, NATO, that someone showing interest, there's a level of assistance given. And a full membership, there's another level of assistance. That's my opinion. So that's why I'm thinking it's like this. And that's why the NATO
NATO spokesperson, you want to say?
Spoke generally, not being particular about between Russia and Ukraine. Because you cannot prove to the whole world that Ukraine is a member of NATO.
Okay. Ibrahim Mama, let me get your final take as we wrap up this afternoon. So what will be your final take on this proposed preemptive? Because I know your opinion have differed so much from my guests here in the studio. But let's just get your final take. Well, we need world peace. That's the only thing we need right now. Everywhere has been flooded with so much. Let's not talk about Africa. Cool here and there. So what is your final take before we go?
Okay, well, I tend to agree with Frank, my very good friend and big brother. On the fact that you in truth, the world does not need war. We don't need war. And even if and NATO understands that a direct confrontation with Russia will be mutual assured destruction. So they are speaking in general terms. So I think I agree with him that NATO even understands the implication of an all-out war with Russia. And so my final take, therefore, would be to quote the UN Secretary General that the war is overfunded and peace is underfunded. We need to reverse that trend. We need to invest more in peaceful initiatives and reduce our propensity for global warfare. Because in earlier on with Obakpelo, I saw the way you recounted the number of warfare going on in the world today, all over the world. So I think that we should reverse the trend of investing in peace initiatives and less on warfare. That way, we get a better world. People say it.
Your final take. Amego, your final take. Let's go.
I think the world needs peace now.
Exactly.
So NATO should ensure that there is peace.
There's peace. Amego,
yes, let's ensure global peaceful coexistence.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to appreciate you for your time and your insight into the program this afternoon. Next week, your regular host, Wilson, is going to be back with a more exciting package on the Show International Forum. I will see you again on the next one. I'm Lawrence Osifo on behalf of my entire team. Wish you a pleasant afternoon ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims But I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now talking about arbitration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative tone on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What Abai will say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are rear cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow. Instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road, they will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those crops in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those schools, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. Then we remove those one away from the shed. Then we fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those window they are be fixed. Those doors are be fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investments, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these herdsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that these have been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely because fear of being kidnapped is there. And this headsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings. And of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy and of course in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere is security. Mini city where we are, just the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation and duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government's primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it began to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. But in my own honest view, I feel that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives. There are selfish, objective. There are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now, I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And, the kind of, when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
I will blame first the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. I have farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know, if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet, we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of the country, which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state, Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the US, inviting the US government to intervene in an issue, then it will be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about...
what I said. So
that's...
when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, guys, it's another lovely Monday evening, and it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another beautiful episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from that city of bronze. You know, I love to call it that city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and, of course, to be the best that they can be, just so that they can give the best that they can give. It airs on this station every Monday. All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, something that actually caught my attention of recent. Okay, sometimes you're just going about your daily activities, and then you just, for a second, certain things just cross your mind, and you begin to ask yourself, what has actually changed? What has gone wrong? How come things are no longer the way they used to be? And one of such things is the growing lack of parental discipline in our society as we have it today. What exactly went wrong? Whether you like it or not, you must have noticed that things are no longer the way they used to be, especially between parents and their kids. Those days when we were growing up, some of us had this reverence for our parents, right? Even in their absence. There were things we're not bold enough to do, we're not courageous enough to do, even in their absence, because of the kind of discipline that they gave us, right? So, for instance, I remember as a kid, I used to live within my boundaries as a child, right? I was not allowed to go to the next compound. Now, that was how I was raised. Not because my parents didn't like us being free, but they just wanted to ensure that we lived within the boundaries that they set for us. Now, I'm sure a lot of you out there can also relate. Now, if you take a look at the parents of today, it doesn't seem to be like that anymore, right? A lot of parents seem to be more flexible in raising their children. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? My name is Harry Aigboje once again, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing person in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at this topic. Now, he is an educationist and also, a social analyst. He's really passionate about lots of things that are happening around us, and he loves to share his wealth of wisdom and experience on such matters. It's good to have you, Abu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is good to be on the show today again. It is always a pleasure talking about issues that concerns us in society, especially issues like this, where if we keep quiet, things will get deteriorated and it will get out of hand.
True.
So, bad things thrive because good men decide to keep quiet.
Absolutely.
So we must say something.
Definitely, we must say something, and that's basically why we're here. I mean, we really can't help not to say something, all right? Now, we're going to be taking a look at this issue as we begin to look at it one after the other, right?
Okay.
Let's look at it from this angle. Parenting is serious business, right? And I don't think a lot of parents realize that, a lot of parents of this generation, because there seems to be this trend of people just giving birth without recourse to the responsibility of taking care of those children. So let's start from there. Why would anybody want to, start having kids without, considering what it will take and what it will cost, to take care of those children?
Yeah, procreation is one biological gift that God and nature has given to humans. So any adult who has gotten to a certain stage can procreate, except he or she has a medical condition.
Okay.
But procreation is not a yardstick to be called a parent. So we have so many fathers and mothers who are not parents. Being a parent means you are ready for the job after birth. Birthing a child is your God-given talent or God-given gift.
Your natural ability.
That natural ability. But the idea of training this child, parenting, is a full-time job. I say full-time job because it's one thing that people just overlook, and because of that they think because they are fathers they could be called parents. No. We have so many fathers but few parents. So it's because of these few parents that we have in society that you see there is a growing lack of discipline in terms of parenting and all that. So I think the few parents that we have, if you see their children outside, you can distinguish them from those that have fathers and just mothers. So I think we should be seeing this thing from the idea of who are parents, to be precise.
Okay.
A parent is that person who is a father or a mother and has indulged herself into the act of bringing up this child. Children, the mind of a child is like a tabula rasa. Whatever you imprint on that mind is what goes a long way to determine what the child will become in life or how the child will behave and all that. But we really have people imprinting these things on the mind of the child. That is the question.
I think that's $1 million question, because this is one question I believe a lot of parents do not ask themselves before they begin to procreate. Like you've rightly established, there's a clear difference between procreation
there is.
and parenting.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to begin to establish. What exactly is it with parents of nowadays? Just like I said in opening, when we were growing up, it was a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
We were raised with a very high level of discipline. So much so that parents of this generation will probably see that as you being too hard on your child.
Okay.
Now, what's the place of discipline in parenting? Let's begin.
Yeah, there are different factors that I think I will tie to this lack of parental discipline. Number one, the infiltration of Western culture into our traditional belief and norms. Secondly, we also have this idea of laziness on the part of some people who call themselves, I use the word who call themselves parents, laziness on their part. And thirdly, there is this idea of the growing new normal, where people advocate that children should be treated with, like adults, they should be treated with kids and gloves and all that, so that you not hurt them, and so after all they are human beings. So, but let me start with this infiltration of Western culture into our traditional culture. Now you see, the white men asked us at the time to marry a fellow man, a woman marry a fellow woman. Many of us did not dispute it. Some African countries are already doing that. They also asked us to wear the suit, the sleeve, the waistcoat, the tie and all that, despite our hot weather. Many of us did not also dispute that fact.
Okay.
And we are doing it. But very recently, they are also asking us to treat a child as an adult. And so many parents have started, many fathers and mothers have started treating their child, their children, as adults. That's the problem. They want to train them in the Western way. They want their children to see themselves as adults. They are rushing them through that childhood. They don't want them to enjoy that childhood. They don't want them to see themselves as children. That state of innocence is no longer there. A child that just here, you call that child that you want to reason the child like an adult. What's his
reasoning capacity in the first place?
My brother, what is the rationale behind you sitting a child and to say, let's discuss? You are just 4 now. And who told you that a 4 years old is thinking like an adult already? It's not. I know many will say this is a computer age and jet age. Leave that computer age and jet age. Children are children. And most of how were we brought up? We were told that if you misbehave, I will flog you. I have so many parents in my area. My father was not just my father. Yes, he was my biological father, but I have so many fathers. Before my father even come back from his workplace, someone else have disciplined you if you misbehave and all that. Do we still have such in our society? No. You see, everybody wants to say my family.
So you're saying that in those days there was a communal mindset?
A communal mindset. All parents were parents. And all children were children to all parents. Now, these days, you see families saying, you don't touch my child, I know how to discipline my child, you leave this child for me to discipline and all that. So that's why we're getting children that are going haywire. Some of them are even going gaga. You know, some of the hairstyle that a 10-year, 11-year-old will put on, you begin to wonder, is this one coming from a home? You see some young girls out there, 11, 10, some of the things they will wear, like, does this one even have fathers and mothers at home? So the issue now is we are drinking too much from this cup of Western wine. I think we should come back home. We should come back to this African tradition. We are Africans. And in Africa, there is discipline intrinsically buried in our totemic mindset. It is in our subconscious. That discipline should be resurrected. That parents should see themselves as not just parents, but as role models, as disciplinarians. Correct these children when need be. Don't reason with a child. It gets to a certain stage, you reason with him, not at this stage. It is some of those things that you imprint on him when he was still a child that will model him into a very good adult. A good child definitely will become a good adult.
Absolutely.
Now, when you lead them, you think they can think of themselves. What you fail to tell them, their friends out there will tell them. And that is what we should avoid. So that idea of Western culture, I think we should come back home. Beside that, sir, this idea of laziness on the part of parents. They think now that you already have a child. So if you can provide for this child, you are performing the work of a parent already. The provision we are talking about here is not just finance. Many of them thought it's just finance. If he's attending a very good school, I can provide. If he wants to buy anything, I can give him more. No. Emotionally, psychologically, this child needs you. Morally, you should be there for him. Who are his friends? Do you even know his friends? What are his routine? How does this child carry out his daily activity? You should be your child's best friend. You should have a roundtable talk most times with him. You should be able to tell him, if you try that, I will flog a lot of you and he will not try it. Don't let him see himself like an adult already. You hardly even see children these days bathing outside. And someone said it's civilization. I think they know too much.
Okay.
Their parents make them know too much.
So why they've gone past the phase of innocence.
You see that state of innocence? It has been killed. Every child now, the parents have been able to inculcate in them that they are no longer children, but they are now what? Adults. And there is no way a child can behave like an adult. He will be an adult in a wrong form. So let these children grow. Correct them. Discipline them. Be a disciplinarian. You don't rub men with a child of 5.
Okay. Now, you've actually said a lot. Now, talking about the infiltration of Western culture, just recently I saw a video on Facebook of this American comedian and veteran comedian, Steve Harvey, he was actually interviewing a kid, a 5-6-year-old girl. So he was asking her why she liked her brother, or why she loved her brother. And she was saying, well, she loves her brother because, her big brother, of course, because he's always there to protect her and to comfort her when, her parents whooped her. And then, of course, the crowd, reacted in laughter and all of that. Now, I went through the comments as usual, and I saw a lot of persons asking questions, and a lot of people, complaining that it was totally out of place for the parents to, whoop her or to discipline her. And, of course, it became a debate as usual. Now, that pretty much reminds me of something. The fact that this is also becoming a major issue in this part of the world, whether or not to discipline a child. Because some people see the use of corporal punishment as a sign of hatred for the child. That how can you, use corporal punishment for a child that you love? So they see it as, you doing too much. They believe you shouldn't use corporal punishment on your child, that there are other ways. Just like you said, some of them believe you can reason with your child. But how do you reason with a child whose mind is not even matured enough to, look at things from that perspective? I think what we have is actually a problem, because people want to mistake smartness, intellectual exposure to maturity. Yeah. And I think that's a problem. I would like you to speak in that regard.
You see, words get their meaning from their context.
Okay.
What they call maltreatment in a particular context, in another context might be called discipline. So when that people say you are hitting that child too hard, you're beating this child and all that. But I think in the right context, when it comes to my child or any other child, child around me, If you use that right word, discipline. We were once children, sir. They did not kill us.
Of course not.
We are what we are today because of how our parents had to straighten our life. At least our parents are not beasts. They know what they are doing. You don't expect a mother who gave birth to a child to kill that child with her own ends, except she's maniacally derailed and all that.
Yeah.
When children are being disciplined with love, you can discipline a child with love. There is no need you bringing in ideas of you are abusing the child rights and all that. He is a child, for God's sake. The reason why you are saying I am abusing his right because you want to protect that child. The reason why I even discipline that child is to protect the child also. Now, this is what the government are fighting against, is that you should not assault a child. Discipline will get to an extent, becomes an assault.
So that's where we need to draw the line now. At what point does discipline become an assault?
When you begin to inflict serious pains,
bodily harm
on this child, it is not an assault.
Okay.
When you are not correcting the child with love, it becomes an assault. When you are doing it with hatred, it becomes an assault. When you forget the fact that this person is still a child, it becomes an assault. But when you are doing it in the circumstances of these things I'm saying, like he's a child, I want to correct him with love, he's my child, and all that, that is discipline. And we should not rule out discipline because some persons are misusing it. I know I am not in line with so many parents or guardians who have decided to inflate pains on children because you want them to listen. No, that is beyond discipline.
Okay.
That is now an assault. That is now an hatred. That is now a corporal punishment. And if I ask my child to kneel down there, for example, or get a cane and give my child 2 or 3 strokes of the cane for doing something wrong, next time he will not try it. But if you now give a punishment that is more than that child to that child, then it becomes an assault.
An assault, okay.
You asking a child, for example, you get pepper, rub on the child's body, or give the person some scars, marks, and all that. No, that is wicked and that is evil. But you asking the child to kneel down there, or get a cane, flog this child 5 times or more, as the case may be, and after all this, call the child, next time don't try it. I am your father, I love you, and that's why I'm doing this. I hope you will not try it next time. Such a child will not try it. But you're not letting the child know the reason why you have flogged him or disciplined him and all that. It is hatred.
Hatred.
So we should draw the line between discipline and hatred. So I am not advocating for that idea of that battering, that corporal punishment.
Yeah.
I am saying we should not rule out the fact that these children are still children. And children have a mindset that is as clean as a tabula rasa. So we have to imprint something that they will take up into becoming a very good adult.
I guess that's why the Holy Book says that you should train up your child in the way he should go, that when he is old, he will not depart from it. All right, guys, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Just in case you're just joining us, we're talking about the decline in discipline, parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What exactly is the problem? Why is it that, kids are no longer as disciplined as before? Why is it that kids nowadays can just do whatever they want without, their parents or a parental figure, putting them in check? Now, Abu, just a moment ago, you were talking about the difference between correcting in love and correcting, in hatred, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's no longer uncommon to see children just walking past an adult without greeting. And that was actually one of the things that we were taught as, children. And that was exactly one of those values that we grew up with, which is why we cannot see someone who's older than us now
and not greet.
Don't you think that's also a function of this lack of discipline?
The dysfunctionality of the society, that's one of the factor, one of the things we got from the dysfunctionality in the society. Why did I say so? I just told you not quite long that all parents were parents to all children. An elder can call you back and say, so you don't know how to greet. Where are you from? You say, I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir. Or in my dialect, you greet according to your family lineage, and you must do that. That's how we grow up. But these days, Many parents have restricted themselves from doing that. Before someone else will come somewhere and say, don't talk to my child, it's my child, I know how to train my child and all that. So that communal nature is no longer there. And you can see, that is just a microcosm of the larger one. You could see, apart from this idea of greeting, you could see children, they hardly even get up from the seat for an elder to sit, if that's the only seat.
That's another dimension to it.
Now, you see some of them, they are very disrespectful. They have begun to euphemize what we call disrespect. You see some of them will say savage reply. What you might want to call obscenity,
I think that's one of the effects of
stupidity, social media.
Yeah.
You see some of them will say, there's a new one now, we listen, we don't judge.
That's not how we go.
They are indirectly promoting children to go haywire.
Go wild.
They are promoting this idea of you can always do whatever you want to do. And they are promoting immorality.
And the question we should even be asking is, what do we call judge in this context? Judging is discipline.
Discipline we're talking about. It is a discipline they want to eradicate.
When a child does something wrong, you're supposed to discipline that child.
So you say
but to children of this generation, you
listen, you don't judge. That will you say you listen, you don't judge. Besides that, sir, you see, when these children were growing up, they were given this orientation that I am your father, I am your mother, I am the only person, I should be the only person that has the moral right to discipline you. And that's bad. Let these children know that all parents in this vicinity are your parents.
Even adults.
Even adults.
Not necessarily
they have the
parents.
right to discipline you in my absence. When I was growing up, something happened. I went home to tell my father that a teacher has flogged me in school. He said, okay, the next morning we'll go. He followed me to school. And when we got there, he took the cane himself and flogged me again right in front of the teacher. These were adults in unity. Adults having a meeting over me that I don't even know about. Their primary aim then was, this child must not go wayward. Now that I am an adult, I used to think like, okay, could it be the reason why my dad have to flog me again? You know, that sends a message. The message was, you are safe in his hands and don't misbehave because I'm your father. I will flog you again. But these days, we've seen parents that will follow their children to school and start constituting nuisance. Some of them will not even ask. You'll be telling your child right from the home that your teacher will die today. You are giving that child an impression that he or she can disrespect
an elder and
get away with it. I'm your mother, I will always fight for you. You are creating a small problem that will blossom into a bigger one in society tomorrow. A child you couldn't discipline today will end up in prison. And they'll start crying. Discipline your child. Teach these children societal value. The values, one of the values that will hold tenaciously to in Africa is respect. They should be respectful. Leave this idea of we are in a civilized world, this is a computer age. And in America, you don't touch a child like that, they'll call the police on trust Nigeria police.
Okay.
They'll be very quick to tell you, no, it's not like that. You must respect your parents and all that. So that is one of the factors. Okay. Though there are other factors. The other factors that we have this single motherhood and fatherhood is also a contributing factor.
Broken homes.
A broken home. Now, if a child is coming from a broken home, that parental care, love will not be there. Of course, it's not easy for one person to train up a child.
Okay.
You need a father figure, you need a mother figure, and this person is not there. Definitely it will affect the child's psychology, and that will metamorphose into an adult that will be antisocial,
okay,
or that will be maladjusted in society.
All right.
So that is another angle.
Okay, once again, it's the Guys Hangout Show, and tonight we're taking a look at the issue of the lack of parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What is the difference between the way it used to be and the way it is now? Now, Abu, in closing, I just wanted to give a word of advice to parents out there who are not living up to expectation in terms of disciplining their child. Those who think, letting their child get away with everything they do is a sign of love. What's your advice for them? In less than,
They shouldn't be just a father or a mother.
Okay.
They should be parents. And parenting is not an easy job.
Okay.
If you are capable of giving birth to a child, you should be able to take good care of that child. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to discipline your child.
Don't be scared to discipline your child. I guess that's the parting word for tonight. I want to say a big thank you to you, Abu, for taking out time.
Thank you, my brother.
Time to be with us on the show today. And of course, to every one of you out there who have created time to be with us. I hope you've taken something away from tonight's discourse. Of course, the most important thing to take away from this is parenting is serious business. All right? So the moment you decide to become a parent, just have it in mind that the future of that child lies in your hands. If that child is going to grow up to become a responsible person, it's totally up to you. And of course, it's up to the adults that child is surrounded by. So another thing that Abu said in the course of his analysis is that parenting doesn't just end with you as a parent. You should also give the adults around your child the responsibility of raising your child, just like it was in the olden days. Don't have this mindset that you are the only one who has the responsibility of taking care of that child. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do ensure you do the right thing and stay out of trouble. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone. Mapon waya fe ni dan mageya. Uza no gbera mana gwaka ohi. Ya suwo wa ya se gbodo ame ke ya fere. Ya se gbe ki ni na se we ki ke ya mayunu kan ya. Be na ya ki we na ya de. Maya gwaka utana ni wa. Ore. Ihe mi na ihe ka o so gbon lawo na ja ti en ni ma wọ́n ní èyí ní máa lórí lórí ara tó yà fẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ sóyìn náà máa wọ́n kàn náà ìyẹn máa ẹ máa wò wá ẹ máa wò dọ́sọ́ bá ìjà tí yẹn ni ma ìtẹ́rẹ̀ nìkan ìyẹn máa gbọ́ kà wò tán náà tẹ́rẹ̀ pásítọ̀.
Tọ́mọ ẹ̀dọ́nù pẹ̀lú wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nẹ̀gẹ́ ká yìí wà dání yìí máa ṣe wà bí tó ta wà bẹ́ẹ̀ dìkẹ̀tì ọ̀fun ẹgbẹ́ sàá ọba gòwà ẹ̀rọ ọba àtọ́pẹ́
ìṣe ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ Victor Bizugbe.
Ọ̀wẹ́ àvẹ́bùn ẹgbọ́ wọn sọ̀fà máa rí ẹ bọ̀ hùn dọ́ni wà láhọ́ wà rẹ̀ fẹ́ bọ́ rẹ̀ ìhẹ́ máa rẹ̀ gbé ìgbà ẹ̀ bọ̀ fún ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀wé ọba àtọ́pẹ́ rẹ̀.
Ìṣe ẹniwọ̀n mẹ́ sọ àbọ̀sẹ̀ yẹn gé inú rẹ̀ o nọ́ọ̀rì ẹjọ́ bá yọ̀ọ́ká ẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ dòyà fẹ́ lábẹ́ ọ̀ká bọ̀ yẹ dòyà fẹ́ sọ abọ́nọ́gún ẹ̀rí tọ́ níwèé pẹ́ wa nọdaima osanori dibawa ya fẹ ọba àtọpẹ ẹni máa gbà kánà ọyì hẹn ẹni máa ta ìhẹn bọ ìhẹn ìhẹn yé bọ yé gbogbo ìwà náà rí hẹn ìhẹn sí ẹni máa hó máa rí ọdá bẹkànnà ẹmí náà ní a máa dé ìhẹn ẹ̀rọ àti ìhẹn náà máa àti ìhẹn ayìhẹn dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí ẹ̀dín àti ìhẹn yọ ẹ̀dín àti ẹbọ yọ ìhẹn ẹ máa gbọ́ kára ni wọn ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ pásítọ̀.
dọ́mù ìyẹn ọ̀ àmà nà yáyé ni àmà náà rí máa wẹ ẹ̀rù ùgàdì wẹ́nẹ̀ ìyẹn ilé lọ́wọ́ ni ọ̀ àmà kèmíkèmí náà rí mi ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀nà mú igbó ọ̀mú yòókù ìhún ọ̀rẹ́ àmà yọ̀wẹ̀ kẹ́ẹ̀ náà pa òwò kí a rí lọ́kàn ẹ̀wọ̀n ùgà fí ọbẹ̀ yìí wá ìyẹn rọ ọ̀nẹ́ ìyẹn ni máa mú ìyẹn bú ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀sùn ọ̀rẹ́ lọ́rù ìyẹn àdùgbò bọ̀ súnú ní dọ́wọ́ fí ọbẹ̀ yìí wá ìyẹn nìyí gbẹ̀fẹ́ yẹn làdúgbò òfin ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀ náà wọ̀ ẹ̀ orí ọ̀nà kí a gbogbo ńdá orí ọ̀mù ìyẹn sẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà rí èrì gbogbo máa mà náà yẹ sọpá ìyẹ̀tò bí èrì yẹn yìí bá ìyọ ẹtì ẹ̀ nọ orí ọ̀yà wùnání ọ̀fọ̀dẹ́gbẹ̀ ẹ̀ nọ ebe ìrábìrì èyí àgẹ̀ ẹ̀ gbọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ni ọ̀rí ẹ̀ yàrá àbúpọ̀ ọ̀rí èyí wa ọ̀yàrí ẹ̀ kẹ́zì gbẹ̀dẹ̀ àwárẹ̀ ògbéra bàbó dẹ orí ọ̀píà orí èlò àgbo ògbọ́wẹ̀dẹ̀ ló máa ń yàn òfìyàn rẹ̀ ló máa ń yàn òfìwọ̀ rẹ̀ ló máa ń yàn gbóbẹ̀rẹ̀ òyìnbó ṣe awọ́lọ́wọ́ òpá ìyẹn lè lọ wá ní ọwọ́ náà máa tiẹ̀ bọ̀ ọ̀tún òkì ònà náà wá ní àyà káàní yẹ èmú vi ẹ̀ èrí ọ̀mí ẹ̀ yìí nẹ ẹ̀bọ̀ lè lọ wá ní kíánẹ́ ìyẹn lè lọ wá ní kíánẹ́ bọ́ yẹ ọ̀lọ́rọ̀mà ẹ̀wù ọ̀yìyẹ ògàwù bòkèkè ọ̀yìyẹ ènìyàn pa ń rọ̀ nọ̀ọ́mà máa ń ṣe nìyẹn lélẹ̀ gbogbo máa náà wẹ̀ ṣe ní ìyẹn ọ̀lẹ̀ ọ̀wẹ́ ìpáwọ̀ àgbọ̀wọ́ kan ọ̀rọ̀ àmì kíáná wà ọ̀wẹ́ ààrẹ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ìṣẹ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀yà ìwà dáyọ̀dá ní yẹn ẹ̀ máa gbọ́ kan ní sọpá ìgbẹ́ káyọ̀ máa yọ̀ àti ìhẹ́ ẹ̀ máa náà wọ́n máa gbẹ̀wọ̀n nínú ìhẹ́ èyí náà máa rẹ̀ ṣe yìnyín lè kíá ẹ̀yìn olùta ẹ̀ òwú lè ní hẹ́ ẹni àwọn lè ní hẹ́ ọgbọ́n má sún wọn lè ní hẹ́ wọ́n ṣe kẹ́mi wọ́n lè ní hẹ́ èmi ni ó dúró rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n ọdún má ṣe ti ìhẹ́ ọ̀ọ́sẹ̀ ǹda ìwé ìnẹ́mà ààrẹ tí yẹn yìí sọ́ba ìjà tí yẹn yẹ wọ ọmọ náà dùn èmi rèé pẹ̀lú ọtí àgbá ìyẹn ẹnu ọ̀nyà yà tí yẹ yọ wẹ gẹ̀rìnà wà rùn ẹ̀ ògùn ọ̀rí tí yẹ yọ o èso ọ̀rí tí yẹ yọ o òṣàlógbọ́ yìí bẹ sí ọtí yẹ yọ o èmi ní ọ̀rùn àmà ni ìyẹn lè lẹ ẹ̀rọ náà mi wẹ ẹ̀rẹ̀ dó sẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà dẹ ọ̀nà fi yín ayọ̀tọ̀ gbàdẹ́sẹ̀ gbó wẹ kọlebe uzeka yọ umuya umuya yọ ni ọrẹdẹ omuyotọ uzeka umuyọ umayiwọ ni uri koki uri ìyàn ẹ umayiwọ ni ukọlebe so uzeka yọ umuya ẹ ìyẹn umuyọ ni ọmọ náà sẹwà ọ̀nà muya ni ọ̀nà fi ọrẹdẹ ni awa nọkọ aru èrú utemeyọ dẹni lórí náà tẹ ẹ bá ìyẹn nọkọ awa nọkwa ẹyẹnu uyowo saloboa udi yọba di yẹwò wọtọwọ pẹwọ ẹyẹ nùkà ìwẹsẹ ọlẹlẹ kíá wẹ ẹyẹ lọpàá rẹ wa gbẹgẹ náà yẹ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹyẹ lọpàá èmi wà bù ọtẹmẹ victor wàhálẹ rẹ wàhálẹ.
ọwọ ẹbẹ náà wàá gbọn náà ní wọn kàkà bọ kàdígbàsẹ wàá kà tẹmẹ náà kà mí yẹn náà ìmáyánu ẹ. Imayanuwe.
Oh my God.
Ìyẹn náà kú à ẹ̀yìn náà. Ìmáyá. Ànáyà sùn. Ìmáyánuwe. Ọdí owó ayá dómọ̀ ọgọ́gọ́ mu ìmáyánuwe. Ìmáyánuwe ọdí owó ayá o. Mú dàgbẹ̀ ìmáyánu ẹni. Ẹ̀kọ́ rí àwọ̀ ẹ̀yọ nẹ̀. Èkéne ẹ̀kọ́ náà rí àwọ̀ ẹ̀yọ ni. Èmi ọ̀pá yan ìnà lèlùwẹ̀ kí wọ́n èyí àrí àkíyọ nẹ̀. Òsàlópọ̀ náà gí wàá gbọ̀n. Lọ́bẹ̀ ìròyìn ànúwé tẹ̀sẹ̀ tí ìròyìn mi ni. Ọmọ òwú yọ nẹ ọ̀wọ́n náà lókè wọ́n bọ́ do èmi ní bíọ́ wé wàá gún má bẹ́rì yẹn ni ó sọ bọ́ ayò ìyànà kẹ́kẹ́ ọwọ́ ayànà ẹ̀ẹ́dì ẹ̀ lábàá àwẹ̀ ìgúnmà gbé ìgúnmà ni ọkùnrin nọkùwà nọlọ́gọ́ ọ̀sìn ẹ̀ yọ̀ ọ́n ọwọ́ ìgúnmà ẹ̀ má mi ní wáìn wà ẹ̀gẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ọwọ́ muhu nyà ẹ̀zàbọ̀ ọmuhu nyà ẹ̀zàbọ̀ ni ẹ̀mẹ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dọ̀ yà ẹ̀ka hùmù dọ́ni ọmọ akọ̀ọ̀mọ agẹ́rù èmi nà ọ́ ya miẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ muhu nyà ẹ̀zàbọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ ogún ọ̀mẹ̀gbẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀ owó ọ̀dọ̀ tẹ̀rẹ̀ nà ọ̀bù ọmọ sọ ọ̀gùà ìrìn àwògùn náà fi ẹ̀dọ̀ dàgbẹ̀ àwò ọ̀yẹ́bọ̀kìn àwò ọ̀víẹ́ amẹ́fẹ́lá àwò rẹ̀ ìyá ni yàrá egbe oya ni eyo ni eve ni evie ni o wa lo kan afie ogbonobolo owo fi owe no wi yen ni ekeke gbe yo we do fi yen na we o ma lo kan ari oya ri yo wo keke o ja iri ọba ni ihe igba no kwa no elegbewu o ma ko ma ge gege gbe yo we ira we ro pa de emi wa de eyi na ta we ebo egbo ma yo bi ogu e ọ̀gá ahùn fàkàbàkà á ní ọ̀tẹ́mù ní ẹ̀bọ̀ ìwé yìí ńdẹ́wùwé àlọ́ náfi ọ̀ṣẹ́kùn. ẹ̀bọ̀dẹ̀ ní àdúzà. ẹ̀bọ̀dẹ̀ ní àdúzà ẹ̀gẹ́ náà àwọn olùhàtàwẹ̀ yìí kẹ̀nákẹ́ máa gbọ̀n bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni ẹ̀yà máa ní wẹ̀ náà ẹ̀yà mi ẹ̀ náà máa ní ẹ̀bọ̀ nà ẹ̀yí ni dúdọ̀ ni ọ̀ma mákẹ́kẹ́ náà yà á lò èmi náà má dé yú mi náà yà á ní èmi ẹ̀ ọtẹrẹ iṣẹ́ ọtẹrẹ pásítọ̀ ìyẹn inú àyàtàwọ yìí wẹrẹ màrà àwọn adéwẹrẹ ni ìyẹn ọlẹlọwà sóta bẹ́ẹ̀ náà máa sẹrì yẹn ugbẹso máa sẹrì yẹn ugbẹso ọrọ ake eré àpàlọ ọlọ àmọnà bíẹ nígbà ike awúlàlà gbóná nẹfọ òtọjẹ ọlẹ orí rẹ lọkùn sanna pa. Ọ̀gá akẹ́bẹ̀ náà gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́ ọjọ́ pàwọ́dà òṣánlọ́kẹ́ ọ̀gẹ́ tún gbẹ́sẹ̀ sí ganubẹ́ sí mú fún àwọ̀kẹ́wà ọ̀kẹ́ pa ọ̀gẹ́ rẹ̀ fò èrè ẹni yẹ̀kí èso yìí ìhùn dí yẹn náà láìpẹ́ ọwọ́ wákọ̀wẹ́ òjòjì ọ̀gá wà ara kíá ọ̀gẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ irúgbàna ọ̀rẹ́ àgbọ̀nsẹ̀ yẹn lábẹ́ ra èyí àgbẹ̀ yìí ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ ra ọ̀nìbẹ̀gùn yìí nọ́pàá ẹ̀rẹ̀ ra ǹda ìyẹn náà tiẹ̀ náà ọ̀rọ̀ náà náà wà dòmẹ̀ ọ̀kọ́kọ́ náà mú náà ní wàásù àpòpọ̀ náà kò mú ọ̀pọ̀ náà ní ojúlọ̀kẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbọ́ yẹn lọ́dún ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbélé wọ́n gbé ojúlọ̀kẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbọ́ yẹn ọwọ́ ojúlọ̀kẹ́ ara rẹ̀ dàgbọ́ yẹn ọtí yẹn nẹ ẹ náà sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà tí mi ànú bàbá ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀fíẹ́fẹ́ ni gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀fíẹ́fẹ́ ni làmẹ́fẹ́ náà làwọn làbíà wọ́n dá máa nìyẹn tẹ́ máa wọ́pọ̀ náà wá gbà yẹn wá kí ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kọ̀ náà yẹn wọ́n yà dẹ́gbẹ́ ipò wọ́n yà dúró ẹ̀ mú wọ́n tún bọ̀ ákìlá bó bí àṣọ ọba ni yàrá yẹ kọ ẹgbẹ̀wọ̀ pálọ̀ gé lóbi owó sà ọ̀nà yà tìyẹn náà wà ní wọ́n wà ákìlá ọba ni gbọ́n náà fóònù orin ọ̀nà dẹ́rẹ̀ dẹ́nu wọ́n yà múná wà kó bọ̀ wọ́n ní adọ́dọ̀ yẹ dàgbọ̀n ẹgbẹ́gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọkọ̀ tó rẹ̀ padà gbọ̀n ọmọ ni ẹgbẹ́ yà gbọ́n mi yà gbọ́n lọ́wọ́ ọmọ náà mi ẹgbẹ́ ìmọ̀ àwọn adẹ́rẹ̀ náà rí máa ní adó sẹ́ẹ̀rì ọmọ náà rẹ̀ náà rí ànóṣù ọwọ́ yìí ọ̀rà ẹgbẹ́ náà tìyẹn náà abẹ́yẹ́ ló fi àmì ìmọ̀ ayà sẹ́rí ọ̀yẹ́ náà ní ìdáwẹ́ ẹ̀bọ̀ ìyẹn náà máa ń tiẹ̀ ní ọ̀lọ́míyá ní ayé nìyà ẹ̀rọ ọ̀nà gbọ̀n máa yára àzúrò ìyẹn lè ní àgbẹ̀ àbọ̀ ẹtí wàá fi mọ́tò àbọ̀ wá mẹ́rọ ìyẹn alẹ́ lẹ́gìá ìyẹn rọ ẹ̀pọ̀ ìgò ní èdè náà rí ẹ̀ lábẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹtí lè yára ìbà òun lè má kọ́kọ́ ìgbé kéré ọ̀gá aṣọ ẹ̀ o ọ̀gbìn ọlọ́kọ̀ máa yọ ẹ̀gbẹ́ àwọn ọmọ ara sókè tó máa wọ́n pèsè ọ̀rá ní ogun yìí máa ta ìgbé tẹ̀sùn mẹ́ ó dẹ̀rọ̀ márùn-ún náà sí bàbá ìní ọwọ́ lọ́wọ́ bá sùn ẹ̀ àmàdá sùn ẹ̀ o ọ̀gbìn ọlọ́rọ̀ ayọ̀ ìgbé ọrí yìí nà gbèsè sọ àbíyé bẹ́ẹ̀ dìbò bá orí ẹ̀ sọ́tọ̀ èmi là á ìbògì àsùn èmi là á ìlàbíà ìyẹn lè lẹ́gẹ́ orí ọ̀nà gbòòrò ọ̀lẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rí èrè èmi yìí kì ẹ̀dùnú pẹ̀ wà láwọ́ wàdé ìwé ní yé ọmọ sùn bàbá náà ọsùn bá kó ọba àtọpẹ yéébù ẹdẹ iye rọ wà ní ó ṣe yọ ìbábò bá irọ ọtẹlẹ ihe ma ìwà kan náà ihe nàmúyẹ mi nàmúyẹ ugbó nàmúyẹ gòrò tí máa pa gbòbèrè ń yọ kégbèbèrè wé yèmú yètò mé ìlàtàyẹ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àwọrọ yìí àwọn ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ yìí nọ ọ̀tọ̀ mi ọ̀tá yọ èyí gbígbà ìwé yé ya gàgíà ya gọ̀ọ́rẹ́ ya
ona we yeri to meyo yeri we ya fe ewo na we yu dan ewo bewe wa wi go ere da o ti sa le ligbo dipo obi edigbo me wa we kin èmi náà rẹ̀ wúyẹ́wẹ́ dò ìwọ́n ẹ̀mí náà rẹ̀ dé àyà tiẹ̀ bọ̀ dọ́wọ́ àyà tiẹ̀ bọ̀ yẹ ògbó òdẹ ògò èso rọ̀ nana lẹ̀wọ̀ hóòrù èso rọ̀ tó bọ̀ wàrú ẹgbẹ́ mi kàtà sí àríkó kí n yà èyí kọ̀ òdẹ èrí òdẹ èyí kọ̀ wẹ̀ òwe ẹ̀wọ̀ hó àyà ìgòkùn ọ̀wá náà zẹ́ bèbè náà gbẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀wọ́ yàrá gbìyànjú kẹrọ òdẹ́gbẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ́ ọ̀họ́họ́ àwẹ́ yẹ̀wà wọ́víà ọ̀víà máa ẹ̀rì náà ọ̀víà kí ìwé bọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ wàá wẹ̀ ẹ̀ wàá tẹ́ àmọ́ ọ̀víà yé mi ọ̀víà náà èrìnà wò náà ọ̀rẹ́ wò náà yà mọ́ ẹ̀bọ̀ rẹ̀ yí ọ̀dàmẹ̀rẹ̀ kiri wẹ̀ kéde ìwà experience one.
mọ́mí ẹ̀dùn náà wà ọwọ́ àmì náà máa yẹ gbèdé àmàwí náà vàáhẹ̀ àmàwí náà rírà ayé ẹ̀ mami bọ̀ náà nàta náà orí wọn pa ẹ̀wọ̀n fi awó bọ̀ yìí orí wọn pa ẹ̀wọ̀n kọ́ ayé awó bọ̀ yìí ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀gá ìwòhó nù ọ̀víà ọ̀gá ìwòhó nù dọ́wọ́n àdọ́gá nà ọ̀gá bọ̀ yín àmì ògùn owó bìyàn yín àmì olókun owó bìyàn yín àmì ìsàngó owó bìyàn yín àmì dáwọ́n àdẹ́bọ̀ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ nà orí dọ́wọ́n àdọ́gá mami ndo una yugbo una vunya na ses kokoyoto una zekeboto una zeyibe una munya oba pade no we uweti nu aya ti we gbe iwe ri o emi nu ye me ni ka we o wa no ri do mi na ri to mo o nya we
o kike
o to na kan ami to ana nu mi e o mo kenya we e kan ni na zeya e we ori be ni no munya ho eni de ya na mi we una zinga ze you work go na sa me na de mu ro yo we te e bo pa yan yi to ga ya me ne mu no ga hu ne ge fu una mi we u ya bi ma to na kun se wo gun na u vi oyan we ikun se o ma na kan ga ye e we ta ma eni o ma no yo bo gbe da no ya we emi ni ga sunu dai e mi o ma ituti so pa de ya na mi we ẹ̀wò náà wà ní àwòyà náà kókó wọ̀ fìyà rànà náà wọ̀ kwá ẹ̀ una ní ẹ̀yà rú ẹ̀ una yàrá ta mẹ́rù wẹ̀ èmi náà sùnù wà dógún ẹ̀ tiẹ̀ bọ̀ yọ ẹ̀wò náà dógún ẹ̀ yọ ọ̀wọ́n náà pa ẹ̀ mẹ́ta tó pa ọ̀rẹ́ yìí so pa una lè ga sùn ọ̀mà náà wà lọ́dún ẹ̀wọ̀ bọ̀ ni ọ̀kẹ́ kí ni wọ́n yé mi hàn wọ́. ọmọ apáàmì ẹtí owó bọ̀ ẹ́ ló yá do mẹ́yọ ẹ̀ ènìyàn ló mú yòótọ́ ọ̀gbẹ́ o ìhùwẹ́ o ẹ̀ríkèmí o ló mú yòótọ́ ọmọ ẹtí ọ̀dọ́ mẹ́ ọ̀dẹ́ yọ ní ó yà mú hàn yọ wé nà má rẹ́sì kìnnà yé ọdún mọ́sánà gbọ̀mọ̀ ìwé bá bí wọ́n máa wí ní ọmọ náà wọ́ ni wọ́n náà mú ẹbọ̀ yé mi wọ́n ààrẹ tí ẹ̀zọ́ bá mú dá wọ́ ẹ̀mú ọ̀yà sí mi wọ́n mú mẹ́ yá yí dà ọmọ ẹ̀rí yá yí sọ̀tí mú ìbábò bá ọwọ́ sàdé dásàdó mọ́ ẹ̀mẹ́nà wọ́n rí ẹtí mi yá wẹ́ ìmọ̀ àwọn ní adómú mẹ́mí ẹ̀mẹ́rì bàbá ìmọ̀ yá níyà o.
àfihàn bábò rẹ̀ tó ti
ọmọ ìbílẹ̀
àfihàn bò rẹ̀ tó ti
ọmọ ìbáṣe bóyá tí ó wé bìnú wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀ta ọ̀tí ẹ̀ ọ̀gùn ẹ̀ ọ̀sàlùpà pásọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó tí ìwẹ́wẹ́ wágù yà á mú ìbábò náà lè wù yọ nígbà tẹ́lẹ̀ kìlọ̀.
ọba ẹtẹ rẹ àlùwà wẹlẹ gbọmọ yàwó dà ọdà etí máa nìyẹn lù yẹ wà fẹ kó wà láwòwò wà á kù lè gbé kó a nígbà bí lọgbẹrẹ náà ọkẹ ìwà yẹrẹ fún dáa ìwọ yẹ èmi náà nìyẹn mọ fìyà nìyẹn akẹ nìyẹn rẹwù ọyọ náà rẹ wà rẹwò òun ẹtí zẹbìnà kẹrẹtà ẹbá ó rí ẹ ènìyàn wà kẹ ó rí ẹ yọ ènìyàn wà fìyà mẹtí rẹ yọ èkèlùwẹ ìdò káwé àdómọ ẹwọ òdòmọ fìyà yìí ní ẹgbọn wà ẹyin alábàá ni alábàá náà tà mú gbóyè wẹ tẹ wọ ìwé dókà wẹ dùn àdómọ ẹhìn ẹwọ náà mọ yọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn náà ìyá ẹ̀wù yìí ọ̀gá ẹ̀wù yìí ọ̀tọ́ mẹ́ ọ̀tá yọ zẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀ bí ẹ̀wọ̀ àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ wọ̀ wọ́n ní ìmá sẹ́nà gbẹ̀wọ̀n àmì náà bá ní wọn ọ̀dà ìmọ̀ ní gàrímà ìmọ̀ àwọn ìmọ̀ àwọn ìta ní ìwé hàn Otame pastor.
Domo sir. Emi magwa kano kane iyena. Makaka borra toyina. Iyena gare bino wanunda ugara
la otu abere yampwa.
Ene yemaro onyo kike ino kike ni oye. Ege bara ro na miege opopa na tieke. Okay, gbochen wa so wa na tiyene weke emi nu na iye le lo ekia wo re gbe ra ere oke akia wa akboru ede o ya baba iye na be ti ni na to agbe iye ka ki ere ke ti ga ya re odo o wa ko wa no mi ogbe olawa o ya be ri ama be re bai ona be re gbeke o be ri yen so pa ohun emi dan we ki na ni a ohun egbe ki a wa o ki a ke eranoriya ebe egbe ra no roke iye no nu de ni no nu di keko nu de e ko da no ga mi no ya gbo ti won e ba ni buro no lo wa lo ye ma yu nu te mi e fi oboyi emi e fi oboyi ni iye ra lele ya
yes.
E mari puro ogboso ori so se ya to tare na me wa ma we mi do pa e pa so ga leru ne e me nya ewu ye mo e de ne ye ra yo to o bi are do wa bo o do ye pa wo te do ori e to o ya ku e awe e no fe bo ma yu nu ka ne e ni oparo no ra yo to o ma do mi ewe mi ga lo re so u ka ne ni obi okeke iye we ni ya fe ne no ga wu le dabo na ayera ko ya yiri ko ye be ya ro to ako o ma yo nu da iye ni o le ja ni e no fio boy ni o so ori ma de o ma ni egbe ti apo yan iye no e teni pe akere teni go wa ri boy ni ere nu da iye yere na go ogwe iye la de be iwe to ogwe unku de uya ko e kwa wona iye la se ke no ogwe ye omudia wewe ifebone oboni yani emi ebo do no pa yisunu iye mudia no gwe keke ote ogoni eti gbupe va ogbupe ha ogbupe ne edenu ma ye edenu ma ko ikekeke kan ori ade ko wa ni rode oye piri wa wele ba gwe keke e ba yen ni seke no wa ni ye we se ni iye a ekudo uri ni era ba we o umu arere o uyoji o ugboma yari aziro o omo ma gbe gbe nu meke ni go ni meke na gan e pa so ki o ugboma le so si meke na ki no wa o eni ye no ege ede o gbera keke iye ni ga sekruye oba atope
anyway ya yi wada even matasi na ya wa e ma ye unda be ma gi biore be ma gi wa no isunu na iye ni bu wa ebo iye no ikata sina we ebode na duza be na ta ibania be ni magiru we do wana odun we o ri o kagele ladian ai jo kagele odun we aya ju la me gwa aya vora aya vodi wa wo nu ri ayo iya wi na ka yin ai odun we so ma na se tin pa se tin yuwa we no kayele o ri o aro ore ewo ya fere wo re kire to la inu na ehie wo ahie ni oriwo ina ke enara igbe wo ke enara igbe ari na wo nara e ha o ki oyi wo egbe godon we ari ya enara adoke biebo we ri ono ke wo ye ebode no vele gwa orewa ikaniga odo we to boy we ewo igba oge ewu no we su we gbe na we ri ere no keke na we ri enewo e mu wo pa wa we se ye po we ti ewo awe ya ninye ehun wa ro nu unda ke ni we ri o isi ke we se maka nu wu o te ma yo o ni pa no le wi wa ero wo ri o ma se wo don we wo ri o ma se we wo ni o ka yele we to bu we egele we ki ube awe nyesi na ya mi we emoto wu de o egede go wu bolo o nu ri e pe we kere pa emoye ri e ari ma ro no do ye vio, no ye vio, or ya begede grevona, ya we yafe, mamma ya, Emini yafe, Ibina Raria Shenia, where you beg another tie, Mawena begede, Mawena wo, Sabano Gua, no Gua, and Wayabo, I mean, yes, Yabo, where a more, ya would be a wuku. A money you will ya with Towa ya pe woni wa e magwalo o se manata na emi heki no wa ya bu yu wade we to bu we no be politics we no danger ne ewo no danger no otu we e wo ya fe una awe e bode na do wa e mani wa o saro bo la wo wa gwalu de e do no pe wo na go ba dole wo na yi ne mi mani ma ya fe Ogibota wede nena e ma na mo yoto wa ya be waru wa bidayo oba atope ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
This is ITV.
Certainly